allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crime he might perpetrate next? He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim of suicidal mania.
Hey, Byron Israel Smith. Yes, sir. Good morning to y'all. This is I'm on the boxing bag with the Hebrew Israelites. I'll be like, and I'll be dodging. I'll be dodging all the shots they firing. Yo, I love this, man. I love this. Hey, peace and love to my man Savior. Rest in peace to your family, brother, your mom, I think your aunt. Sorry to hear all of that, bro. Much love to you. I love you, brother. Keep your head up, and I hope this show keep you in good spirits and keep your energy going, all right, in a positive way. We're going to talk about the Kenya stuff, but hold on. Before I get to the Kenya stuff, Captain Tazaryach had a debate last night live with a FOI, and a brother Cam came on. I have to show this live. I'm going to screen it out because, of course, I don't want to play Sonata's video live, but it's on Captain's channel. I want to play this live. He's live right now, and I want y'all to watch this challenge. This is what I say to all these guys, right? They believe in God, right? But watch this. Let me put this over the screen so that it don't matter what's on there. But listen to this right here, family. I want y'all to listen to this conversation between Captain and Cam. I hope you all know West Coast Cam. He's a member of the Nation of Islam. Peace and love. Assalamu alaikum to the brother. Check this out.
So do you believe that Elijah Muhammad is physically dead, or is he alive on the wheel? What do you believe?
I believe he's physically dead.
All right. And Brother Tazaryach, do you believe that your God, is a spirit or a man?
No, the Most High is a man, not like you and I. Exodus 15:3 says the Lord is a man of war. He sits on the throne. So for us, he's a man.
How is he different than us?
What do you mean?
You said he's not like us.
I mean, his power, his greatness. He's never been on this planet physically.
Wow.
One other thing I want to clear up when you mentioned about the energy. This ain't my first time sitting with Khalil, and he didn't have the decorum that you had when you and I sat.
No, I agree. I just
want that for the record. I don't want you to come in here like I don't have this energy with you, like it's different when it was you.
No, you still disrespected the faith and the FOI just because you're talking to him don't mean nothing to me. So
no, what I'm saying is
just hear me out.
No, one side I want you to hear me out because I listened to you.
I just heard you out for two hours.
Well, you just interrupted me. I didn't interrupt you when you said I didn't have this energy. I let you say what you had to say. So
go ahead. Listen,
I appreciate
I'm trying to hurry up and get off of here.
I mean, that's not my fault if you got to hurry up, but I do get to respond to what you say. So now when you and I spoke, I think we spoke twice. It was coy and we disagreed, but it wasn't no high energy or anything like that because that's how I am. I match what you are. This is my second time with Khalil. The first time it was high energy, so I knew it'd be high energy now. So this has nothing to do, like if you got out of pocket, I would do the same thing with you. I just want that on the record.
All right.
Now to answer your question about the Most High, for us, the Bible says our God has never physically been on this plane, but he sends messengers, he sends angels. That's how it communicates in our book.
Okay, so you believe that. So last question for both of you, for Khalil.
Now, I'm going to tell you this, right? This is when you know somebody, what they believe is fake. I like what Cam did here. You see, if you believe in the Bible and you say, oh, we're going to call out false prophets like how Elijah called the Baal prophets, This is the conversation Christians don't like, Hebrew Israelites don't like, some Muslims don't like. They don't like when you challenge their God. A quick sidebar. I challenged a Jehovah's Witness years ago. I had the rat poison bottle jar because I was in a barbershop. I used to hang out at Allerton and White Plains Road at my brother Noel's barbershop, right? That used to be my hangout spot in the 90s. In the 90s, in the early 2000s, right? That's where I used to hang out at. And what happened is the Jehovah's Witness used to always come there, and I was FOI, not FOI. I was in orientation at the time, right? I was Brother Garfield. So Brother Garfield challenged Jehovah's Witness because he used to come there all the time and challenge us. So I said, okay, I have a challenge for you. If I get some rat poison and pour it on some food, would you eat it to show how powerful your God is or how powerful your belief is? Because you're going to bless the food and it can't harm you. So let me see how powerful your faith is. The Jehovah's Witness, because two things, right? You used to live on Allerton and White Plains Road, Tony? Word? So anyway, so family, when you hear in New York City, by the way, in the Bronx. So anyway, so the Jehovah's Witness says, no, the Jehovah's Witness said, I said to them, you have two options. It's either you're going to live or you're going to die. So if you die, you go to heaven, right? I don't think Jehovah's Witness believe in that or whatever. But anyway, but I was like, if you die, you go to heaven, because I'm putting all the Christians in a box. So I'm like, you're going to die, you're going to go to heaven, or two, you're going to eat the rat poison food and you're going to live and show the power of your God in front of all of us. You're going to get a bunch of converts today. The Jehovah's Witness got up, walked out the barbershop, never came back to the barbershop. And every Christian that ever came to that barbershop, I offered them that challenge. So when you offer somebody a real challenge, they're not going to go for it. This is how you know their faith is BS. Because if you die, you're going to heaven. You're going to meet your creator. Isn't that what you live on earth to do? Meet your creator. Meet your God. Meet your Jesus. But no, they don't believe. But don't believe. Shout out to Mungo said facts. Yeah, they don't believe. Rat poison is on everything we say. You shall not tempt the Most High. Azaru, whatever, bro. You don't believe what you believe. It's a front. You don't believe what you believe. And when you have the inch of you're going to die, you're quick to stay alive. If you really believe what you believe, if you're going to die, you're going to die. You're like, hurry up, kill me. Shoot me. I'm going to go to Jesus or to God. You don't believe it. It's a front. All you guys with these Israel names, it's a front. Now, watch Tazaryach response to this right here. This is live right now on this channel. And I said, I got to play this live. Listen to what Cam said. Shout out to West Coast Cam, because Tazaryach is proven to me he ain't got that energy.
And Tazaryach, you familiar with 1 Kings 18 to 40? 1 Kings, which deals with Prophet Elijah, since we're talking about Elijah, right? Elijah and the Baal prophets. The showdown, the challenge.
He battled the 400.
The showdown and the challenge that he issued to them.
I'm familiar with it, yes.
Myself, representing, my God, Master Fard Muhammad, who you falsely claim is a white man, because we know that we've been taught that his father is a jet black man and his mother was a white woman. But in the name of that God, who I believe wholeheartedly is a true and living God, and in the name of his Mahdi or Messiah Christ, the most honored and most honorable Elijah Muhammad, and in the name of their Messiah, Farrakhan Muhammad, I issue a challenge, a public challenge to both of you, gentlemen, to invoke the curse of your God. If your God is the real God, invoke the curse. Let's invoke the curse and the wrath of that God on which one of us three is worshiping or believing or teaching the wrong God. Are y'all willing to put y'all life on the line and pray publicly
this one
in the name of your God for us to be cursed, which one of us cursed or killed, not by each other, not by so-called man's hands, by your supernatural God's power? Are you willing to do that with me publicly? And Sonetta, as a witness, we can pin this up and keep tabs of it for the next 30 days or 60 days or 90 days however long we want to decide specifically what we want our God, you know what I'm saying, to prove his that he's really God or really with us. Are y'all?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a public challenge. If I'm 100% sure about my God, I'm taking that challenge, right? Yo, where at? Let's go. And they need to bring Jabari into it too. They need to bring them Nawabians into it. They need to bring other Muslims into it. Let's see whose God is God. They don't want that challenge, Cam. I'm not saying Cam's God is the real God, Master Farad Muhammad. But if somebody offer your God, yo, I'm ready to show and prove. I bring Rawbon on. Rawbon is like, yo, I'm going to show and prove. They can't do it. You Hebrew Israelites can't do it. The Christians, you can't do it. Because ain't nothing going to happen. Your prayers, you have never heard God respond to any of y'all prayers in the audience. But yet still y'all want to promote that God to other people. It's craziness. Rawbon, come on here. He's a part of the God's 5%, God's 5% Nation of Islam, or the gods on earth, what they call themselves today. And let me tell you something. Bring Kwame, bring your God too. And all them Africans over there, bring your God too. We're not letting the Africans off the hook. We're not letting the Europeans off the hook. You come with your God too.
Hey, Garfield.
Go ahead, beloved.
So the other night I went on Pianki's show, right?
Before you go there, let me finish playing this part right here, and then you come right back to you, okay? Let me
All right.
this last part. Look at Tazaryach response.
Willing to do that with me.
Yeah, you sound like a demon to me. Matthew's the 4th chapter.
No, this is the Bible. It's in the Bible.
Hold on.
You sound like a demon. You don't want your God. It's because the gig is up. The jig is up. Your God has no power that you believe in. Has absolutely no power. It's a front. All of this is fake. None of y'all God answered none of y'all prayers. We've been praying for 400 years in America alone, Jamaica, all of them. And the only group that actually succeeded, not only group, a couple groups, the Africans succeeded in Haiti when they chanted and hailed to their spirituality and used their voodoo or whatever they use. And I guess that inspired them in Haiti to be, rebellious and beat up the Haitians. Where are they today? Because they depended on the Europeans to sustain an economy, and that they used that in return and had them paying reparations to France. The black church here in America adopted the religion of the slave master, turned it into what's called the black church. And that's how you know the church. I'm going to get to that in a second. The church you can't be in the black church and call it the black church and say that you have succeeded. Because if the church of God is one, you should call it the church, not the black church. But because of systematic white supremacy, which you can't get away with, which your God can't put away, you still got to call it the black church. So you're like the little C, the little church that's a part of the big church, but promoting the black church. So that's another conversation for another time. But look at it right now. All of these people, the Africans, the descendants of Africans, FBA, they all have religion, and they go to bed every night and pray to their gods, and they pray to kill this evil Edomite, this white man, this evil system, and nothing has changed. That's gotten worse. As a matter of fact, the last 3 months under Trump has been one of the worst situations for the black community in the past probably 30 years, as far as economically speaking. So you're telling me right now your God is punishing you, and y'all worshiping this God for 2,500 years, waiting for you being an Israelite so you could be free and walk around. Oh, I'm an Israelite. I'm the real Israelite. And your ass is unemployed or getting the worst stick. And this is the part of the curses, right? How is it you never talk about the blessings of God? 2,500 years and you never got a blessing yet. Never. And if you have a group of religious people, one out of the 2,000 that's members might be successful in life. The rest of y'all, see, oh, God bless him. What about you? These are cults that serve no purpose. None. Oh, we do this for the homeless. We do that. Look at the response. Oh, you a demon. I want that challenge because I know my Jesus is backing me. My God is backing me. That's what I would say to Cam. Let's go. We go pray together. So that means if I lose the bet, watch this. If I lose the bet, watch this, family. that means you lose too. So we both foolish. We both idiot. I'm just saying, though. I'm not saying whether the Most High exists or not. That's not even my conversation. I'm just saying the God that we have been worshiping can't be the right God. Because I don't hear black people in any religious group talking about the blessings they receive. I'm not talking about prosperity gospel. Show me. Come on, let's put your God to the test right now. Come on my panel and put him to the test. You can't, because you really don't believe what you claim you believe. It's a front. Listen to Tazaryach right here. Let me bring it back a little bit so y'all could hear the whole conversation a little bit more. Hold on. Let's go back here. Listen to this.
Worshiping or believing or teaching the wrong God. Are y'all willing to put y'all life on the line and pray publicly
This one?
in the name of your God for us to be cursed, which one of us cursed or killed, not by each other, not by so-called man's hands, by your supernatural God's power? Are you willing to do that with me publicly? And Sarnetta, as a witness, we can pin this up and keep tabs of it for the next 30 days or 60 days or 90 days, however long we want to decide specifically what we want our God, to prove his that he's really God or really with us. Are y'all willing to do that with me?
Yeah, you sound like a demon to me. Matthew's the 4th chapter.
No, this is the Bible. It's in the Bible.
Hold on, you got to let Captain respond. Let him respond.
I mean, the emotional man interrupt. I said 3 words. You sound like a demon to me. That was a battle of proving whose God was real by calling fire out of heaven when you mentioned in 1 Kings. Neither side threatened with death to each other. The 450 prophets of Baal died because Elijah said to kill them physically because they could not call the fire out of heaven. That's 1 Kings, the 18th chapter. But you don't know the Bible. When I called you a demon, in Matthew's the 4th chapter, it says, again, the devil taking him up into an exceeding high mountain and showing him all the kingdoms of the world. I'm sorry.
Salaki.
Salakia. He saith unto him, if thou be the Son of God, cast thyself down, for it is written, he shall give angels charge concerning thee. Christ's answer was, it is written again, thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. You will not see nobody say, curse me, if this God is not real, with a battle against another God. That's a horrible.
Well, I'm a Muslim. So in the Quran, chapter 62, verse 6, you say that you're a real Hebrew, right?
I'm an Israelite.
Israelite, whatever, in 62, verse 62, chapter 62, verse 6, it says, say to those who say they're Hebrews or Jews, if you think that you are the favorites of Allah or God or Yahshua or Yahweh, or to the exclusion of other people, then invoke death if you are truthful. This is what we're commanded to challenge you.
So go do it.
I'm still going. So it says, come, let us gather our sons and our daughters and our women, and you gather your women and your people, and let us be earnest in prayer and invoke the curse of Allah, the curse of your God. We Muslim. So since I'm not a Hebrew, I don't go by your Bible laws. I'm letting you know what we practice as Muslim. This is how you shut it all down. You don't got to call me a demon. You just got to prove like the Baal prophets did. Well, I got to be a demon because we're showing and proving live publicly the power and the reality of who our God is. Why I got to be a demon? Why I can't be a honest believer?
Okay, hold on. I gotta move on because we got a lot of people.
Can I respond to that first? Because he did.
Yeah, you have to respond to that.
You ain't got to hear from him again, though. The reason why I called you a demon because your belief is demonic.
Oh man, this is funny. This is OD funny, man. And to the brother in the audience that says, Garfield, are you cursed because you're broke? How would you know if I'm broke or not? And I'm not going to show my new house, my new this or new what. I'm not going to do none of that because that's material stuff. How do you know if somebody's broke if they're on YouTube? You see, this is emotion in the chat because you don't want to come on the panel and you don't want to accept the fact that your God you hold to have no power. No power at all. Who prays more? And this is nothing against black folks in general. Who prays and worship God more than black people? No other culture. I've never seen no other culture call on Jesus, call on you, read the Bible, read Psalms, read this, read that. Nobody reads the Bible more than black folks, in my opinion. I could be wrong. I'm just saying the average Christian is OD. The average Israelite is OD. As a matter of fact, I've never seen nobody better at the scripture than the Israelites. The Israelites know that stuff back and forth. They know that, bro. They know that. Them Israelites be you could have had a sorry YouTube channel in Jamaica. Look at him, emotional. Oh,
Hey, what's funny is
facts, Mongo Slade, facts.
what's funny is the other night I was on Bianchi's show, just challenging something Bosco the Bozo had said about Moors and Africans being Hebrews and just mixing up history, misusing words, melanated, trying to make everybody melanated, making the Arabs, trying to make the Arabs African and all this. It was just a whole bunch of confusion he was trying to get off. So I joined just to have a conversation with him. Judah Spazzed joined trying to, I guess, give him some support. I don't know. Anyway, long story short, I issued Judah Spazzed the same type of challenge. I was like, you know what, Judah Spazzed? If Yahweh, Yahweh is real, have him strike me down right now, live. I'm going on mute.
Mm-hmm.
All he did was spazzed out. All he did was spazzed out.
Oh man. All right. Hold on 1 second. Let me find this video real quickly here. Hold on there.
You know, I be trying to have fun with these conversations with them sometimes, Garfield, but their stubbornness and unwillingness to learn makes it unfair, because all they're going to spew at you is their belief. So you can throw all the history at them, all the archaeology at them. Their belief is going to override that because they don't want to look at it. They refuse. And that refusal to look at some of the things that you've put out, I've put out in back chats and on other shows, they haven't gotten this information. So it's 5 years later, and some of them are still in the same place where they were when I joined. Like, what's going on with y'all?
Yeah, exactly. What's going on? Let me get into this IUIC video real quickly here. I was going to show from Genesis, and shout out to Genesis. This is why I call myself the teacher. Now, at their Passover event, I'm gonna say this to Hassad and to brother Hakar. Ron Wyatt is low-level scholarship, right? You have high level and you have low level. You have low level that nobody should use. Ron Wyatt should never be used. I know you had your Passover event and y'all got to show and prove to people how proof that such and such in the Bible is true and all that stuff. But listen, this is why I call myself the teacher. I teach, and some of the things that I teach, some of you guys have never heard before. There's something that I'm about to bring out soon regarding the a genotype within African Americans that's caused by a West African origin of whatever. And what I noticed is that we can't run away from it because it's not DNA. It's something that's within our genetics. It's in 90% of Jamaicans, 90% of Afro-British, 90% of Afro-Brazilians, and it's in 70% of African-American male and female together. So if you really want to get to your root, and you can't have that genotype unless both parents had that genotype. So now when I bring that out, I'm going to be the first to actually do it in the conscious community or in the Israelite community. And y'all going to be scrambling and trying to research, but y'all going to find out that 70% of African Americans. This is why I know we can't be Israelites. Because guess what now? Although 70% of the male and the females have it, it shows that black folks who came here from the slave ship have been mating with each other. In Jamaica, in Britain, in Brazil, that means the slaves who had it from that era in Western Central Africa, which they have that condition, that genotype, they've been having sex with each other because it only can transfer if both parents have it. So that means African Americans have been sleeping with each other and not outside the culture at a very high rate. Now watch this, family. I'm going to say this to you carefully. If 70% of African Americans have it, 70% of 50 million is how much? That's around 35 million. 35 million people in the United States of America have that particular genotype, showing that they directly come from West and Central Africa. Well, this is not DNA. So we can't say, oh, we don't believe in DNA. Because before DNA, they used to use different markers and different diseases. Like Ashkenazi Jews have a certain disease that they've passed down from generation to generation to identify who they are. This is what they have. And this is something that white folks don't have. But we as African Americans or Jamaicans have it. Now watch this. Remember, I said 70%, right? Estimated, right? So what happened to the 30% of African Americans? We know that the male species have 30 to 40% R marker. Those people who have the R marker don't have this specific gene, showing that they're not connected to West and Central Africa directly, indirectly through their autosomal, but their paternal lineage goes to Europe, referring to when the slave master came over and slept with African women. That's how we have the African autosomal DNA in the middle at 80 to 90%, but we still have the R marker pointing to Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, we know who we are. We can identify. Stop falling for games. If you don't believe me, I'm telling you, go and check it yourself.
So
and
Garfield,
Kwame, stop doing that. Because the R marker in Chad and Mali is not the same R marker from Europe. What you're doing is a disservice to people who are smart. You're still connected to mitochondrial L. Thank you. See my Jewish friend helping me out. Thank you, my brother.
So my DNA. So I would be a perfect example of that, because my maternal is L3 and my paternal is RM269, I think, or something like that. So I would be a example of what you just said, of how we can see where the enslavers started mixing with our ancestors at a specific time in history.
Hola, family. Let me get this video real quickly so that we could play this video of them getting stoned in Africa. I have to play this video because people need to understand, you're going to Africa. Some people are going to say that these people in Kenya, and I shouldn't say Africa. I should have put in the chat, IUIC attacked in Kenya. We need to be specific. These Africans in Kenya, I applaud you before I even watch the video. I applaud you for saying, listen, we ain't dealing with this foolishness here. We're not doing that. Ahmed Belton, we're doing a disservice by saying that the R1 marker, don't mention the R1 marker in Africa. That's a total different marker than the one that's from Europe. The one that came to us and came to the Native Americans came in because of the slave master invading these areas or coming into Africa or intermingling with Africans. That's how we got it. We have to be clear. Shout out to Lord Abba in the building, by the way, too. Obi, you want to say something? Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Brother Garfield. Look,
right.
check it out. What I don't understand is how come if black people, if we want to be so religious and want to pray and pray to a higher power, a higher God, how come we don't do what other cultures have done? They created their own spiritual religious practices that falls within their own culture and customs. Now, we know the history as far as how Africans ended up in the Americas. We know that's documented and everything. How come, we also know that there was a lot of converting as far as what the beliefs were, what they believed in we know that was, basically they were washed and conditioned into believing basically adopting something else by force. Now, what I would suggest, how come instead of holding on to that, why don't you create your own relationship, your own custom, your own practices
Facts.
from
100% facts.
yeah, with the culture that we live now. We don't live in a culture that holds those same customs as the ancient, we want to call them Jews or Israelites or whatever, from whatever the teachings teach. We barely can hold up. We don't sacrifice animals. We don't, and say it goes to God. When they're giving this money and they're tithing to the church, it's not going to God. It's not going to a higher power. Doesn't need money. It's going to the leaders of that. And
Facts.
those leaders, they're not doing anything. All that was for the community. It's not happening that way. So create your own. There's a new whatever there. You're in a new place, and create new teachings that still teach consciousness and everything good that we need for where we're at, and a new covenant with the God. And listen, I'm not saying all religion is made from a man. It's their understanding of their relationship with the universe and everything like that. It's a way to teach people. You're using symbolism, allegories, all these different things. You're just teaching the relationship. Do it now. We're in America, or we're in the Caribbean. We're all these different places. Do it now and create something new that connects with your real history, not Israel. Do something that and these are what the bright minds or these leaders should do. You know what I'm saying? Because trying to hold on to, saying that, oh, this is the teachings, the gospel of Jesus from so long ago. It doesn't connect with what situation we're in right now. What is the teachings tell us about, the president that we have now, or how our society looks now? It doesn't teach us anything about that. We need to, figure out our own culture. Don't connect yourself. And then it gets so far where the conditioning is erasing your real history and connecting you to a false history. That's where I'm coming from.
Hey, let me just address this real quickly.
Facts.
Let me address the R1B real quick. James, were you going to talk about the R1B, or you wasn't talking about
Yeah,
something?
yeah, I was going to talk about the R1B because I happen to have it, unfortunately.
Let's see.
I wanted to,
Let's see if we can work together here. So this is the chart from Wikipedia.com, right? So the guy in the audience says, Garfield, are you sure? The R1B right here is EV88, right? This R1B is more like M269, like what King James have and all that stuff. So Europe. So this is what this is what the Black Hebrew Israelites do. King James is from Europe, but they want to say that the Scythians that came from the European steppe culture, Central Asia, those are the ones who migrated to the West. So what happened is white supremacy British Israelism taught that they wanted to account for the white people being Israelites, so they developed a 12-tribe chart. The Black Hebrew Israelites trying to say that everybody is black, so they developed a 12-tribe chart. So what they did was copy this whole thing here about the Scythians who came to the area of where Persia is, but they came from Central Asia and Siberia. So those people came down to the Iranian area, and they're saying that the Medes that was taken by Sargon II from about 716 BC to 710 BC, that those Medes in that area is the ones that were taken to be Native Americans and Indians and Latinos or whatever. So that's why they make the 12-tribe chart, to make those people who were so-called lost. So there's really no lost tribes, because these people in the Medes area, there's no evidence that those people, the Scythians, come from the Levant region. All right. Now with the R marker, as you can see, wherever the map is, you see some R. It's all over Arabia, all over the Levant, all over Europe, all over areas outside of Europe, in Central Asia. You find the R marker. But let's take a look at something real carefully. Let's look at the tree. So you have the R1B tree, which is attached to Anatolia. It comes down, it's attached to the Near East and Europe. So it's changed from R1B1A. Then you have a branch off from that to the Levant and Africa to the V88. But look at that. That's from the Mesolithic period. So people got to start thinking now. The Mesolithic period is a long time ago. That's over 20,000 years ago. Y'all could correct me on that, 20,000 years ago. So the V88 branched off and went to Africa. So this is the R1B1A2. That's not what African Americans have. African Americans have this from the M269. This is what they have. The
Yup, that's me.
R1B1A2. See, my brother is on the call right here with us saying that that's me. That's also Rick Kittles that own AfricanAncestry.com. Now, that does not mean he's not African. It doesn't mean he's not African. What it's saying is that there was an admixture made because of the slave master who intermingled with African women or black, what we call black women, and had children with them. So now what happened is with James is that every boy child that is born from that mating is going to carry that marker. So if he had sex, the slave master had sex with his great grandmother, what happened is the boy child that they have is carrying that same R marker. So the R marker, that person who had the R marker now with that black woman, he could have come out dark skin, light skin, whatever, looking like Bob Marley, looking like Al B. Shore. But he now has sex with another black woman, and the child start changing skin tone, but it's still that R marker being carried, passed down because they kept having a boy child all the way down. So he's now.
Yep.
Go ahead, my brother.
No, because I was gonna say is like that's what happened in my case. So like my mom's DNA is like L2AF, so it's well in Africa. But the problem is I kind of messed up because my kids are U5 because their mother is a white woman. So now like genetically they look indistinguishable from a white person, even though they mix.
Wow, very
so I messed up. Yeah, they related to cheddar.
Go ahead, sis.
I was just saying, why are you saying you messed up? That's not true.
I mean, they healthy. It's just that they're not really black. Well, black doesn't mean anything, so it ain't matter. But yeah, I messed up their DNA. I gotta get with a black one.
Yeah, black is that's social
Hey,
construct.
hold on a second. Hey, ain't no shame in the game, brother. You had a relationship with a woman, whether she's white or what. I will not judge you. You do what you do, and when men and women get involved, I don't get in between that. That's between you and her. So you didn't mess up. You had a relationship with a woman. That's point blank, and you have some beautiful children now that has mixed culture within them on both sides. So ain't no shame in your game, bro. You producing, bro. That's what you're doing. So ain't no shame in your game. Sister Angie, you want to say something real quick before I get into this?
Not yet. Just thank you for letting me on the
Right.
panel, but not yet. Thanks.
Yeah, this brother in the audience just said Garfield that One West, they got the chart later. This is something that Brother Reggie from the conscious community, from Brother Sonetta's channel, who's from the Bronx, represent the Bronx all day. Shout out to Brother Reggie. I got this from him. Is this where the One West elders got the chart from? Now pay attention now. Look at this right here. They also had a chart, a 12-tribe chart, way before One West. This was in the 1920s or 30s. So British Israelism has always had a 12-tribe chart, but their 12-tribe chart is like the Ethiopian World Federation chart also, who the guy Abba Bivens knew, the guy in Jamaica who was one of Bob Marley teachers. He also had a chart, and the 12-tribe chart he had was related to astrology and signs. So if you were born in Cancer, if you were born like a Cancer, whatever, you'd be this tribe, you'd be Judah, you'd be Naphtali, you'd be Asher, whatever. So they already had a 12-tribe chart before One West had a 12-tribe chart. Let's not play games like this is not facts outer road, as we say in Jamaica. Like this is not outer road. Then you had the Mormons, who were the ones who were saying the Central Americans were part of tribe. This was Shem and whatever. So all these charts, let's not play games like this chart is original. It's not original, and it's silly. And the reason why it's silly, because we know that if you're saying Arzareth is America, which I'm gonna get to later, where no man has ever dwelt, we know that people, Native Americans, lived there. We had the Olmecs, we had the Carol Supe culture, building major structures way before even ancient Egypt. So what are you talking about? We had these people in Peru, Brazil. We had mummification here in the Americas way before ancient Egypt had mummification, and they're well preserved. So you had people over here who had a culture, a strong culture. So you can't say where no man has ever inhabited is America, because America was well inhabited. This is what makes this chart false. Whether you want to believe it or not, that's on you. But I'm gonna get into it some more later. But this is also an updated chart for the British Israelites by David Yaddy, who's a strong believer in the British Israelism. This is a chart. All he's doing is copying the chart from years ago. The Danes are the tribe of Dan. It's right here. It's just stupid. We as black people is copying the same enemy that we call the devil, the Edomite. We're copying what the Edomite did. But the elders didn't know that we would have researched this. They didn't know that. Shout out to brother Reggie for pointing that out in that book, The Little Key, The Little Book Key by Ludwig Larson. Go look it up. Go look it up.
Garfield.
Go ahead, sis.
The Edomites, you call it Edomites. They called America Egypt. They also called South America Ethiopia. Ethiopia, South America
true?
was called Ethiopia prior to.
Who did that, sis? Who did that?
Is that true?
Who are you calling the Edomites? I have a map that has Ethiopia on. Before South America was named South America, they called it Ethiopia, and it was divided by Africa by the Ethiopian Sea, which is now called the Atlantic Ocean.
Is there a reference for that? Because
I do. I have a you know what? I don't know how to use this app. I'm gonna get that map for you.
Text it to me on Facebook. Text it to me on Facebook.
Yeah, let me look for it. I'll come off.
That called the Atlantic Ocean, the Ethiopian Ocean. I think it's the Pacific.
Ethiopian Sea.
Ethiopian Sea. This is in the 1700s. I have no problem with that part at all. But let me get to this part in this slide.
Okay.
Real quick. I want to say that Rabbi Ford, who is one of the mainstays of why we have Black Hebrew Israelism, was a very cool guy. All right, he was a part of the UNIA. He was actually kicked out by Marcus Garvey because he wanted the Marcus Garvey movement to follow some sort of Black Judaism. All right. Now, I'm gonna make it clear to everybody. He got kicked out because Garvey. He's the one that wrote the national anthem for the Garvey movement. This guy here. So when they talk about, oh, he was a part of Garvey movement, Garvey kicked him out though. They don't tell you that part because he wanted them to be follow Judaism. See right here. He also joined the UNIA and unsuccessfully attempted to persuade Garvey to institute Judaism as its official religion. With decline of the UNIA, Ford devoted more time to his B'nai Abraham congregation and to his efforts to repatriate blacks to Ethiopia. All right. Now watch this. Jake Faisovich of University of Geneva, Ford left the existence of the Falashas, confirmed his beliefs, and after meeting with Faitlovich in about 1929, determined to go to Ethiopia himself. This move became especially attractive when the Beth B'nai Abraham congregation collapsed financially and lost his property in 1930. He left what remained of his work to Wentworth A. Matthews, head of the commandment keeper of Ethiopian Hebrew congregation, and sailed for Ethiopia. Now, Rabbi Ford gets kicked out of UNIA. Ford dies. Wentworth takes over. Wentworth takes over. Rabbi Wentworth, that's him on the left right there, hugging up on that white woman right there. So Jake Faitlovich was a white Ashkenazi Jew who was funded by Baron de Rothschilds. No conspiracy needed. It's facts. And why did Rothschild fund him? Rothschild was a Zionist, and he wants to find Africans to validate white Zionist false claims of actual history. So he wanted to find the Africans who were Jews and then associate the Zionists with those African Jews to claim Israel. Look it up. It's on Google. Let's look it up on Google. Faitlovich was born in Lodz, Poland in 1881 and visited Ethiopia for the first time in 1904. He received a grant from Baron Edmund de Rothschild to look for black Jews, quote unquote. Newspapers reported at that time the European scholar who had studied at the School for Oriental Languages at Sorbonne in Paris astounded the Ethiopian Emperor Menelik II with his fluent command of the country's languages and told him that Ethiopian Jewish tribes were connected to white Jews elsewhere in the world. And he later on went on, by the way, to say that the reason why the Jews were black in Ethiopia was because of where they lived and the sun. So they got a tan. Sound like Ola Uda Equiana, right? They can't be black Jews. They're only black because of the sunlight. Craziness. So in the meanwhile, Professor Jacob Faitlovich of Union Hebrew College, who was making an exploration trip in Ethiopia, studying the various races and their ethnical backgrounds, came back in 1929 and reported that the Falashas of Ethiopia originated from the stock of Israel and were Ethiopian Hebrews. That was enough for the then Reverend Matthews, because remember, Wentworth Matthews was a Christian, Freemason, work Obia, work with D. Lawrence. People need to know this man's history. He embraced the Hebrew faith, gave up the New Testament, and in 1930 received his rabbinate and became Rabbi Matthews. He changed the name church to the Ethiopian Hebrew Congregation of the Living God. All right. The One West camp was originally founded in Harlem, New York in 1969 by a man who went by the name of Eber Ben Yamin and also the name Abba Bivens. Abba Bivens had earlier been a member of another Black Hebrew Israelite group known as the Commandment Keepers. However, Bivens eventually left to start his own group, which met at 1 West 125th Street. The One West camp even went so far as to map each of the 12 tribes of Israel to various modern nationalities and ethnic groups. So this is Abba Bivens. This is Masha, Yaqub, Arya, Shar. So Yaqub is Arya's father. Arya is the one that supposedly made up the 12 tribe chart. Masha was King David reincarnated. He got killed. So people started saying he was King David. Then you had the house of David, which Nathaniel comes from, which is the group that got stoned in Kenya, IUIC. Tahar is GMS. Zabak is HOI, House of Israel. Then you have the original ICUPK. In the mid-90s, Masha broke away from the ICUPK and formed the House of David. Then the House of David, of course, he's David reincarnated. Then ICUPK broke off with Arya, the guy that made a 12-tribe chart, became the leader of the ICUPK and changed the name to ICGJC. Arya and Shah are still there. All right. Then Yahana broke away from ICJC and started his own group, going back to the name ISUPK. Then, of course, Rasha broke from there and formed GOCC. So Arya, the holy apostle and chief high priest. And this is how the Bible came down to us as Black folks, if we're not familiar. You had the early Christian church. Then you had a split, the East-West Schism, where you had the Eastern Orthodox Church and you had the Roman Catholic Church. In around the 1520s, you had Martin Luther broke away from the Roman Catholics. This is how you got your Bible today, family. You got it from the Edomite, the so-called Edomite, the white folks. So the Roman Catholics broke from the Protestants, but the Roman Catholics are the one who sponsored the slave trade and got us over here. So the Protestants in the meantime were fighting. So they broke away and you started forming Lutheranism. Anglicanism is what the British had. And you had Calvinism with John Calvin, and you had other people too. I won't mention the other people because they're not prominent like John Calvin and Martin Luther. So Anglicanism is the British church. The British church broke off into Episcopalian, Baptist, sounds familiar, Methodist, Pentecostal. Now watch this. A lot of Black people follow Calvinism. When they talk about God knows what you're going to do before you do it. It's already predisposed, or they already know about it. But you have the Baptists. A lot of Black folks are Black Baptists. A lot of us are Pentecostal. Out of the Pentecostal movement, that's where Crowdy, Cherry, and William Christian comes out of. I think they come out of the Pentecostal tradition. So that's the whole Obia tradition, Pentecostal, and that's where the Hebrewisraelism started to be prominent amongst Black people as far as hearing it from a church perspective. What was unique with Abba Bivens is that let me say this about him. What was unique about Abba Bivens and the One West movement? You did not have a church or someone claiming to be Israel, full-time Israelites that believed in the New Testament. So when you find Israelites in history or Jews, they are claiming Old Testament only and they don't believe in the New Testament. So what made him unique, Abba Bivens unique, ladies and gentlemen, and I got to give him this, outside of the Jews for Jesus, which was a Baptist movement from 1866 that became prominent in the 1960s. And these were Jews for Jesus was not a Jewish movement. It was Jews for Jesus was a Christian movement that promoted Judaism. You don't find people who believe in Judaism, believe in the New Testament, because Jesus is not considered to be the Messiah. So when you find somebody in Portugal or wherever, they don't believe in the New Testament. So you can't use them as, you see, we believe this and that's us. Remember, you guys preach Jeremiah 14:2. I think that you had lost your culture, you forgot it. So you can't say this person remember that they're an Israelite in West Africa and say that those are Israelites. You're contradicting yourself. The people in West and Central Africa followed Judaism. Only one group in the Igbo, I think they follow something. I think Divine Prospect talked about it, Sabbatarianism, which is like a 7-day Adventist. But ladies and gentlemen, if you are studying Khalil, right, Messianic Jews, this is what made One West unique. You accepted Jesus as the Christ, but the problem is when you accept the New Testament, you're now a Christian. So you're really butthurt Christians trying to push an Israelite paradigm. That's basically what you are. All right. Now let me get to this IUIC video and I'll get back to some more teachings. All right. Let me get to this video here. Anybody want to jump in for 2 minutes before I get to this video?
No, I agree with what you were saying though. It's just more so that you trying to it's more like trying to integrate the Christian custom with the Israel. It's not supposed to mix like that. So I definitely agree with what you're saying.
I'm trying to find this IUIC video. Let me go on YouTube and see what I could find with IUIC video. If I could find a clear video. I know what's his name did a commentary on it, but I wanted to see a video. All right, let me show this video that you guys put in the back chat and see if it makes sense to show everybody this video.
Hey Garfield, can I ask you something real quick?
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so with Messianic Jews, are they, when it comes to the covenants, right? Because Jesus, that's a new covenant. Are they still holding on to the covenant, the covenant with with Moses, as far as what the laws was given to Moses and that covenant, or have they just left that alone and then it's strictly with the new covenant? I don't really understand how that works when it comes to Messianic Jews.
Messianic Jews are all your Messianic Jews that saying that not necessarily that Jesus is the Messiah, it's just saying that you're expecting a Messiah to come. But if you accept Jesus, you're no longer a Messianic Jew in a sense. You're more like a Christian because you accept Christ. You're just an offshoot of a Christian. So once you believe in the New Testament, you're a Christian. Now, Messianic Jews are all over the world, is that they're looking for a Messiah. I mean, they still follow the Jewish customs. It's basically an offshoot of rabbinical Judaism. You're expecting a Messiah. But once you accept the New Testament, you're a Christian.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
But you're Jews that accept Christian, like my brother Zion Lex, I think he's now a Messianic Jew, but he accepts the New Testament. So he's not a Jew anymore. He's a Christian. You know what I'm saying?
That's where it gets confusing, because I've been on, I've had discussions with, well, they'll say that they are Israelite, or the terms get confusing, but they still believe they do believe that Jesus is that's who they're looking to return. They're looking for Jesus to return, but they'll still say that they're
actually
Israelite.
To correct you, they're waiting for Elijah, because Elijah has to come before the Messiah.
Okay,
so that's what they're waiting for. They're waiting for Elijah.
Hold
on 1 second.
Man.
Byron, turn on your background, Byron. Byron, turn on your background.
Okay. Prophecies.
Turn on your background, Byron.
We need some new prophets.
Yeah. Hello.
Go ahead, Byron. What's up?
Yeah, that's the major point, what the brother says, right? That's frowned on in Israel, with the Israelite, because there's Israelites in Dimona. I'm sure you heard of Dimona. There's two areas where brothers are. They're in Arad and in Dimona, which are Black Americans who are claiming Israelites. And the people I think I've heard that the people in Dimona are split. Some are Messianic and some are Torah Tanakh only, right? But across Jews, whether they're Sephardic, whether they're Mizraim, whether they're Ashkenazi, there's no mention of Christ. So they kind of frown that some of our people who claim to be Jews, because if you say you're Jew or you say you're Israelite, really you're saying you're kind of Jewish in a way. Or I know they don't say that they're Jews, but they're reading from the same text and the same kind of belief system.
Okay.
They don't believe in Christ. Christ is like, you know, so that point right there is not to be overlooked. You know, what they're doing, what was created, or what Garfield said is absolutely correct. But that is a major point, right? That nowhere in the world will you hear of people claiming to be Jews, right, who worship Christ. That's an American baked homemade cake belief system. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I just wanted to, you know, chime in that what the brother said was correct. But that is a major point, which is kind of like overlooked, you know, with this Yahweh Shai and that. But yeah, Garfield, let you go. I want you to go and present the Kenya situation. All right, I'll let you go. All right, one love anyway. That's all I had to go and say, brother.
All right, peace. Let me just get this out the way real fast. Let's see what happened. I've not seen this yet. This is the first time I'm seeing this. Let's go.
Brother in the yellow shirt, you to be a special you
Yo, they getting bombed, yo. Yo. Why the most I ain't protecting y'all, man?
Ladies and gentlemen, all of
shows you, brother in the yellow shirt, you to be a
Hold on a second. Let me go to my brother my brother's video. Let's see if this helps.
Laughing that this happened to them at all. It's crazy. It's wild. Let's take a look at it again.
You, brother in the yellow shirt, you to be a.
So he's telling them the Lord chose you, brother. He's telling them the Lord chose you. That Hamite is like, I'm a Hamite, man. You think I give a darn? Bro, Kenya, like I said, a small remnant of us are everywhere. But the vast majority of these places where we are scattered are, in fact, Gentile heathens. Imagine saying, you know, yeah, our people are scattered everywhere. So every person in Bangladesh, every person in Madagascar, no. Like you would have to pinpoint the specific tribes, check out their oral traditions, check out their customs, check out their history to see if they're the Israelites that are scattered there. And this is what you're going to get if you go to the chief marketplaces of these cities, or these places rather, where you believe our people to be. No, they got them signs up. No, listen, that had to be by design. We're going to make our signs of wood over here to keep these stones when they get hurled. No, I ain't gonna lie. Now, everybody can say what they'll do in a situation like that, but man, some of us gonna run to it, not run from it, and that might not be that might listen.
Hey, let me tell y'all something right now. If back in my NOI days, I'm standing on 10 feet down, man, 10 toes down, man. Because I said, Master Farad Muhammad backed me. This is why I tell y'all, these people don't believe what they say they believe, yo. This is foolishness. Shout out to Lord Abba made a comment of the day. I got to put it on the screen. Shout out to Lord Abba, man. Hebrew Israelites calling Africans, Hamites, and Europeans Edom is crazy. Not only to you, my brother, it's crazy to people who have level heads. It is one of the dumbest doctrine in the world. It is stupid. Everything they get is from Edomites. YouTube, Clubhouse, TikTok, all these things you're using, Instagram, is all from Edomite. You go to the doctor, he's an Edomite doctor. You're having a baby, your baby is born in an Edomite hospital. And you don't wait till 8 days to circumcise. They circumcise you. They ask you, do you want it to get circumcised? You get circumcised in a day, and they release you in 24 hours. You don't live by no laws. You don't get circumcised no 8 days. Stop fronting. This is a front. It's a money maker. If I wanted, these dudes don't know the Bible the way I do. They might can recite verses and do precepts better than me, but they don't know the history that's attached to the Bible better than Garfield. So if I was a preacher and I was a supporter of this, bro, they would have get more followers, boy. Because I would have added the history and said, this is why this happened, and mix it up. It's a farce. You don't believe what you claim you believe. You should stand firm because the Most High is backing you.
Yep.
Garfield, you'd be the fool not to run. Nope, I'm not running. The Most High is backing me and my brothers. We are backed by God. So why are we running? We are on assignment from God. So why are you running?
Yep.
As a matter of fact, and even if I did run, we're going to show up back tomorrow because we're doing God's work. These people are fake. I'm telling you, IUIC is smart. You know why IUIC is smart? Because they're trying to expand the 12-tribe chart to include what they call Hamites. So they're going to last forever. People like Genesis, my brother Hakar, and them calling them Hamites don't work because it's stupid. That teaching is stupid. Because when you get off the slave ship and we all come from Igbo land, how do you decide who is a Semitic person or a Hamitic person coming off the slave ship? Who is Shem and who is Ham? How do you decide when they have the same genetic makeup, they come from the same area, been in that land for over 20,000 years? How do you differentiate? It is
impossible.
Stupid. It is stupid. And if you don't see it, I don't know what to tell y'all. And then they say, God, you a scoffer, you a hater. No, I'm kicking reality.
Yep.
Israel bound, you show me somebody who circumcised on the 8th day right now within your children. You tell me your grandchildren get circumcised Israel bound on the 8th day. Show me. And by the way, why do you have the Edomite doing it? Where's your Israelite doctors? Oh, y'all not smart enough to be doctors? There's no doctors. Show me a doctor that's an Israelite. Show me one. Shit is a lie, man. We get the numbers. You ain't get no numbers. Social media makes y'all look like y'all got numbers. But the black church reigns supreme in America. Always have and always will be the number one as far as people who are controlling America. Y'all ain't got no. Where y'all black doctors at? Oh, I got a psychologist. Show me a black doctor that circumcised you. Show me a Shemite doctor. Stupid.
Why didn't Yahweh make a new covenant for them here to, so that they could still keep up with with these customs in a new place? You know what I mean? They're not keeping up to it.
Finish this video. Hold on, let me finish this video. My man Israel Bound probably jumped on. He trying to.
Don't shoot me. That might not be the smart way, but it's like
you can't help them, Israel.
Hold on a second, bro. Like you hit me in the head with a rock, I'm gonna get mad. I'm gonna want my lick back.
And I gotta say this: them dudes without beards, they're gonna say they're not Israelites because they can't grow beard. You're gonna have the idiots that say that. And by the way, I have to loop all of One West crazy people into one. I apologize if you don't believe this, if you're One West, but you believe in One West teachings anyway, so it's already some sort of stupidity leaning towards your thinking anyway. And what happened is this makes money for people. They could sell gear, they could put out rap albums, so they don't want to lose that. They sell products. So being an Israelite is money making because Israelites going to support Israelites. So it's a money maker. I'm Israelite. If I become an Israelite, everybody start watching my channel. They know Garfield is talking about real history, so they don't come to my channel. But I'm going to push it, and 1 and 2 of them going to watch it and whatever. Few people change their minds. They're not in the One West and they're going back to Christianity, or they claim Israel, but they're not whatever. This is foolishness. This is absolute foolishness. And look, this is what happened. My God is protecting me. So when they see these guys coming out, or Hamites, so how do you differentiate from Hamites? Oh, he ain't got no beard. You're going to hear the stupidness. You're going to hear it.
Good thing the police were there to you know, de-escalate things. But again, when you're dealing with, you know, and this is the press conference right here. If you guys can see this, this is the press conference right here. And you'll see.
So hold on, the Bishop Nathaniel was literally there. Yo, the Christians gonna have a feast day with this. They go like, I bet you if we went there, they wouldn't do that. Because you're not backed by God, you're the devil. I'm telling you, religion is, yo, it's a comedy for me, yo. This is comedy. This is comedy, man.
Yeah, I'm serious. I believe the brother to the left, I don't know if he's a bishop, deacon, but he was the one that was out there teaching at the point when the tear gas and rocks came. I don't know if they talk about it on here, though. Oh, they did. Let's see.
Amount of money to pay. You get your foreign aid from America and Britain, and then they tax you with a large sum of money to pay back. That's called neo-colonialism, and the Bible prophesied all that type of stuff. It's only going to get worse here in Kenya.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bishop Nathaniel. I think you can watch the video unless you guys have a question.
My question is, it is a video.
Ham sandwich. Ham sandwiches.
There, I can see there are some police officers. I wanted to know whether you have the relevant documents that you can show us.
I think to answer that, I think we can see the video first so that we get the context of the video from which we can ask a few questions.
But we could get the documents, show whether they are registered to operate in Kenya.
You should watch the video first.
Let's watch the video first.
Let's go.
And even though I, believe that most of those are Hamites, it still comes with doing the work. Brothers are out there, and that's why to be in a camp, man, it takes power. It takes mucho bravado, courage, because this could happen by the Gentile heathens and our own people.
Whether you have the relevant documents, show that.
Well, just in one of the brothers' houses. Where's the document? We met with, what's the chief of police? We met with George Say. He told us we could teach on street. He said it would be very safe here in Kenya, but that's not true. It's not true at all.
So you are not given formal documents to operate?
So, yes, we have documents to open this, to operate here. Yes. But to teach on the street you're referring to, we spoke to him personally. He says, not a problem. This is a democratic country. That's what he said. It's very safe.
What informed the broadcast that he is saying in that video?
The church. The Christian church. The Christian church called the police. Why are you confused?
Just worried. I'm just concerned.
We're going to come back here. So I said something earlier that the prophets are supposed to be focused on Babylon because that's where the bulk majority of both kingdoms would be, of the true Israelites, the so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans. And so this is Revelation 17:15. 17:5. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. And when you look in all in Revelation, it says the prophets were there. The blood of the prophets were there. The blood of the...
I ain't listening to that. That's craziness. Israel bound. What's up, man? Come on, man. What's up? What's up, brother?
What's up, Garfield?
I'm gonna give you a free rate. You know you got a free rate on my channel. You could talk your shit here anytime. So go ahead.
I was just coming on to say that
about the 8th day. You wanted to address that?
Yeah, I don't have no sons, but one of my closest homie got 5 sons, and I think his last 3 was circumcised on the 8th day.
Okay. All right, no problem.
So what they do is that on the if you do it on the first day, they have to give them injections of vitamin K, and a couple of other.
So the Edomites give them the vitamin K?
Yeah, of course.
Or the Hebrew Israelites have their own doctors that make sure that vitamin K is not poison or some sort of disease. I'm a conspiracy theorist, so I don't know. We're implanting stuff in us.
We know that's been in the history of this place, but I don't think in general. At least I speak for myself that doctors are here for a reason, and the Bible tell you to
Do you trust the doctors, Israel bound? Do you trust them?
Yeah, I see them all the time.
Do you trust them? I want to hear you use the word trust. Do you trust the Edomite doctors that takes your blood and come back and tell you might have high blood pressure or cholesterol high? Do you trust them?
I trust God, but I go to the doctor because it's necessary.
You trust God, but do you trust the science when they tell you that you might have your sugar is high or your cholesterol is high or you have high blood pressure?
Yeah, I'll go that far. Yeah, for sure.
No, I want to hear you say the word trust. You're not saying the word trust though. Do you trust them? I'm
trying
to get you our records. I could put this up later. I want to put it on my show.
You want to make a clip? Just tell me you want to make a clip. I'll participate.
I want to make a clip with you, bro. I want to make a clip.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I trust that if I go to the doctor
the word trust,
and they tell me that, now you okay.
For y'all don't know,
that's a pickle.
I love this brother. He has a story. He has a testimony, man. That is powerful. He is. I mean, this is why when he says he's an Israelite, I don't really stress him or whatever. I just point out the information in history that I disagree with, because his testimony, his living testimony, could make a lot of people become Israelites, because he has a living testimony that's real, that's powerful, really powerful, man. He's a good brother here. We might get into it. Well, we don't really get into it. He get into it with everybody on Clubhouse, not me. But
I'm trying to do better on that.
If it's better in your life, if if that's what you should, because that's what you're tying in your life experience with and your testimony. You should. I mean, me too. I came from that as well, and when I was like, yeah, things in my life, I did make that connection with it. It's so it's. I mean, I guess as long as it doesn't get too personal, disrespectful, it's all good.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, I want y'all opinion on it. This is a One West teacher that I pointed out, Tahar from the House of David and all that stuff, GMS. They're saying that Tahar is like Paul reincarnated. I want y'all to check this out. This is kind of crazy.
Greetings. In 2009, I put out a video on GMS's doctrine that Masha is King David reincarnated. And at the end of that video, I briefly touched on the possibility that they had a secret doctrine that Tahar is the Apostle Paul reincarnated.
It tells you when the men of the Lord spoke, that's in the history, like riots broke out. Especially like Apostle Paul. And Apostle Paul is here. And that ain't me. All right, go on.
9 years later, Vocab Malone came out with a video which focused specifically on the possibility that the inner core of GMS held to this secret doctrine that Tahar is the Apostle Paul reincarnated. It was a great video. It was a fun video. I recommend it. I'm going to put a link to it in the video description. The video was helpful because while some GMS members at that time in 2018 were saying that they had never heard of this alleged doctrine, Vocab produced an audio clip from Alazar Ben Loya, who is now the leader of Sakari, but was a former member of GMS, and he was recounting how he had come across that doctrine amongst certain members as far back as 2011. Also worthy of note, a few months later, the Jesus is the Word account put out a video about Sakari, and relevant to this discussion, it had a brief clip, a brief bit of older footage, which I had never seen before, in which Alazar Ben Loya, shortly after leaving GMS, made passing reference to the fact that some men believe that Tahar is Paul reincarnated.
Not saying anything negative about Tahar or any one of the elders, because they rule well and they're spiritual men and they're deep men, but I'm saying, just like Paul was saying, Paul is a spiritual and deep man. Some men even say Paul is Tahar. But
So here's how I would describe the way that the information on this secret doctrine has unfolded over the years. I first heard about it in 2009 when a former member of GMS told me in private that they allegedly had this secret doctrine that Tahar is the Apostle Paul reincarnated. And the clip that you just saw of Gabar declaring the Apostle Paul is here and that ain't me seemed to corroborate that rumor that I had heard from that former member. Then about a year or two later, there was another member of GMS who left the group, and he joined up with a man named Tawab Racha. And when the two of them were making videos relevant to GMS, he also claimed that GMS has this secret doctrine about Tahar being the Apostle Paul reincarnated. Then, as was just alluded to in 2018, Al-Azhar Banloya, who often has helpful and interesting insights on One West history, shared what he remembered from 2011, where he encountered at least GMS members speculating that Tahar was Paul. However, to be clear, Al-Azhar never attributed that doctrine to the GMS leadership. And finally, since at least as far back as 2018, Tahar himself has publicly said things like, I just might be Paul, but he's also stated that he doesn't know who he is in the quote unquote reincarnation. So up to this point, with the information that was just covered, it seems quite uncertain. Someone wouldn't know what to make of this information. It certainly seems a bit speculative. You have to fill in the gaps with a bit of speculation. My own speculative conclusion was tentatively that the doctrine did in fact exist amongst GMS's inner core, but it was arrived at via speculation amongst members in 2009. However, in this brief video, the reason why I want to make this brief video is because I came across a tiny bit more information, which I'd like to add to the historical record as our understanding of this apparent secret teaching that existed amongst some members continues to unfold. In the summer of 2016, Vocab Malone hosted Alpha and
All right, so let me get from that. Yeah, Israel Born, you got any comments on that? Because you're the only Israelite on the panel before I get into another video.
All rolling over in his grave right now.
Did y'all see this fight between GMS and ISUPK?
With the recent passing of Tazaryach, the leader of the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ, certain members of Great Millstone have occasionally made vague passing references to a physical confrontation which had happened between the ICGJC and the group now called GMS back in 2005. Just to be clear, GMS took on the name Great Millstone, quote unquote Great Millstone, around 2007 when people started referring to the group by the name of its first YouTube account. So in this video, when I refer to the group back in 2005, I'll be referring to them as either Proto-GMS or the group now called GMS. Whatever the case, because many are unfamiliar with the story of the encounter of the physical confrontation between the two groups, but many of those same people will probably find it interesting, I wanted to attempt to piece together some of what happened for the historical record. So this is essentially, this video is intended as yet another contribution to the historical record on One West history. Now, I recognize that some of this will feel a bit like I'm trafficking in sensationalist gossip. Nonetheless, I wanted to compile some of the bits of information that I have, some of it in the form of video footage of others discussing it, and some of it in the form of what was told to me in private conversations. What I share here is naturally incomplete, and naturally it comes with a certain margin of error. But I hope this contribution might further the conversation and get others to share more information on the subject. By the way, quick warning, there will be a number of places where profanity is employed in this video, so the audio is not suitable for various settings like work, etc. So, listener discretion is advised. To begin, back on April 10th, Tahar, the leader of GMS, was discussing the passing of Tazaryach, and he made a passing reference to the ICGJC, quote-unquote, jumping members of GMS, but he gets distracted and loses focus, and he doesn't finish the thought. Nonetheless, listen to this brief clip and his brief reference at the end.
Got to be the fact that he's dead. Said he died on April 1st, and that's pretty much it. you know, my thing is this. At first, when I heard it, I kind of felt bad because he got family. But then another side of me is like, yo, fuck him, man. You know? Because he jumped a couple of, oh, by the way, I showed you, I should have went down the other block.
Now, I realize that wasn't exactly very clear, so I'll also note that a few days earlier, while at camp, the GMS elder Monotheism also made a passing reference to GMS getting quote-unquote jumped by members of the ICGJC.
Acts 5:38. And now I say unto you, refrain from these men and let them alone.
Right. But it came to the point where they even jumped us. I mean, from in the spirit world or not, they jumped us over what? Over the word, man. All right, over because we was sitting there teaching the scriptures, man.
Now, on the other side, about 11 and a half years ago, the ICGJC rap group known as the Byzantine Kings put out what's popularly known as a diss track. It was titled Straight Outta Hell by St. Basil, who's currently an apostle in the ICGJC. And in that rap video, the St. Basil addressed a number of different rival groups, such as GMS, Light and Body Church, which was the precursor to GOCC, House of Israel, and the new ISUPK. Here, I'm going to play the entire segment on GMS, which is about 40 seconds long, but I ask that you focus in particular on what is said at the end.
Yo, these niggas coming straight out of hell. It's a rebel camp called GMS, led by Tahar and all of his BS. Got a few chumps, nigga, got a few goons. These niggas count 7 from the new moon. Friday, sundown to Saturday, sundown. These niggas is demons, they straight defiling it. The truth, they out of it. Fake and counterfeit. Everything they teach, we straight confounding it. The Sabbath ain't 7 days from the new moon. You don't count from the moon, you damn before. It's blasphemous. The moon was made the 4th day and the Sabbath was 3 days after it. You fat bastard, you gay, you negative. You niggas about to get ran out of Connecticut. So stay on the internet running your lips, but you ain't been back for 1/5. Straight out of hell.
All right. Did you catch the portion at the end where St. Basil says, quote, you ain't been back on 1/5, end quote? I'll play it one more time.
So stay on the internet running your lips, but you ain't been back for 1/5.
Now, I played those disparate clips because they all allude to the same single encounter, that being the one that's the subject of this video. But one unfamiliar with the details of that encounter may be left wondering what the fuller story there might be. To my knowledge, the most detailed description of the encounter on video came from Grla of GMS back in 2008. So I'm going to play a couple minutes from that, though up front, I should say that one should keep in mind that this is from GMS's perspective, and thus it naturally will neglect to mention certain details. Nonetheless, here's Grla's description of the encounter.
Spirit is telling me that this guy got his little spies out in the audience coming up there. You know what, man? We're going to say this. We're going to say it just once. All right? We're going to say this. We're going to say this only once. That little low-life black motherfucker better stay his ass up in the Harlem, man. Because you know what? The last time, right, there was an altercation, and them niggas came and surrounded this camp up on 125th Street.
There was 9 of us there that day.
9 brothers against all them faggots up
They had
there,
about 60,
right?
70 niggas.
And they rolled up on brothers and they jumped on brothers. Now, me myself, I wasn't there. Me, certain brothers wasn't there that day. Right? Then them little low-life cocksuckers did what they did, and they got over on that, right? But they came and they jumped on the camp. That was mistake number 1. I got some news for you, man. Just you little spies. That's what that dude. You niggas, man. You niggas, man. You roll up on us again, it's not gonna be like the last time. That's all we got to say. That's all we gonna say. We want you to roll up on us again. Please. Okay? Please, man. Please roll up on us again. Go back and tell that motherfucker that. Okay? For you little spies. Okay? Go back and tell them to come on today. Now, to us an elder, now that nigga, when they jumped on the camp and did what they did, that dude, the discomforter, was standing there talking a lot of crap. Tell Tahar, he's nuts. Tell Tahar, we coming to get him. That was going on. The scripture said, rebuke not an elder, man. Now, Tahar's an elder to that nigga. So he was going off. And I'm going to say this again, man. The niggas, man, you try to roll up on us again, it's going to be done. Y'all can do it if you want to,
Y'all can do it if you want to, but it's gonna be bad, man.
It didn't look good the first time when they did it either.
Okay? You guys made yourself look real bad.
And they recorded it too.
Yeah.
They had a nigga standing across the street recording the whole thing.
I want to interrupt here for a quick moment. Upon hearing that the encounter was recorded, one is likely to immediately wonder, where's the footage of that actual encounter then? About a decade ago, I spoke with a former member of the ICGJC who was involved in that fight, and he told me what happened with that. It turns out that the call to run out there and confront the men in the group now called GMS, Proto-GMS, came quite suddenly that day. And so the men involved rushed out hastily. One member of the ICGJC did bring a video camera, and he did attempt to record the encounter, but according to the person I spoke with, the battery was not charged for that video camera, and thus little to no actual footage was captured. Anyway, with that, back to GMS's description of the encounter.
Now, when you come down with 60 niggas to jump on 9 people, them people ain't supposed to walk away. You niggas didn't look too good that day either. You got it recorded. Some of you niggas went to the hospital. None of us went to the hospital. None of us, you fucking faggots. You fucking pussies. I was there that day too. You fucking pussies.
But that's not what it's supposed to be about.
That's not what we about, and that's not what it's supposed to be about. But we just putting it out there. Them niggas had a nigga across the street with a camera recording the whole thing. When you come with 60 people on 9 people, them people supposed to leave in ambulances or go to the morgue. Some of them went to the hospital. None of us did.
So that covers most of GMS's description of the fight from the description they gave on that day back in 2008. However, the same day that Rakha gave that description, he also discussed another topic, which is more related to the brawl than some may appreciate. So here in the footage I'm about to show, Rakha recounts the more ecumenical spirit that his camp, the group now called GMS, the ecumenical or cordial spirit that they once had towards other Israelite groups, including the main school, the ICUPK, and then later the ICGJC after the name change. However, when the ICGJC put together a DVD about other Israelite groups, they used Proto-GMS's erstwhile cordiality against them. So here I'm going to play Rakha's discussion on that, and then I'll show a few clips from the DVD itself.
We was up there in Harlem teaching the word, man. First of all, we never even said nothing about that dude Black Killer. Prior to the incident that went down back in 2005, prior to that, we wasn't even saying nothing about him. If anything, we was just out there teaching the word. That's all we was doing, minding our own business, man.
We used to salute them when they came by.
And then first of all, when we saw them guys, we used to salute them. Why? Because Arya and Shaw was still with that school. And we always maintained that Arya and Shaw were men of the Lord, because those are two of the men that we came up under. We acknowledged that. We didn't know where in the world we said, look, man, fuck Arya. Man, look, man, we was always with Arya. Even when we split. Now, when the split went down with Noah and Arya, we left with Masha. That's right. Because we didn't stick with Masha. That was about 96. Okay. So we were sticking with Masha. But we still respected Arya, man. Yep. Even though the split went down, it was always maintained. Look, you brothers are not to go around talking bad about Arya. And the brothers, they're still Israel. We split, we went our separate, we're still brothers. Okay? Then the different splits went down and all this other bullshit went down, right? No, we was out there speaking in Harlem. We wasn't messing with this comforter. We wasn't messing with him. Matter of fact, we respected them guys. Matter of fact, a little bit before that incident went down, we ran into Arya on the street, right across the street from where we were speaking.
All right, let's get to Captain Tazaryach. Anybody have any comments on that?
The names are amazing, bruh. Saint Basil? Saint Basil? Are you kidding me?
West African YDNA, peace and love to you, man. Let's listen to Captain Tazaryach. Yo, WACK100 is one of the funniest persons on social media, man. Make sure you don't have children in the room or people that don't like cursing, because you know I haven't listened to it, but this is Captain Tazaryach and WACK100 against the Orthodox Jewish community. Let's check it out.
It hurts the Bible because you can't actually help. I just said 5
Please
words.
stay
You're
on.
talking. Shut the fuck up.
Man,
So
shut the hell up, man. Go ahead.
science. I told y'all he would be emotional. Remember I said that when we
Faithful,
first
please
got
I
in.
mean,
stay
you're
on
the one
mute
that
so
told
we
me
can
it first.
put
I
you
just
on the
repeated what you said.
stage.
Hey,
You
brother,
We
let's
can put you
respect
on.
Cap on the floor. Respect.
I got you.
Like I didn't talk the whole time you was talking.
All right,
I
go ahead,
knew
man.
you would be like this.
No doubt.
You can't put science with it because you can't just say E1 B1 should be in Esau and Jacob, because if we all come from Noah, we should all have the same marker.
Wake it up.
According to the science. And the reason why I bring this up, because when Garfield and Guerrilla Hebrew had the debate and they brought up all that E1B1, I had to do some research. So we're talking to Garfield and Brothers of the Light. Whatever your marker is, that's where you're starting from the father side. So if there's an E1B1 and a separate this, you can't match that up with the Bible. You're gonna have a conflict.
Exactly.
Because Noah had 3 sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. They should all have the same marker. So let's not do the whole science.
Exactly.
What the brother said that was right was, and he called Faithful out on it. He said that Faithful was going to talk about inheritance, and that's what Numbers the 27th chapter is talking about. It's talking about inheritance. But when they're talking about where our covenant comes from or what tribe you from, that is always from the father. You cannot get around that. So when you say, why is the so-called Jew doing this today?
You know what? I remember this conversation. This is not a recent conversation. I remember Captain texting me and said, yo, Garfield, I know you ain't coming up here to battle me and represent these white folks. I was like, pause. I'm not getting involved. I remember this conversation, y'all.
And when we ask you for the biblical example, you can't give it. You can't. You give one exception. Even if I don't argue, for the sake of argument, what you pulled out in Chronicles about the so-called Egyptian who is not an Egyptian, but even if I don't argue, you're talking about one so-called exception. But that is not the norm. Even the criteria says if he have no daughter, and they don't just say if he don't have no daughter. It says if he have no daughter, he shall give the inheritance to his brother. If he don't have no brother, he shall give the inheritance unto his father. If his father don't have no brother, he give it to the next kinsman of the family. So it wasn't something that they just isolated for a woman. They isolated it for a man that just did not have a seed to pass his inheritance to. The seed was so important that if a man died without a seed, what is the law? The law of a brother. Where if that man has a brother, what does he do? He go and sleeps with that woman to preserve seed for the brother.
Exactly.
That's how important the seed is. So you can't now in 2022 say you're a Jew because of your mother, because of a woman, because it does not match up biblically. The Egyptians was not trying to kill the firstborn women. They was trying to kill the firstborn men. We're not from the tribe. What tribe is Dinah from? Who are the Dinahites? There ain't no such thing as a Dinahite today. And that's
But she would be a Hebrew since her father was a Hebrew. You would agree, correct? If her father was a Hebrew, she would be a Hebrew. Yes, but you guys interjected when I
You
spoke.
won't let him finish.
Man. Yo, you don't let nobody.
Listen, didn't I tell y'all this is why I don't entertain.
Yeah, you getting emotional. Come on, bring it down, man. Keep
Brother,
going.
let him explain, bro. Let him explain. I mean, you know, if you're intimidated by his conversation, just say that.
Right.
That's a fact.
How you gonna be emotional and cut it on me to get mad when I check the fuck out of you?
Not really. You actually making a fool of yourself. Go ahead.
If you didn't talk, I wouldn't have nothing to say to you. I don't talk to you.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I appreciate it. So there's no such thing as the tribe of Dinah, because it's always been the tribe. And that ain't just an Israelite thing. It's the Dukes of Edom from the men, the Egyptians from the men, the Ethiopians from the men. Every tribe was passed down from the men. Now, again, usually when you have this conversation, they try to make it seem like we're being against the women. That's really in 2022 where you have a matriarchal argument and a patriarchal argument. That's not in the Bible, matriarchal versus patriarchal. It's just simply saying whatever the father is, that's the tribe that you come from. So when the Jewish man does that today, it just doesn't match up biblically. So they are not the real Jews according to the Bible. I have not seen any evidence to substantiate The so-called Jewish man, I don't care if you call him Esau, Japhet, whatever you call him, he's not the real Jew according to the Bible. You would have to show me according to the Bible how he's a Jew.
Yeah, so I already did.
I'd like to go next.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me respond, Dr. Responsible.
Faithful, hold on one second, bro.
No, it's a round
What you
robin.
said, Cap.
He afraid of me right there. You see that?
No, I'm not saying that. Well, he's actually from an outside observer, right? From a pale skin, Jacobian skin bitch like myself. What I see here is he's actually right on this point. I don't see any reason, and the scripture verses that you labeled on this particular point are exceptions to the rule. When there's no man available in the family lineage, that's when it goes to the woman. So
if you get into me for a second, Dr. Responsible.
But I will say it seems like he ate you up. So give it
not
1 minute.
Really.
Who was the round?
So, Dr. Responsible, respectfully. So, if you actually heard the initial argument,
let Dr.
No, hold on a second. Hold on.
I have the actual source, Faithful. You don't have
it. Hold on, bro. I'm saying this to Dr. Responsible. The initial argument wasn't that I'm arguing for matriarchal descent alone or anything foolish like that. What I said, and if you would have heard closely, is responding to the gentleman that said, nowhere in the Bible, nowhere will you find matriarchal descent. And I cut him when I went to Numbers 27 and 8, and I went to 1 Chronicles chapter 2. And that's not the only place. You have a man whose father's from the tribe of Judah, but he's called the son of Manasseh because his mother's from Manasseh, named Jair. You have other examples of men who there's lineages being traced through the mother, even though they have a father who's from the tribe of Judah. See, these nincompoops don't realize that if you actually read the Bible, you do have a concept of matriarchal descent. He said there's no concept. So no, I ate him up because he's saying there was 0 examples, and I gave an example. What he attempted to do was to deviate and say, oh, well, that's just inheritance. That's the exception. It doesn't matter if it's the exception. You said there's no examples. And I right now, just off the top of the head, gave 2 very clear ones that I can cut you with, plus other ones that I can cut you with to show that you're an idiot. And you don't know what you're talking about, both of you.
Hey, man, can you move away from your fucking mic a little bit? Just a little bit.
Lineage and inheritance. Faithful is not
You said there's no matriarchal descent, you nincompoop. And
Hold on. All right, we're gonna have one mic, okay? Dr. Responsible, you're gonna say so. WACK, one of the moderators. We're gonna have one fucking mic. Calm yourself down. Everyone gets a chance to say whatever the
we
hell
don't
they
need to all the name calling. We don't need to do that. Cap is here out of respect to me requesting him to be here. If you can't handle the conversation, if it's a little too intellectual for you, you can just drop yourself to the goo, because up here is everybody's having a respectful conversation. I brought up the brother, it's another brother I brought up down there, Cap. I don't know him.
Cap has been very respectful.
All as he is, right? So regardless of what the conversation is about, he's always been respectful. That's why he's a great representation of us. But let's just keep it there, because the only person that starts talking like that is a person that has nothing else to say.
Beautifully said.
Appreciate that.
All right, let's get back to the conversation.
I like to rebuttal.
Okay, so real quick, what Faithful did, yes, from what he explained, he's not wrong, but it still doesn't protect or defend the matrial lineage at all, meaning the female lineage. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Jacob. I'm a Black Orthodox Jew, not a member of any Israelite or any camps. Now I'm going to be honest. What Tazaryach said, a lot of truth was in there. But let's go back to the original question that we're all skating around. Where did this come from? Okay. Judaism started off patrilineal, and after the fall of the Second Temple, it switched to matrilineal. I posted the source in the chat. You guys can look it up. Okay. The reasoning behind.
Can you send it to
Excuse me. Yeah. Whoever wants me to send it to him, please back channel. Please back channel. The reasoning behind why that took place was because of the fall of the Second Temple. Okay. And the rabbis of that time had the viewpoint that the neshama, the soul of the Jew, comes from the mother. So that switch was made around 70 AD. Now, to all the New Testament believers in the room, the New Testament wasn't finished until 100 AD. After 100 AD. Okay, so the Old Testament was done, but the New Testament was still being written. So you're not going to see, if you're looking in the New Testament for this answer, you'll never find it because it's not there.
Rahab.
The Old Testament is patrilineal, as Tazaryach and as these Israelites are saying. There's no one here that can argue that, Jewish or not, that can argue with that. The reasoning why it switched was because of the fall of the Second Temple. At that point, Judaism had become Hellenized. And there are still some aspects today that consider some Hellenistic aspects. The menorah, certain aspects are Hellenized. That's why if you read the book of Maccabees, as was mentioned earlier, Alexander the Great is actually in the book of Maccabees. A lot of people don't know that. Yes, Alexander the Great's in the Bible. So that's the reason why it happened. The argument that you're making that it should still be patrilineal, that would be going against the rabbis for thousands of years. For you would be going against the breadth of knowledge of 2,000 years worth of rabbis.
Could you explain to us, Yaqub, why they changed?
I'm just trying to finish. I'm just trying to finish this because it's a very complicated subject. I will answer, but you would be going against over 2,000 years history. If you're arrogant enough to do that, or a genius enough to do that, I commend you, Jewish or non-Jew. I commend you, because that is a very intellectual endeavor to try to answer that question.
Hey, can I actually?
But that's the reason why it happened.
And I don't want to stop you. I want you to speak to something else. Can you, as you breaking down the change, can you just answer or add this part? If it doesn't line up with the Bible, is that how we end that argument or no? That's my question.
So you could, it would be your choice because the question that you would have to deal with would be, the ultimate question that you're asking would be to separate or to not separate. Now, if you look at the Kirites still believe the same thing that the Israelites believe in the camps. They believe the exact same thing, that it patrilineally comes through the Father.
Hey, let me speak a little, and I want you to continue, but I want you to speak. Whoever just unmuted, just stay right there. I want the cat to finish. What I'm speaking about, for those of us that believe in the Bible, we believe it's the word of God and it should not change. What you're saying is that it changed around 70 AD, and because
Judaism was completely destroyed two times.
Just let me finish what I'm saying, so you can answer my question. Because you said if we were to try to fight that, we're fighting thousands of years of history. So my question to fight it is, if we're all following the Torah and the Tanakh, and then for those of us that follow the New Testament, and we believe that's the word of God, and it was one way, and then in 70 AD, based on what you're saying, is that man came and changed God's way. Isn't the correct way to battle that argument is to just believe in God and follow what he said and not what man changed it to? That's what I want you to speak to.
No, because the laws of Hashem were never changed. It wasn't a law. It wasn't a law to go through the patrilineal line.
Salakia.
It was a
Numbers
community.
1:18 and law cap.
Yeah, Numbers. Numbers is Torah.
Right.
No, Numbers is a part of the Torah, but it's not a part of the 613 laws that it should go through the
Does
Father.
Torah mean
Can I
law?
vote for moderation?
No, wait.
This messed up the whole trajectory of the
Because you know where
conversation
this is
with
going to
this
go.
weak knowledge.
Wait, you know where this is going to go? It's going to go back.
Y'all know y'all got to let him talk too now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to finish this last part.
I'm trying to help him.
I would like to hear what
I
he's
answered your
saying,
question.
Captain
Faze, I answered your question.
Yeah.
What this is going to go back to is it's going to go back to the same thing that our community argues with you guys about today. It goes back to the same argument. We always get back here. It goes back, where were you when the first temple fell? When the second temple fell? Everybody left except the Yemenites. Everybody left. So let me ask you this. Okay. When the Jewish people get attacked today, like the French woman.
Does anybody who know this conversation that they're talking about agree with what he said? Everybody left except the Yemenites. Everybody didn't leave except the Yemenites. All right, let me carry on. That don't make no sense.
The 80-year-old woman that was stabbed to death by a neo-Nazi. Okay. When that stuff happens, when the Palestinians who bomb Gaza every single day, it's real. Where are you guys? Because that's what it's going to come back to. Because when these
changes,
everybody relax. When these changes took place, it was a group decision. It was a democratic decision.
Right.
Before the leaders of Judaism. And this was happening while the New Testament was being written.
Mm-hmm.
So I end with.
Oh, wait, I thought you were talking about something today. Are you talking about something from back then?
No, I'm saying the argument is the same. Because all 12 tribes left. All 12 tribes left.
No, what I'm saying.
You guys have to study the Second Temple and understand that the whole religion was basically destroyed at this time.
I get
it had to be rebuilt up from the bottom up.
The question that you just asked me was about when the people were attacked in Yemen and stuff like that. Where are we today? That was the question. I wanted to make sure I got that.
No. I said, where were you when these things are going on? We don't see your presence.
Right, when it happens today, right? So now, the reason why I wanted you to ask that question and get it verified.
I don't think Captain understood his question. He's like, in
Not at all.
When 70 AD got destroyed, where are you at this point? Those are talking about the Black Hebrew Israelites. And this is the problem that they have. I'm going to get into this later because I got to teach some stuff later about 70 AD and the Assyrian exile. What happened is, if you shut down the argument of 70 AD, and this is for Genesis, this is for Sakari, this is for ISUPK, this is for IUIC, this is for GMS, this is for all the major camps out there that claim they do research. If you shut down 70 AD and the Assyrian exile, because I'm going to play a DNA video and where the Scythians come from, they're trying to say from the Assyrian exile, the people that went to Medes went to are the Native Indians or the Latinos or whatever, right? That make up the 12 tribe chart. I'm saying that those people come from Central Asia and Siberia. Those are white people, Europeans that are R1B. I'm trying to figure out how is it that we as Black people taking British Israelism information and try to make it Black information, Blackanize it, say everybody's Black, and then those people are Europeans and make the Europeans Black to make the people Black. Then King James is Black. Then Anglo-Saxons are Black. All these people are Black, but the British Israelites are saying, hey, this is us, the white folks that formed Britain. We come from the Anglo-Saxons. We come from the line of Judah through a woman. They're the ones that made that stuff up with the Scythians. So why are we taking that now, remixing it when the information in the first place wasn't even correct? The Scythians are Europeans. They come from Central Asia and Siberia. Israelites don't come from Central Asia and Siberia. This is ridiculous. So now you got my brother Yawasab, who I love. He's teaching his craziness. Dan from Tabernacle of David, teaching his foolishness. Panah, teaching his foolishness. Oh, it's not all the Scythians. It's the Scythians as a group come from Central Asia and Siberia. How does that help us? But you want to prove your religion, your fake religion, right? That's all it's about. I'm a part of a gang, man. Me and Mika is Dagger Squad, man. And we're going to defend Dagger Squad till we die. Even when Dagger Squad wrong, we're going to defend it. That's what the religion is. So 2 + 2 is not 4, brother-in-law. 2 + 2 is 5. And my belief says 2 + 2 is 5. And I'm going to rock with 2 + 2 is 5 because it's coming from God. It's coming from God. I'm going to rock with it. I'm going to rock with that. 2 + 2 is 5. It's craziness. So now I'm going to move on from this, family. And forgive me for showing a lot of videos today because I want to run through some stuff before I teach some stuff. I want y'all to check this guy out. This guy makes a bunch of videos. When I mean a bunch of videos, he makes a bunch of videos about whitewash. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to play something from my Priest Daniela presentation to show you that One West it's a cult. And they all rock together with the same garbage. It's foolishness on every level. Watch this. Watch this right here. This is funny as hell.
Charles Lenos, Duke of Richmond, is son to King Charles II by the Duchess of Portsmouth. He is well-shaped, black complexion, much like King Charles. The Duke of Richmond is described having a black complexion, yet we see a pale man representing him. George Fitzroy, Duke of Northumberland, is son to King Charles II by the Duchess of Cleveland. He is a tall black man, like his father, the king. The Duke of Northumberland is described as a tall black man, yet we see a pale man representing him. Charles, Duke of St. Albans, is son to King Charles II by Mrs. Gwynne. He is of a black complexion. The Duke of St. Albans is described having a black complexion, yet we see a pale man representing him. Charles Fitzroy, Duke of Graston, is grandson to King Charles II and son to the heirs of Bennett, Earl of Arlington. He is a tall black man, about 25 years old. The Duke of Graston is described as a tall black man, yet we see a pale man representing him.
All right. Now, this is sad because I hate to do this to my brother Priest Daniela because it's just so horrible scholarship, man. I want y'all to take a look at this right here. Look at etymology and line. What happened is in different time periods, different people.
You went mute, Garfield.
Hold on one second, sis. Hold on one second. I got it. I want to show you guys this big on the screen. Etymology and line. The word, and this is to every camp out there, the word complexion in the mid-14th century, which is the 1300s, it's referring complexion. It represents for temperament, natural disposition of body or mind. From Old French complexion, combination of humors. What is the humors? These are the colors that they use. It's a Greek system from the 4th century BC that the Latin and the Romans and the people of the world that were in control accepted. So when you see black complexion, it doesn't mean your skin tone is black like how we look at it today. It has to do with your temperament and also has to do with your health. So when you see black complexion, it don't necessarily mean what you think it means. But to somebody who grew up in the Western world to do with color, you wouldn't know this unless you actually studied it. So in my studies in trying to combat this whole thing about black complexion, because I was stuck. It was a brother in the audience that said, Garfield, don't concede that point. Go look up the word black and look up the word complexion and see what it meant in that time period. They don't use black to describe quote unquote black people back in the 1600s and 1700s. They probably do here and there, but the majority, 99.9% black, is sometimes used for what we call white people. And it might sound strange to you. Rabbinical Jews were called black. And the reason why they're called black is not because of their skin complexion. It's about their temperament. They were trying to say these Jewish people are evil. So your temperament and your health is what it's talking about. It's not talking about you per se as far as, matter of fact, let me scroll down a little bit. The Middle English sense is from the old medicine notion of bodily constitution or general nature, resulting from blending of the 4 primary qualities. So you're either hot, cold, dry, or moist, or you have the humors. You're either blood, phlegm, color, or black color. The specific meaning, color or hue of the skin of the face, developed by mid-15th century. In medieval physiology, the color of the face was believed to be caused by the balance of the humors in the body and indicate what? Your temperament or health. What I said? Your temperament or health. In the slave trade, they call black people yellow complexion. Why? Because it had to do with your temperament or health, not your skin tone. Black people ain't yellow. I had to study this because I had to compete with what Priest Daniela was putting out front for us to believe. And what I'm gonna do is let me see if I could, here's the book right here. I'm gonna show y'all a yellow complexion right now, so y'all don't think I'm lying. Yellow complexion. Let me show it right away.
In medicine, if you have like liver issues, they might describe you as yellow also because of being bilious. Having a lot of bile in your skin tone, and you might have that type of undertone. Sometimes you're right. It did mean like you're pertaining to someone's health, but it's also a part like after the Hellenistic period, they would start switching the vocabulary to reflect who was becoming in charge now, the Europeans.
Look at this right here. That's stupid as hell. Look at this guy. Look at this guy right here. That's stupid as hell. But watch here. This is the book Complexions by what do you call it? Look at it right here. The ongoing instability of racial categories is evident in the application of yellow complexion in runaway descriptions. These were runaway slaves. And they would call him such and such. In the colonial period, advertisers noted a yellow complexion about a range of individuals. In one major digitalized colonial newspaper collection, 29 people who were called Negro and about 22 people identifiable as European descent were described as yellow complexion. This is not me making this up, and this is from this book. Let me show y'all the cover so y'all know I'm not making it up. It's from this book, Colonial Complexions, Race and Bodies in the 18th Century in America by Sharon Block. Great work. Great work. I'm not making it up. But you got to study.
You never hear of Orientalism during that time? This is when a whole movement went into changing who people were and labeling people by color and all of that stuff.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to get
out. This is in that time, the 18th century. This is all Orientalism.
Let's go to this video right here. Let me show this video here. This is from Priest Daniela from Lands of Israel. And before I even show the video, look at this right here. This is some images of King James, right? A lot of people believe King James is black, right? This is actually a light-skinned person. This is a European. But what the Israelites do is they darken the picture more because this is from cross-hatching. Brother Ong taught me about this over 10 years ago. This is cross-hatching. This is not a portrait of King James. This is somebody doing what's called cross-hatching. They're doing what's called line engraving. So all those line engraved pictures become. But look at this though. At the top of the page, you see Simon van der Paas, right? This was a guy who was alive during King James. He did this at 1619, right? Now watch this, family. Watch this. This is Simon van der Paas again. But look at this picture. Why this picture don't look the same? He looks like a quote-unquote European. His wife looks European. Are we saying the same guy is whitewashing the pictures? Look at it. Simon van der Paas. There he go again. Are we saying the same guy is whitewashing the pictures of King James? He made this image. That's the original. So this is the original, and this is actually, look at the original, how it looks close up. That's a white man. Look at his mustache. Look at his beard. Look at his straight hair. This is a European. But because they're using what's called the line engraving technique, it comes out dark. Here's another picture. This is not him. This is by, I think, Henry Hondas. Look at the guy. This is the black man, but the picture, this is the original. His hair is straight. He has like a lumbar mustache. Not lumbar fully, but you know. And he has a straight beard. But this is the guy, when it turns dark, King James is dark. So we play this color game and make these things dark. But let me get to this video real quickly so y'all can see a bigger point.
Okay. He destroyed all the images, right? And the blacks that were living in England, okay, he destroyed all the images, right? And the blacks that were living in England, Ireland, and Scotland, he rounded them up and sold them into slavery in the Caribbean and the Americas, and I can prove it, and I will in my 4-hour lecture. That's what happened to the images and us in Europe, as this is a fact, all right? Let's move on. I don't want to stay too long. Y'all get the general gist of this, and you'll see this slide again as we go on later. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, here's another one we want to look at, right? This is a question, without me giving too much away for the lecture coming up, this is a question that I have.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get back to this picture right here. Remember on Facebook, I just showed a picture on Facebook. I want to show it. I want to show this over before I showed Daniela so that people could see what I'm actually talking about here. This is very important. I got to go back to Priest Daniela's image that he showed and what the gentleman showed. Hold on 1 second. Because I want us to be on the same page, same videos. All right, here we go. Hold on 1 second, family. 1 second. Where is my StreamYard? StreamYard, where are you? All right, hold on 1 second, family. Pause, Priest Daniela, for 1 second. Let's go back to this video that I just showed. All right, cause we in class today. This is the teacher right now.
Duke of Richmond, is son to King Charles II by the man, yet we see a pale man representing him.
That picture? You see that picture right there? That's the picture that Priest Daniela is about to show. Let's take a look at it right now. Let's go back to Priest Daniela's presentation. All right, hold on there. Let's get to this right now. Look at this right here.
The man you're looking at on the screen is James III. Okay? It says, will the real James III please stand up? So we have a question. We have a debate now. Who's really James III? I say the guy on the left is fake. I say the guy on the right is the real guy. The guy on the right is black. The guy on the left is a Caucasian. I say the guy on the right is the real James III. Who is James III? Well, let me break down the history for you. You had King James, the famous King James, the 6th and the 1st, right? He died. His son, Charles I, came into power, right? Charles I was beheaded by Oliver Cromwell, a guy we just read about, because he hated the Stuart family. He finally was able to get a hold of power, and he beheaded King Charles I, and Oliver Cromwell came into power. When Oliver Cromwell died, his son came into power, but his son was a coward. So what his son did was his son brought back the Stuart family, and you had Charles II that came and sat on the throne, which was the grandson of King James. Again, you had King James, you had Charles I, you had Charles II. Charles II died, and his brother came into power, James II, right? And after James II died, this guy on the screen, James III, came into power. My question to James White and Vocab Malone and all the rest of these clowns is, if King James was white, if Charles I was white, if Charles II was white, if James III was white, how the hell did they get a black grandson? Explain that to me. How the hell did they do it? I want to know. And this image is a real image. It's not something that somebody made up in a dark room somewhere. That is Charles III. And if he was already white, why did they feel the need to repaint the image and make it whiter? Because then you can look at that and you can see the Negroid features in the one on the right. The broad nose, the full lips, the brown face, the whole nine. That's a black man. And this is the great grandson of King James, who y'all say was white. So where did the black blood come from? Next slide, Brother Bussy. And just in case you think I made it up, you ever heard of Christie's auction house? They got a hold of the image of James III and they auctioned it off. So if the image on the right is not the real image, Boss Team, go back one slide real quick. Go back one slide. Christie's auction house auctioned off the black picture on the right as the authentic. So if the guy on the left, which is what Google Images is going to give you, if the guy on the left is really James III, then why did Christie's auction house auction off the black one on the right as being authentic? Go to the next slide, Bossy. And this picture belongs to a private collector because, again, they don't want these images laying around for Negroes to get a hold of. But these things leak out and we get a hold of them anyway. So here we have the great grandson of King James, who everybody says was white, being a black man. I want to know what y'all gonna do. I want an explanation for that. Y'all just insisted he was a white boy. I need an explanation in where this black guy come from the line. That's your homework. Next slide, Brother Basi. James III, pictured on the right, became king in 1701. He's the great grandson of King James, the famous one, 1566, 1625. But again, how was this black man the grandson of King James I when historians say James I was a white man and his son Charles I was white? And why did they feel the need to repaint the image if he was a white man to begin with? It's the same image, y'all. See the leather thing on the left? You see the leather thing on the left shoulder? You see the armor? You see all that? They just changed it, changed the nose, changed the lips and everything, and the guy on the left looks gay too. I'm just saying. Next.
Hey, you know, one of the problems I find with Priest Daniela is that he doesn't accept methodology at all. He thinks whatever he reads, he decides what's true or not. I, on the other hand, I practice a methodology, And normally I go by the consensus, right? I normally do. Keon, you want to say something? Because you just jumped on. You want to say something real quick before I go into this? All right. So now, if you look at this right now, if you look at the guy before, he pushes a lot of that Black King James. That's why I showed his video. He gets a lot of views, and the people in the chat beat him up. All right. Now, why is it's hard? I see everybody disrespecting. Remember, everybody is disrespecting Garfield in the chat, right? I don't mind. But they don't have the cojones to come on and confront me. Now watch this, family. Look at how look at how easily it was to debunk this claim by Priest Daniel. Look how easy it was. All right. He said he made a mistake and said Oliver Cromwell and Thomas Cromwell are two different people. Thomas Cromwell died 1540. Oliver Cromwell died 1658. He was actually talking about Oliver Cromwell, but he made a mistake and said Thomas Cromwell. Again, does Daniela do his own research or does he just copy off this website? Daniela has the nerve to tell folks how to research when all he has done is read from a website. What a joke. This is from the website which is ran by a white woman. This guy is the guy that's saying this is what the British king used to look like. Who is saying this? Where did Daniela get this from? This whole thing about the armor and the dress of the armor. Look at it right here. So he's saying they took the armor off of him. It's not even the same armor. So they stitch it to this guy. So because they both have on the same armor, that means the pick is whitewashed. Watch this scholarship. I realize one thing, suitors will always win. You see, we play the color game. The color game works good for emotion. So it appeals to your emotion. You're like, yeah, man, they lied to us. Everybody's black. So look at this guy now who did the drawing. Francois de Troyes. Portrait. This is him selling different portraits online. All right. So when you look at the portrait right here, this portrait is saying the portrait de un mulatre in armor. A mulatto in armor. Right. I had my brother, I think, sorry, Motep, he speaks French. He could read French. So he actually, do that or whatever. Right. This doesn't say it's King James III. Why would you bring up King James III if whatever? Hey, Rice Anderson. Okay. Anybody wants to jump on could jump on, by the way, too. All right. Now look at this now. This guy, it don't say nothing. It's just a guy that's being sold in Paris. The drawing is from 1645 to 1730. The same guy. This is his drawings. So how is it? It's a painting. Look at all these paintings. This one is for 318,000. They all outnumber this one. It's cheap. No big deal. This is the same guy. Now look at the images of James III, right? The Aquiline nose. This is him from the collection, right? This is the whitewash. They say these are whitewash images, right? So the black guy is him. No evidence. But guess what? They wrote about it in the national biography. The departure of Charles from Rome was secret, but the English government was at once informed of the fact. As the prince passed through Florence, Sir Horace Mann drew his portrait and sent it to the Duke of Newcastle. The young man is above the middle height and very thin. He wears a light bag wig. Hold on, let me see. Light bag wig. Let's see. Light bag wig. See? So some of the wigs he wears light bag. Okay. All right. His face is rather long. Let's take a look. This face is round. Look at this face. Long. So they're giving a description of the guy. Okay. Let's look again. The complexion is clear, but borders on paleness. Oh, man. Is this paleness or is this paleness? Which one is paleness? This is what they write about him. But the forehead very broad, the eyes fairly large, blue, but without sparkle. I'm not saying black folks can't have blue eyes, but this complexion, forehead broad, the eyes fairly large, blue. The mouth large with the lips slightly curled and the chin more sharp than rounded. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't make this up. Source Dictionary of the National Biography, Volume 10, page 108. I didn't make this up. I'm not the one doing it. I'm just saying, why do we have to, why do we have to make people black? Why? For what? What is it doing for us? This is another image, just to show you again that these guys align with each. Anybody want to jump in? By the way, could jump in. By the way, while I'm here teaching, but jump in. Anybody could jump in. I have no problem with that. If anybody has any opposition, but look at this again. There's more to this. Go ahead, family.
Yeah, what's good, Garfield? I just wanted to say what's up with you, what's up to the family here. Just let people know that I am here. I do agree with you totally about this whole situation. I don't get it either why we got to try to blackwash. We basically try to blackwash and then try to blame white people for doing it in the first place and then redo what they doing. There's no need for that. It doesn't give us no type of moral or no type of morale as a community, in my opinion. So knowing King James was black doesn't make me more or less a Christian or more or less an Israelite. I just don't get it. But go ahead, buddy. I'm just here for you.
All right, cool. Let's take a look at this image right here. Before I play Priest Daniela's, let's look at this image right here. Let's look at this right here. This is the same guy from before, Darnell Smith, if that's his name. And listen to what he says. Queen Elizabeth was black. In her book, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen, I want y'all to read what it says. Describes the 25-year-old Elizabeth as tall and slender with a tiny waist, small bosom, and beautiful long-fingered hands. She had a swarthy, dark-skinned complexion like that of her mother, Anne Boleyn. Okay, see, dark complexion, woo! Most other European royal families, including those of Spain, Dark, Norway, Belgium, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, and Sweden, as well as those formerly of Greece, Romania, Germany, and Russia. So once it says dark complexion, that means she's black. Swarthy, it's black.
Flow like the rebel, right?
So now, ladies and gentlemen, let me cut this off. And let me now go to, I won't show no more YouTube, no more Facebook videos. Now let's go to what Priest Daniela teaches right here. And this is not to disparage Priest Daniela. I just said we got to get our scholarship right. So let's take a look at this.
Let's bring it a little closer to home, right? Now stay with me, y'all. This is Elizabeth of Bohemia. She's actually the physical daughter of King James himself. It is through her that the Hanover dynasty, which came into power after the Stuarts, it is through her that the Hanover dynasty came into power. Now, the whitewashers couldn't get the lie straight. Did Elizabeth of Bohemia have black curly hair? Did she have red curly long hair? Did she have a red afro? Did she have red long curly hair like all the way on the right? I got that from Google Images. They can't even get their lie straight. They got this woman looking like 5 different things. You know why? You know why the images don't match? Because they're all lies. That's why. That's why. Because as we read before, Oliver Cromwell destroyed 97% of the art that was in England. So all of this is garbage. When you look to the right, this is a coin of Elizabeth of Bohemia. And you can see she has the broad nose, the full lips, and the afro. Why? Because she was a black woman. That's why. And the image still stands today on this coin, even though the other images were destroyed. All right? Now remember, I said it is through her that the Hanovers came into power, meaning through her line, the Hanover dynasty came into power. Remember, you had the Tudors, right? Mary Queen of Scots was the last of the Tudors. After the Tudors, you had the Stuarts, okay? And the Stuarts were black. After the Stuarts, you had the Hanovers, right? So now this woman is the progenitor of the Hanover dynasty. Let's look at some of the Hanover people, shall we? Next slide. This is Queen Charlotte Sophia. Now, if these people were all white, why do they go through so much trouble of whitewashing them? On the left, I went to Google Images and I got all these images of Queen Charlotte Sophia. Clearly, you can see that they just made her totally look like a white woman. But on the right, that's the real image of Charlotte Sophia. And it was painted by her personal painter, Alan Ramsay. And if you ask me, yes, I have the book. Yes, the image on the right is the actual image of Queen Charlotte Sophia. She is the wife of King George III of the Hanover dynasty that was ruling England in the 1700s. This is after the Stuarts, after King James. Still we was ruling. But they said that we just making this stuff up. Next slide.
All right. This is sad, and they misuse J.A. Rogers' work so much, and it's sad. My Jamaican brother is turning in his grave. First of all, this image. Let's take a look at this image right here. What do you notice about this image? Me and Brother Unk disagree on this image right here, right? If you notice something, what do you notice about the nose? Somebody, it's like they photoshopped the nose. Look at the lips. The lips are extra big. Where do we find, this is what I did, right? I put it in Google search to find the image. Most of these images can't be found. They're only found on 2 websites. Question, what is your source for this picture? It seems this picture is only on 2 websites. 2 websites. This website, which is one of where they get a lot of their stuff from for this blackity black stuff, africaresource.com. The Moorish Kings of England. That's where you find it. And the other source is Black Britain realhistoryww.com, run by a white woman. So they trust the Edomite woman because some Edomites tell the truth. Look at this right here. Elizabeth of Bohemia, daughter of King James. Check out our face, official depiction.
Some Edomites tell the truth.
Yes, some Edomites tell the truth, bro. There's some of them tell the truth. The Picard coin might be legit until I see a primary source. It's difficult. The nose looks altered. This is what I said. But this is her image on the websites of the British, right? Reggie Mabry in the building. Hey, by the way, I see my brother, Elder Yara. Elder Yara, I'm so disappointed in you, bro. It's sad. And you know what? I didn't realize how great of a researcher I am. And it's the fact that the only person who could make a video of me is Yara from the New Torah movement, and his claims are easily debunked. I don't even know if I should respond to Yara. I should say I'm running. I'm so disappointed. And Reggie, one of the things about me that I could brag about is that when it comes to the Hebrew Israelite or the black Hebrew Israelite nonsense, they are terrified of me. They are terrified to the fact that Yara didn't even invite me. He didn't say, "Oh, I'm making a video about you." You see, I talked about the false prophecies in his face. He never responded. He waited 2 weeks or a week to respond. And then I'm supposed to respond to his foolishness, even making claims I never made. It's sad. They can't even, and then the people who believe in the Bible seems to can't hear. I don't know if my Jamaican accent is in the way, but it's sad. It is really sad, yo. But anyway, let me finish with this real quick. No, let me finish with this. Because remember, let's go back. This is our picture that he's pushing. Nobody knows where this picture is originated from. Look at the forehead. If you notice, the forehead is extra big. Who did that? It don't even look right. It looked like somebody altered the picture. Look at the picture of her and compare it to this picture. This is just way off. Somebody's trying to alter someone's picture. These are some other pictures of her, even with the line engraving that looks dark. It's better he put the picture on the right out and said she black with straight hair. He had a better chance of doing that. All right. So according to Anne of Denmark, was at this time a beautiful girl, even in later times, her white skin and yellow hair were admired. This is King James' wife being described. All right. Well, anyway, let's get back to this Queen Charlotte and all this stuff that he's saying. Hold on a second. Let's get back to this. It's so sad, yo. It's so sad. Listen to this right here. Okay, so you could talk. Go ahead. Anybody want to jump?
You know, one thing that you mentioned something, and I don't think people really pay attention to it. The majority of the sources that they use are Europeans. I guess that's why you said some white people, some Edomites tell the truth, because the majority of their sources be white people. Like it'd be funny to me, Garfield. I'd be like, y'all sitting up here reading a book that was written by Greeks. Y'all saying this is African work? Where's this? Make it make sense. I guess that's why I asked them when did Hellenization get to West Africa? Because you would have to, in order for this to even translate for me to be, I would have to see West African Romans.
No, I would like to say, if you can hear me, the difference
up,
between,
Reggie? Peace.
hey, Sebio, my brother, how you doing? Hope everything is well with you. The difference between Garfield and real researchers like Garfield is that Garfield will go to England. He will go to the British Museum, right? All of this time, these people live on claims, right? But they would never take the money that they raise from all of these people, right? And all of these sheep and go and inquire. They will never go to England to the British Museum and look for primary research. They will never do that. What they will do is Google their asses off for things that they could push to their sheep. So there are portraits. Okay, portraits are artistic, right? We don't have pictures at this time. Okay, so they can make claims, but now the history, overlay the history. These people were involved in the transatlantic slave trade, and Queen Elizabeth was talking to Al-Mansur. Al-Mansur was talking to her about bringing his so-called Moors to partner with England as an army for the purposes of enslavement, right? And then you have, of course, the whole African enslavement. So what is their explanation if they say the Hebrews were in Africa, right? Why are they the ones on the slave ships? Why? By the same people who say their complexions are dark. So skin color doesn't matter at all. So let's just take skin color off the conversation, and let's deal with the reality of the transatlantic slave trade. Show me where these slavers were saying, oh, we can't do this because these people are Hebrew, because they certainly weren't Christian except for in the, later in the Congo, right? I mean, in the period in the Congo where there was conversion, right, from the Portuguese. But so that's all I want to say is I'm not impressed by any Hebrew. For example, F.S. Cherry and Crawley, they just made claims that they're Israelites. It was just a claim. We must be the Israelites because we are so moral. But they didn't read the Bible themselves because they didn't deal with the slavery in ancient Hebrew, right? So the ancient Hebrews was as rotten and dirty when it came to slavery as anybody else. And it was their slave laws that ultimately became the American slave laws. So those are my comments to the people who need some common sense to this. The logic is flawed. So you're ruddy, so you're swarthy, but you were so-called Black Hebrews, right? Because that's what they're trying to make them at, or Black Christians, or whatever the case. But they go enslave a whole group of people because of race, right? And then create the Virginia slave laws based on race. So those in Virginia, right, who were mulatto, right, they were penalized and put into slavery in forever, right? But yet the people who they claim are swarthy and ruddy, right, those people are the people who are setting the laws. It doesn't make sense. So I'll just continue watching, but it's really not worth my time. Get your money together from your camps and go to the British Museum, right? And bring back 5 primaries. Go to the houses, the old English houses, right? Like Garfield, and bring back the information. Don't bring back some outdated books and portraits and push that on our people, right? We're way beyond that. I think I said enough for now.
Anybody else want to chime in?
Yeah, I want to say this. I want to say this. So I think just the whole Hebrew thing is inherently white supremacist, because every time we talking about something in Hebrew, it's always taking us back to European culture, European history, European thought. We all going to Europe, and we know we Western Central African. This is the same thing like it is with the people who try to claim that we ancient Egyptians, or that we descended to ancient Egyptians through West Africans. You're always taking us to somebody else's history, and yet we skipping over the vast history that's in West and Central Africa. So we just further and further connecting ourselves to Europeans by saying that we're the real people and they're not. But then where did they come from? They don't have an answer. Nobody ain't got no answer. They just think they just come out the sky one day and just ruled over all the black people. It don't make no sense. This is just more self-hate, just compounding on each other, and we just getting farther and farther away from ourselves and our history. And it's sad. And this is the thing that's in the mainstream now. Well, I don't want to say it's in the mainstream, but like it's getting more popular, and it's a shame. We are just building our culture off of things that they forced on us.
Why bring Egypt argument? Why to bring the Egypt argument into this, right? When we're talking about this particular.
Oh, I'll just say it's similar.
It's
similar. I'm just saying it's similar.
See, that's the problem with our people. We can't be focused to show. I can say a lot of things about interactions between Khafre and Chad, right? Or the Wadi War or Mentuhotep II to the area of Chad and Niger, right? Because we have artifacts, but we're not talking about that.
But Brother Reggie, to be honest, we're not even really Chadic like that. There may be some houses, but we really not like those people. To be honest.
I'm not here to really today to argue with that because I'm listening to Garfield's show. But you're based on what? There was a Green Sahara.
I feel like we have an obsession with Egypt is because the white man because Europeans value Egypt, and there's a lot of history on that. Yet there's not a lot of history on West and Central Africa because it's neglected, and even we neglect it.
They were the Green Saharan people, right? The Green Saharan.
There was no Egypt in Green Sahara. There was no Egypt. There were people who were hunting and gathering around the Nile, but there is no Egypt, no Kemet, no nothing at that time.
Oh, that's not what I'm talking. But they're the same. But they're the same peoples. They're the same peoples in Green Sahara, and so when the climate changes, they go to West Africa, Central Africa.
Right. There's multiple African peoples, including people who will become Berbers, even though y'all say that they got light because of the Europeans. We get off topic. We get off topic.
Egypt, man. I don't care about no Egypt right now. We dealing with this right now.
Exactly.
You're right. We get off topic. You're right.
Let's go.
Now we got to ask about George III. Charlotte Sophia was married to this guy right here. This is King George III. On the left-hand side, you see an image of George III that you can find on Google Images with ease. On the right-hand side, you see an image of who also is George III. That's the real image. That is a coin that was minted in commemoration of George III that was put on the penny in Barbados. So when they went ahead and they were destroying all the black art and putting up the garbage that you see on the left, as I said before, the coins still remained. They didn't get to the coins to destroy them. They weren't able to melt them all down. They were still in circulation. And luckily they've been found. And that guy on the left, on the right-hand side, is an image of George III. That's the real image of how he looked. Now, somebody is saying, nigga, how do you know that? How do you know that? Next slide.
Check out the methodology. Now. Because this is what the methodology is right here.
Like Google so much, why don't you just type it in? I took a screenshot of a Google search just so people wouldn't say that I just made it up. You type in Google Images, George III, Barbados penny, and voila. They have the images of the penny from Barbados, and Google is telling you, if you're listening, that is George III. That's him, not the guy that you saw before. Hope everybody sees that, right? Now, if you look also, they throw in at the bottom, second row, they throw in some other coins as well. But those coins are not ancient. They were not minted during the time of George III. When you do research, the coins that you see that look more Caucasian, these coins were minted later on, just so y'all know, all right? Next slide.
By the way, if you notice his Google, why didn't he just say King George III? Why King George III Barbados penny? I just realized that just now. Why didn't you just research King George on Google instead of saying King George penny? Yo, I'm telling you, these guys are horrible, man. And this is their best. This is the best of the best. Look at this. Will the real George III please stand up? So he's saying the fake image from that website, realhistorywww.com. The real image is this one from 1788 and this one here. So where in history do we document this? You know, the Hebrew Israelites, what they do? They flood Google. So when you Google something, all these black images are going to pop up. This is what they do. They're masters of the internet. They came out with a whole thing the other day that the CIA, this guy sent it to me, the CIA and the FBI is watching the black Hebrew Israelites. And then they got this automated voice, AI voice talking. So now people going to say, yeah, the CIA is watching us. This is to bring members in. Bro, people is leaving this stupid movement like in drones. And then what happened is all these camps pop up, but the camps that's popping up is from other camps. Like, for example, Genesis. Genesis is popping up. Oh, we got a new camp, Genesis. But you're from Sikari. Sikari is from GMS. It's the same old camps popping up into new camps. They're not getting new membership. And people is leaving the old camps to join these new camps. They're like, oh, this new camp got more than 200 people, man. We on the corner. When you go on the corner, it's the same guy from this camp, from the old camp with the new camp because they disgruntled with the old camp. And now they're saying, oh, we got new camps. We got over 60 camps. It's the same old camp with the same people. They ain't growing. It's the same people. Look at this.
They camp hopping.
They camp hopping. Look at this right here. Look at this right here.
Sadness.
Let me see who just jumped on right now. Who just jumped on? Did somebody just jump on? I can't see on the screen. But this is the picture that he says is King James. I mean, Charles III. This is their best researcher, man. So the black king is on a coin that says "I serve." That's the first thing that I noticed on the coin. It says "I serve." Who do you serve? I serve the king. This is a black African man. All you had to do, Daniela, is follow a balanced approach. Instead of copying a website, did you check out Sir Philip Gibbs, who is said to have privately commissioned this coin? This is what I found out in 2 days. Hold on there. Keep the branch. Hey, what up, Keep the Branch? So the black king is on a coin. Who is it that said that commissioned this coin? So let's look at who is said to have commissioned this coin right here. The penny was struck in 1788 for the use in Barbados. The first coin to be used on the island is thought to have been privately commissioned by Sir Philip Gibbs, a local plantation owner, and therefore considered a token rather than a legal tender. The front or obverse of the coin has the profile of a black African man or woman with a plume crown above the words "I serve." Enslaved Africans had worked the sugar plantations of Barbados since the mid-1600s. The crowns and plumes are harder to explain. The plumes are usually associated with the Prince of Wales, whose motto is also "I serve." This suggests the design was intended to be humorous or satirical. But anyway, it was provided by the Gallery Oldham. That's where it's from. But if we look at the third edition of the British Commonwealth coins, you'll see that over 185 countries was using British Commonwealth coins. Sir Gibbs, as we know, is the one that did it, a local plantation. And then you could see all the tokens all over the world and all that stuff. So the African with a crown currency, if you look at that one, here's a better image of it. I serve. And you see the king on the back, King George or whatever his name is. And then you also go to this book, The Coins and Tokens of the Possessions and Colonies of the British Empire. You see George III on his own coin. And look at this picture here. This picture tells you basically who is who. This is in Virginia, the shield of arm, the crown with George III. Again, it's not a black man with blooms on his head. This is a simple research. Simple
Garfield,
yes, sir.
When I start looking at the kings that they try to make black, wouldn't that mean Baldwin the leper king of Israel? Why don't they try to make him black?
I have no idea, bro. I have no idea. This is just sad to a whole nother level.
Like,
sad.
But wouldn't that mean Rahman and all the other kings was African or black too?
Yep. All of them people is black. Yep. So when you say black,
Constantine, Constantine was black too, right? The Constantine that saw the cross in the sky, he was black too, right?
The Constantine in Rome, they said Constantine is a black man.
Oh man, these people.
I don't know if y'all know that. They say Constantine is a black man. When you see black prince, it means black people. When you see the black plague, black death, it's because of black people. So all these sources, and it's sad. It is so sad, family. So sad. So sad. It is just beyond me. Now, King James, they found King James, he's M269. They trace it to Charles II lineage.
So how does Constantine become black? What is it? Is it going off of like these some portraits again, or what is the methodology to that for that claim?
They said the manuscripts that they spoke, it was they were writing in Hebrew, the Anglo-Saxon. They found over 400 manuscripts, nothing written in Hebrew. He burned a Saxon manuscript and later Anglo-Saxon illuminated manuscripts in the European language family, not related to the Semitic family. This is just basic pseudo-linguistics at its best. But because a book wrote it, somebody wrote it and put it in a book, it has to be true.
Okay. All right.
So by the way, for those who don't know, whether you agree with Garfield or not, this is the Bayeux tapestry. This is a primary source of the Anglo-Saxons drawing themselves. What they did was they used cloth and they would stitch how they look. They had over 6 to 8 miles of this length of cloth that is all over the museum right now. You could look at Bayeux tapestry or the Bayeux Museum and you could see it for yourself. Look at this right here. These are the people drawing themselves pretty much. They draw themselves and they draw their enemies. So if any of them was black, we would know that they're black. As far as how we look at black today. This is it. This is right here. Look at this guy. This guy, Edward, they try to say he's a black man. That's him right there looking like Father
Edward. He said King Edward.
Yeah, King Edward was black. You see, this is the problem. They want to be Anglo-Saxon British and then say the black Irish is black people. So this is the problem. Pseudo scholarship at its best. And I'm telling you,
you said Edward, you mean Edward Longshanks? That's what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yo, that's crazy.
Right here.
That's crazy. That's why I laugh.
Right there. Look at him. It is 1064.
But Garfield,
King of
that's
England.
so crazy.
Yep.
If they could use the excuse that these paintings get darker over time and that's the reason why some of these paintings would appear to be black, how could they show those tapestries and expect people to believe those are old?
Sister, you're not making any sense. This is a total.
Okay, I'm not making no sense. All right, that's cool. This is your opinion.
This is a total different material. This is cloth. They're actually
so cloth doesn't get old. Cloth doesn't get dark.
Whether they get close or not, what they did is they actually replicated it and sent it to New Zealand. So because remember they are connected.
Replicated.
Yeah. So you have the replicated one, and you have
the same way we got replicated mummies with scratched off paint, yo.
Sis, you're not making any sense. This is not an art. This is
of
stitching.
Course not.
This is stitching. So your logic of how they change what you call it from the painting. The paintings is a whole different thing. This is not a painting.
Tapestry gets dark over time, Garfield, especially European tapestry.
Hold on. No, there's no such thing as European tapestry. There's tapestry. There's tapestry and that's it. There's no such thing. That is pseudo.
Tapestry wears over time.
So hold on. So the museum made this up, right? They made this up? No.
Museums.
You sound
museums.
Crazy.
They have have not supported. That's not crazy. They have supported and they've had suppressed all.
What are they suppressing?
All of our history.
What is the base?
We're only now finding things that they couldn't hide before.
What is the museum suppressing? They're showing images of their enemies and showing images of themselves. This is a cloth. It's not the same as a painting. It's totally
so
different.
How did they you said they replicate this? Oh my God.
The Museum, they replicated in New Zealand right here. Let me show it to you. This is it right
It's
here.
okay. It's okay. You can go on. It's all right. It's good.
No, because this conspiracy talk in the community is just
it's not conspiracy talk. How are you gonna say people read books and thinks it's good, but then you're gonna pick up something?
No.
They suppress history, Garfield.
Who is it they? Who is it they?
The people who run the museums. Look at what happened with the Brooklyn Museum with the mayor removing all of the indigenous statues and indigenous clothing because it was pointing towards some truth.
Angie, hold on, Angie. Are you saying that the Anglo-Saxons were black?
I didn't say that. That's not what I'm saying.
So what
I'm
are you
saying that if I'm this is the point that I made was this: the same people who give us mainstream scholarship, quote unquote scholarship, they will complain that paintings that appear to be dark skinned as far as Moors and all of that. They would use the excuse that these paintings got dirty over time or got dark.
It's not a painting.
Oh my God.
It's not a painting. You keep saying that. It's not a painting.
You have to, because it's not, I can't say black, white. You know why? Because some blacks do it. Just like what you're doing right now. Some blacks do the same thing. They hold on. They're very romantic. They are very attached to history that we've been fed.
Angie, I don't care about none of the conspiracy talk. You said that
it's not a conspiracy. Look at Orientalism. Look at Orientalism. They said about to degrade the Moors.
Angie, you're not listening. First of all, you're not listening. I asked one simple question. What is the purpose of the Bayeux Museum showing us this image right here? What is the purpose of them showing it? What was the purpose of this? Nobody's talking about color. See, the minute we show the primary, this is a primary source from the people who live back then.
You just said it was a replication, man.
No,
it's not primary. It's a replication.
This is the replication, not what I showed. This is in New Zealand. This is the replication.
Okay, all right. Okay.
This is the primary that I'm showing. This is the primary. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let me take this down. Let me show you the actual Bayeux Museum website. Let me show you the website. This is awful. It's crazy. Everything is a conspiracy.
I didn't say it was a conspiracy. I said there's a double standard. If they can use the excuse that paintings got dirty and old over time and that's why they appear dark, then why would we take their tapestry and why would we look at that?
Who is saying that? You keep saying they.
Oh my God. Okay, it's just something that okay, if we brought up a painting and said, okay, this was actually a black person, and then there would be skeptics that would say those paintings became older or damaged. I don't have the list of names of the people who said this. I'm giving you that there's a double standard in the way that you're portraying things also.
What double standard? I'm showing pictures of Queen Elizabeth. Okay. Hold on a second.
All right.
Stop for a minute. I'm showing Queen Elizabeth an image that you can't find nowhere else except two websites. Real History, www.com, and africaresource.com. So now because it's Real History, which is run by a white woman, ironically, we are using information.
That's why I said it's not about black and white at all. I didn't say.
Hold on. Are you going to let me talk on my own show?
Yes.
I'm something and you're interrupting me. Let me finish saying what I'm saying and then you could talk. What I'm saying is anybody wants to see the Bayeux tapestry, the history of it and where it comes from, go to the website, the museum website, and do it. What you're saying, this is not a painting. Paintings are different. Paintings over time period, you'll have different things that change. They get darker or whatever, or it gets obstructed and you might see the stuff on it. This is not the same thing. This is different. They are sewing. They're sewing the pictures, the images. And these are the people who actually lived then, who are showing their enemies and telling the stories with these sewings that they're doing on cloth. This is totally different than a painting. Now, what I showed you was a replica in New Zealand. They did it in New Zealand. They had a replica of it. That's different. If you want to say they made that up, you can say whatever you want, but you can't say that about the primary. It's a different situation. The Epic of William the Conqueror in 1066. This is actually great that I found this because this goes back to the time period of the people who made it in the primary, drawing themselves, how they looked. And none of these people look like what me and you look like. That's my point. Now, as far as the Russian icons, hold on. As far as the Russian icons, I have not researched that to have a conclusion. I've played videos by Vocab Malone and people saying, well, over time in the dark, they have candles and such turn dark. And my thing is, if there's a drawing in the 1400s, why would the drawing in the 1400s be what the people actually look like? Shouldn't we go back to the 2nd century, 3rd century, 4th century, and looked at what the images are. Look at the Dura Europus. They draw themselves in the Dura Europus. You have some people that look medium complexion. You have some dark people, and you have some light-skinned people. You look at the Dura Europus. So what are we going to say? The dark version?
I just showed you a picture of my great-great-grandfather. Same thing. He's from Scotland or whatever. He's what we would call black today. He's not white. He's not mixed. It's very light, kind of like Kush days. Like not. He's very light, red. What
But
we would
sister,
call
that's only
red.
based on what you're seeing. How do you know that for sure?
What?
Have you met him? Have you ever done the DNA test on him?
I
How
know
do
my
you know that
family,
he is
yo.
not white? How do you know he's
I
not
know
white?
my family, yo. I
And
know my
also, we
family. Let's
think
just
of
leave
white
it at
people
I
looking
know
one
my
specific
family.
way. I have Scottish
Let's
people
just
in my
say
family
I know
too.
my
We
family.
think that white people look one way. They don't. White people can look many different ways. The majority of
I
white
know
people
my
are like
family,
brown haired
sir.
and brown eyed. They're not
I
blonde
know
hair
my
and blue
family.
eyed.
And I did my DNA and I know my haplogroups
All
and
right,
all of that stuff.
we're not going to argue that right now. We
Yeah,
changing.
sure.
We
Yeah, just leave it.
changing the argument. Hold on 1 second. Let me get to it right.
We fighting to be Europeans. That's the crazy stuff.
Hold on 1 second.
But wait, what you crazy?
Everybody stop.
Caucasians
Everybody
were
stop.
black first.
Everybody
There's
stop.
no color. I'm not talking about color.
Everybody
I'm talking
stop.
about
Everybody stop.
what?
Everybody stop. Everybody stop. This is from Mika's channel. I want everybody to subscribe to Mika1. She's in the chat. This is a video from the debate with Grla Hebrew. She wanted me to play this. Here goes. DNA R. The R marker does not come from Sudan. And anybody teach you that has lost your mind. Alizar, you have lost your mind tonight. The R marker, if you know African ancestry with Rick Kittles, the black guy, darker than me and Sarnetta, he owns African ancestry. He has the R marker, and it comes from Europe. Why does it come from Europe? Alizar, I don't think you should have told us your DNA results, buddy. Because you might definitely not be an Israelite. You just exposed yourself. R is a European marker. Oh, that's what King James had. He had RN269, which goes to the Caucasus Mountains. So if you show us your Y marker tonight, I'll definitely tell you if you're an Israelite or not. You just kill your whole entire self tonight.
Oh, hello everybody. Welcome back again.
Oh man, I'm a funny dude. Who remembers this debate with Cynthia G, myself, and Sarnetta? Who remembers?
Let me just address my sister Cynthia G.
Okay, Garfield, before you address me, can I say that first I need you to describe to me what was disrespectful and why, and then point out the lie, any lie that I told.
That's exactly. You told a bunch of lies. The first thing you said, sister, was that as black.
You remember when Cynthia G and Garfield went at it live? She talking about black men were cowards in slavery. Who remember Garfield representing for FBAs and Jamaicans that day? Who would remember? Nobody will remember that. Don't remember when Garfield repping, man. Listen,
men, we saw you on the plantation getting raped, and we did nothing.
Right.
Now let me get into it and show you facts. Hold on, let me establish.
All right, one at a time, guys.
Mute your mic.
I don't want to have to start.
I don't want to go back and forth.
All right,
But
I don't want to have to start
right
muting people. So one at a
Let's deal
time.
with some facts.
Garfield, check your messages.
I got you.
I'm gonna just point out one name, Taki, Takyi. Taki used to go from plantation to plantation and kill basically white folks. You had Three Finger Jack, another guy who was an Asante who used to clap the powder like Brother LeBron James and Kevin Garnett in remembrance of the Akan people. And he used to go also from plantation to plantation. Now the Akan people in Jamaica unified all the Akan and marched from St. Anne's Bay all the way to Trelawney, going from plantation to plantation. I call them the Nat Turners of Jamaica. So don't tell me right now as a black man, also, you said that what are we doing to free ourselves because we're all slaves? So I guess Dr. Boyce is a slave. Brother Sarnetta is a slave. Brother Angel, Brother Garfield is a slave. But let me point out to you, just like Dr. Boyce and Sarnetta, we don't work for the white man. That's the first sign of slavery. Yes, we're in the system here in America, but what do you expect us to do? I've talked about an abandoned town for the last 2 years for people. And in fact, I'm a part of the Bantu Federation. We are trying to reignite what Marcus Garvey didn't do, but we don't have to publicize it and let these white folks know what we're doing. We are trying to establish over there a connection so we could use products in Africa instead of using their products. I'm going to give a quick example to show that probably if you want to say I'm not free, you're right in a sense, because I'm still wearing the white man's underwear. I'm still wearing Ralph Lauren. I'm not wearing black-owned underwear. And I'm sure, I'm not disrespecting you, most of us wear underwear that the white man make. So none of us is free if you're going to use that as your staple pole of what to measure it by. But you said black men never did anything. We have done so much in this lifetime that the problem that we have right now is that the fact is we have no options. I'm Jamaican by birth. I could run back to Jamaica and Africa. The black man in America that's born here through slavery can't run anywhere. He only is in these borders. So how is he going to be free unless he buys an abandoned town and decides to do like the Mormons do? So when we say that we are free and slaves, I find it disrespectful, sister. I'm just telling you that. Because I know the history of the Akan, what my tribe did. So for you to say that, to say and generalize all men, oh, y'all are slaves, y'all are slaves. Come on, family. We're not here for that. We're not here for that.
Can I speak now, Brother Andrew? Can I respond to you now? And my response will be quick. First of all, I never.
All right, I can't listen to her voice. I'm sorry. I can't do that. I can't do that. But let me get to my brother, what you call it. I can't listen to her voice. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I apologize. I can't listen to her voice. I can't do that right now.
I mean, what would she have responded to that? That was a murder right there.
Slaughter. Let's get to Gorilla Hebrew. Let me get this out, then I get back to some teaching. This is his response to Ariella making a video, and let me see what he got to say.
Right, because I'm not dealing with her no more. And she just mad I cut her. All praise to the Most High, your brother Gorilla Hebrew, man. So here's good old Shaw Ariella, one of my little kids, man. He just did a video of Gorilla Hebrew's wife exposing him for being a trick with cam ties. You see her look good and see her looking better than any woman Ariella's ever even had the privilege to talk to in his whole life. But it's all right because I'm not dealing with her no more. And she just mad I cut the water off. That's why the other one mad too, but that's a whole other story. So I really don't care what Ariella has to say. I've already reacted to this earlier. Y'all seen the video. But Ariella, he did something so bad right here. He disrespected my wallet. He disrespected my Navy Federal bank account. And I won't stand for that. So what he demonstrated in that video that I really, really take umbrage to is he showed the spreadsheets accounting for 2022's tithes and 2023's tithes, which is a combined 169,000.
So allegation is that he's using tithe money to be a simp or whatever, give women the money from the tithe. So that's what he's responding to, for those who don't know. All right.
$1,000, 72,000 in 2022 and 96,000 in 2023. Now, again, the allegations are that I'm stealing and running off with camp tithes. Now, I want y'all to do some math. In 24 months, $169,000. You divide that by 24, that's $7,000 a month. My own personal bills, not counting my expenses, is $8,000 a month minimally, if not more, right? And has been since back there. That's number one. Number two, the school in Atlanta's bills cumulatively are about $3,000 a month. So if the camp paid $7,000, almost half of that is going just with the Atlanta school. Not to mention all the money that goes out to help brothers in need, things of that nature. All the things that this work out, only $7,000 a month, right? Again, the amount of tithes paid is not enough to pay my personal bills. It's not. But now I have to show everybody. I have to show everybody that this camp, I said half of this camp ain't paid tithes. The fact is, now that we actually are looking at the numbers that he produced, thank you so much for showing those numbers to everybody, Ariella. Not even a third of this camp has been paying tithes appropriately. So we require $100 a month and or 10%, or not and or 10%, whichever is greater, right? So at a base level, that's $20,000 to $30,000 that should be being paid in tithes every month, as we're required. Everybody who enters the camp reads the bylaws and agrees to.
True story, we got to start a camp, bro. We got to start a camp. because I don't know, man. This right here, I see why niggas want to start camps. Now he gonna talk about $100,000 a year. Yo, let me tell y'all this. Yo, true story, we are in the wrong. We have failed ourselves and our family because with all the knowledge you have, I have. Yo, we should have a camp with niggas paying $100 a month.
That's what I was saying,
bro. Yo, Angie,
you gotta start your own thing.
Obi, Keon, keep the brand. Sabio, we could start our own camp. $100 a pop right now. I'm hating. I'm a hater, yo.
To contribute that amount. But clearly we see if 200 to 300 men only produced 72 and 96,000 instead of 250,000, 300,000 in that year, their brothers wasn't doing their part. We didn't reprimand brothers. We didn't kick brothers out. We didn't curse brothers out about those things. We just encouraged brothers to do it. So what actually would happen is I would have to go into my own personal pockets to fund a lot of things for the camp. But don't worry, y'all. I'm gonna prove it, man, because I definitely don't appreciate my bank account being disrespected. I could disrespect a lot about Ariella. I could talk about that girl over there who he starved, right? Maybe now you're showing everybody you're cooking for her, right? Because she's pregnant. But we can talk about those forced fasts you used to put her on. Of course, because you were conscious about her weight. We understand those things, right? But I ain't finna do that, right? Because everybody know everything on my team is ice cold. Come on, baby. Looking good as fuck, though. Yeah, my bitch look good as fuck, don't she? For me, just did this line. I look good as hell. She got mad at me, called me bald. She balder than me, but we love her. She look good in the motherfucker, period, right? But let's just go here, right? You see this? Let's go here. What's it say? Navy Federal Credit Union. Mr. Adonis C. Glaude. Yeah, that's me. So coincidentally enough, on the website, I can only go back to January 2022. So I've downloaded all the bank statements for the years in question, 2022 and 2023. Now so I got my trusty mathematician right here. His name is Nakamaya. Maybe you've heard of him. Chief Officer Nakamaya, an amazing brother. Let's just take a look at, do some math, and let's see how much money I brought in 2022 and how much of that was tithe money, right? For everybody, this is going to dispel all the lies that I'm doing misappropriation of camp funds, that I'm running off, that I'm living off the tithe money, etc. We're getting ready to dispel all of that madness now, right? Bank statement for bank statement. How much I bring in January 20 over 20,000. So put 20K, right? January 2022, right? Make sure you zoom it in on deposits, right? 20,000. Okay, 20,000. This February 2022. Right, hold on, make sure we see it. End date 2/15/2022, 20K. Okay, cool. March 35K. Okay, cool. April 18K. Okay, cool. May 37K. Okay, cool. June 25K. Okay, cool. July 19K. Okay, cool. August 25K. Okay, cool. September 27K. Okay, cool. October 27K. Okay, cool. November 26K. Okay, cool. December 43K. Okay, cool. So now what's that total? 302,000. That year the camp only paid 72,000 in tithes. So that means that camp tithes wasn't even a third of the money that I made in the year of 2022. So how am I stealing the camp tithes if everything for the camp was taken care of with the amount of tithes paid, and I lived off of how much more thousand? 230,000? That's how much was left over of camp tithes, $250,000. If all I made was 72,000 in 2022, I wouldn't even have electricity in my house, pimp. Who are you talking to? Don't listen. And I hate to do this, but I have to, because now, I built an organization to facilitate men to do the work of the Lord. And niggas are playing like I'm running some racket or scam as if I need this, right? Again, I made that how 72 versus what, 302? Again, that's not 1/3 of the money that I made in 2022. Not 1/3, right? We're gonna keep going though. Let's go to 2023. Just niggas want to play with me. 2023 was my greatest year. Nigga was my highest earned revenue year. Let's find out. 2023, 30 we started. We started with the tray ball. February, 36. March, 45. Hold on, let's continue our session. Hold on. April, 37. May, 29. June, 33. July, 21. August, 34. September, 29. October, 28. November, 34. December, 31. What's that whopping total, mathematician? Not
underestimated. It's 389.
389. So 96,000 was paid in tithes. So I brought in over $300,000 minus the tithes, or almost $300,000 minus the tithes. So don't hear what you don't do, right? Stop playing with me. Stop all the lies, the bearing false witness. Y'all are jumping on hate trains, violating Exodus 23:1, right? Let's go to Exodus 23:1 again, which I already brought out. Exodus 23, thou shalt not raise a false report, Ariala. You said you still love me, and love is keeping the commandments. Well, the commandment said don't raise a false report. You've raised several false reports about me. Put not thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. You literally took information from an adulteress that was mad that I wouldn't give her any money and just made a video and was an unrighteous witness. You are wicked as hell. You need to repent, brother. Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shalt thou speak in a cause to decline after many to rest judgment. Neither shalt thou countenance a...
Yo, enough of that, man. I just wanted to give a shout out to the gossiping segment of the show. Let me get back to Priest Daniel and something I found amazing, man. Let me ask y'all on the panel a question. How do you know if a man is a homosexual or not? How do you know if a man is gay or not? And I'm going to play this video, and I want y'all to respond to this video real quick. How do you know? Listen to this video real quick.
Problem with somebody coming and presenting truth, presenting you with information, and now you can go back and you can research for yourself to see whether or not the person that was sitting there was full of shit or not. You see what I'm saying? But if you have a problem with somebody presenting all the information, to me that means that you ain't about truth. You're about just bandwagon riding. You're about nut hugging. You're about dick riding, meaning your favorite teacher. It doesn't matter whether what they present is right or wrong. You just go nut hug them and that's it. If that's what you're about, that's fine. And I'm gonna tell you something. You know, I know it's gonna be controversial, but that's okay. The majority of you brothers on YouTube, I'm talking to the men, I ain't gonna talk to the sisters. The majority of you cats on YouTube, you don't study. You know why you have a problem with the presentation I made? You don't study. If you study, you would know that I'm right, because I presented all the books, all the sources, all everything, and you have a problem with it because you're mad because I proved that King James wasn't a homosexual. I proved there's a lot of scholars out there that say he wasn't homosexual, and you just mad.
Hold on 1 second. Go ahead, family. How do you prove that somebody is a homosexual, not a homosexual? Can somebody what's your methodology? Come on, if you don't know, we can laugh about it, but let's talk. He said that we mad. He said Shaka Amos is mad because he proved that King James is not a homosexual. That's crazy. I'm from Jamaica. We said we don't swear for no man. We don't swear for no man. So I want to know what's in. Let me play this. Y'all think about it. Let me play this part.
1650, a curious date. The book, The Court and Character of King James, was published in the year 1650. 1 year after King James's son, Charles I, was tried and executed in 1649. In other words, the first, mark my words, the first allegations of King James being homosexual came out. It didn't come out when King James was alive. It didn't come out when King James's son was alive. What Anthony Weldon did was he waited until King James was dead. He waited until his son was dead, and then he wrote a book saying that they were homosexuals. Oh, by the way, I know King James is dead. By the way, I know his son is dead, but actually they were dead. Right? Animosity against the monarchy was in a fever pitch. There was great disillusionment with the monarchy, monarchical form of government, to the point of murdering the local king. Next slide.
All right, so he's saying that he proved that King James was not a homosexual and that we're mad because he proved that. And he said that the The only time these things came out was after 1650, right? Now watch this. Watch this. By the way, I gotta give General Yohana a shout out real quick here. Hold on one second. Let me get to General Yohana's video. Hold on one second. Let me get it right here. Let me get this off the screen. Shout out to General Yohana because he is a part of the committee that says anal sex between a man and a woman should be allowed. I'm a Jamaican, but shout out to General Yohana with his own rules for his own camp. So ladies, if you're part of ISUPK, here goes. This is y'all general.
You call what? You want to know if you can have anal sex with his wife. Okay, anal sex with his wife? Okay, well listen. Let me tell you something. A lot of people gonna be mad at me about this, but I'm going to tell you like it is. The answer is yes. This is the hard part of being a priest of the Most High. The answer is yes. And I'm going to tell you why. The scriptures say this. Everybody in Romans, the 5th chapter, the 13th verse. The question is, for anybody that's asking, the question that he asked was, can a brother have anal sex with his wife? Can he have anal sex with his wife? And the answer, I'm going to break some of y'all hearts. The answer is yes. Do it the sex all night long. Let me tell you something. The answer is yes. And the reason why, everybody in Romans 5, read this for me and I'm going to explain to you. I know Hebrew Israelites going to disagree with me on this. Hebrew Israelites going to email me from now till Passover, cursing me out there. How dare you how to say this on the air? But I'm going to have to tell you it according to the Bible. If a brother want to have sex in his woman's butt, that's up to him and her. You understand? And this is why. It is not a gay act. A lot of people equate it with a homosexual act. If you are homosexual inside having sex with your woman, fantasize about a man, you got a problem. You got a lust problem for a deviant act. You understand? You got a lust problem being a priest of the Most High. And I'm going to tell you why. The chapter, the 13th verse, he asked was sex with his wife. The answer is yes. Do it the sex.
If you're talking, you're muted, Garfield.
Oh man. Yo, let me get back to this, yo. So anyway, since we're on King James, let's get back to Priest Daniela. He said before 1650, nobody was saying that. But look at this right here, ladies and gentlemen. How did I find this? Despite the remonstrations of the council in 1618, Villiers became a Marquess in 1619, Lord High Admiral, and finally in 1623, the Duke of Buckingham. Turn your kids away from the screen because I'm about to curse. In 1623, Théophile de Vaux in France addressed an obscene poem, Our Marquis de Beaucaire, relating that Apollo with his songs debauched young Hythis, just as Cordion fucked Amyntas, so Caesar did not spurn boys. One man is Monsieur Legrand de Bellegrande, a friend of Vaux. Another is the Comte d'Entenor, and it is well known that the King of England is the Duke of Buckingham. The Duke of Buckingham at the time was George Villiers. So Priest Daniela is saying that nobody was saying this before 1650 is a goddamn lie. I got over 10 examples. A matter of fact, this reporter had to move out of England because King James wanted to lock him up because he had wrote that King James was a homosexual. King James kissed men in public. People say, oh, well, he kissed men on the cheek. Why do you need to document that a man is kissing a man on the cheek? You don't document that. You don't tell another man you'd rather be married to him than be with somebody else, be with a woman or whatever. Come on, we know what it is, family. We know what it is with King James. And a matter of fact, when he testified in front of what do you call it? We know King James, they taught that John and Jesus was a homosexual. So they used to compare himself to John and Jesus to try to tell him that this is what's going on with him. He's in love with George Villas. He testified about that. Jesus and John were as an example for sexual relationship between men. So King James used that as an example to express his love for George Villas. So, I mean, he said it himself. James kissing and fussing over his favorites are intended to mock or ridicule him and so forth. But I'm going to say this carefully to everybody, man. There's no doubt in my mind that this guy was running around doing things with other men. His wife and him didn't sleep in the same bed for 10 years. That alone should tell you what it is. And just because he wrote a book saying the Basilicon Duran that against homosexuality, look at this guy on the screen, Eddie Long, the Longfellow guy. He had 4 young boys he was sleeping with before the church started. Before church started, he was having sex with men, getting head from them on the pulpit and all type of crazy shit. Yeah. Here's another pastor, Kenneth Adkins. Another one, molesting teenage girls and boys. Just because somebody says I'm against homosexuality doesn't make them not for or doing homosexuality. Look at this guy, Larry Craig. Who remember Larry Craig? Anti-homosexual. He was doing bus stops and touching men's legs, trying to get with them. They did a sting and arrested him. What about Ted Haggard, who started his church in 1995 or 1996? I think that's when he started his church, or 1986. See, 1984. And he used to come out against marriage, support marriage equality and all that. Now he's supporting marriage equality, but he used to be anti-homosexual. So just because somebody's anti-homosexual does not mean that they are against it. So I just want to know, what's the methodology to know that somebody is not a homosexual? What methodology are you guys using to come to that conclusion? I'm curious.
Yeah, I think the only way to know is just to ask them. Since King James is long gone, I don't think that we can ever come to a conclusion. Everything else would just be technically speculation on both ends, I would say. But yeah, there's not really a way to prove he's not gay, though, for sure.
When I think about those times, Garfield, and how royalty acted, especially male royalty, when I think back to like Alexander and some of the things that he were doing, and some of the other kings and Caesars, how certain ideals were purported to give them certain positions and ranks of power or authority or dominance, I can see why I can see how it could be a practice and why it would be something like a cultural norm for them. Why it wouldn't be something that a king of England or from that area wouldn't do, because it was a norm. Shit, there's rumors of Constantine having homosexual lovers, all of them. The last one too.
Yeah.
So all right, let me say this. I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna get to a teaching segment. I've shown this numerous times, but I want to say for the Hebrew Israelites, the 4 main things of their doctrine that has to be true, included, 5. The 12 tribe chart has to be true. Second Ezra has to be a legitimate book. Arzareth has to be in the Americas. 70 AD has to actually happen where blacks and the tribe of Judah and Benjamin and Levi. And by the way, let me add Simeon, because Simeon is in the geographical confinements of Judah. So Simeon did not go with the northern tribes. So that's what messes up the northern tribal chart too. We're going to get into that shortly. But those things have to be true. 70 AD, the Assyrian exile with the Medes going whatever has to be true. So I want y'all to pay attention to this, because this is some serious stuff. This is how you destroy the Hebrew Israelite doctrine. Without those elements of the second Esdras, Arzareth, 70 AD, Assyrian exile, a 12 tribe chart, those 5 elements has nothing to do with prophecy. I'll deal with the prophecy after, but it's going to be a couple gunshots for my Christian family too, because these things in the Bible I'm pointing out affects your belief also, although it don't affect the New Testament. But go ahead, brother.
Oh no, I was just saying because I'm a Christian, so it's like well, go ahead.
All right, so second Esdras, for those who don't know, scholars normally say second Esdras is 3 different books that are combined together. All right. So in Second Esdras, we have the Apocrypha. If you notice, it put first century right there. This is from Eric Klein's presentation. These are the 9 tribes that were taken away from their own land into exile in the days of King Hoshea, whom Shalmaneser, the king of the Assyrians, made captives. He took them across the river, and they were taken into another land, but they formed this plan for themselves that they would leave the multitude of the nations and go to a more distant region where no human beings had ever lived, so that there at least they might keep their statutes that they had not kept in their own land. All right, this is very important because this now leads to this verse, which says, and they went in by the narrow passages of the Euphrates River, for at that time the Most High performed signs. Through that region there was a long way to go, a journey of a year and a half, and that country is called Arzareth. All right, now this is important because in the Sanhedrin 10, I think 3, it talks about the arguments between Akiva and another rabbi, Eliezer. And this supposedly happened in the 1st century. So it seems like some scholars believe that the writers of Second Esdras must have read what the Mishnah tradition read or knew about it, because they actually are quoting about Deuteronomy 29:27, which talks about the another land. The Eretz Ahetz, or whatever that is called, is what Arzareth is. It's a compound word that they merged together. The person who wrote this actually mistakenly mistranslated it for it to be Arzareth. It actually should have been another word. But this is what they're holding on to, that the people went into the Assyrian exile. But this is the problem. And I'm going to tell you why. I just noticed this week. And they went in by the narrow passages of the Euphrates River. Those who went by the narrow passages of the Euphrates River went to the Assyrian area of the exile, meaning that they went to Assyria, right? But look at this scripture right here. I'm gonna bring up 2 scriptures real quickly. First Chronicles 5 verses 26. I'm going to go to this version, and I'm going to go to, let me see if I should go to the King James. Let's go to the King James Bible online. And I'm going to share my screen and make a quick point. If you notice, the people that went to that region, to the Assyrian region, they never went anywhere. So look at this right here. It says, and the God of Israel stirred up the spirit of Pul, king of Assyria, and the spirit of Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria. And he carried them away, even the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half of tribe of Manasseh, and brought them unto Halar, Heber, Hara, and to the river Gozan unto this day. So that means those specific tribes who went to Assyria, the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the tribe of Manasseh, was there until, let me go to the book of Chronicles. Let's go to the site called Dating of the Bible. The Wikipedia website. Let's go to the Dating of the Bible. Let's go to the Dating of the Bible. And we're going to click on this Wikipedia article real quick, right? Let me go to the article real quick so y'all can see. I'm going to Wikipedia because we're doing this on the fly, all right? Let's go to Wikipedia real quick. And it gives you all the books chronologically when they think they're estimated by what the scholars say they were written. Look at the book of Chronicles right here. It says between 350 and 300 BC. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if it's written at that time unto this day, that means they're still in the land of Assyria and that they are coming back. These people are coming back and they haven't gone anywhere. Now, the Hebrew Israelites, let me go back to what they teach. They teach that the Scythians, because remember when Sargon shipped some of the Israelites to the era called the Medes, and I'm going to get into that shortly. Remember this while we're conversating. Chronicles is written around 350 and 300 BC according to scholarship. All right. Now let's go back to this now. Remember I went to 1 Chronicles 5:26. Look at this right here now. Let's get back to this. Arzareth is not an actual place name, but is instead a corruption of 2 Hebrew words, Eretz Aheret, which simply means another land. So now there's this thing that says Arzareth is America, and Columbus said Arzareth is America. Now we have a problem. And the problem is in the Columbus works, he says the reprobate Jews are the lost tribes. So he couldn't have been going to America to find lost tribes of Israel. Stop listening to the lies. Go to Columbus's primary works, family. He says the reprobate Jews are the ones that never believed in the New Testament. So the reprobate Jews didn't accept the Apocrypha either. So he's saying they are reprobate Jews, and they are the lost tribes of Israel. So those rabbinical Jews who you call the non-believing Jews are the Jews who believe in rabbinical Judaism. He's saying that those in Europe who hold to that, the Sephardics and the Ashkenazi, those specific Jews are the lost tribes. He never said that the Indians were the lost tribes. That's a lie. He never said ours or is America. That's another lie. So you see the 12 tribe stuff is falling apart. The Hebrew Israelites are falling apart. Oh, Garfield, but he sent translators. We're going to get into that shortly. Watch this. The New Oxford Annotated Bible. Shout out to Faithful of God because he gave me this definition here. Talks about the Apocrypha, right? The Apocrypha, it says that part, chapters 3 to 14, is written in the 1st century. That's written in the 1st century, composed in the 1st century. Look at this. The book of Ezra, 2nd Ezra, is actually a composite work made up of what? 3 separate writings. 5 Ezra is chapters 1 and 2. 4 Ezra is chapters 3 to 14. And 6 Ezra is chapters 15 and 16. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to break down something for y'all again. I'm going to break down something for y'all that y'all could learn something. This is going to get very interesting. If you're into this, I'm not here to hurt feelings, but I want to make it plain to everybody. Tanya Pearson, that's fine. That's fine, sis. I love you. I love you, sis. If I'm wrong, just correct me. Correct me. Because you need a connection to a deity. You don't need no Bible to connect to a God. If you have a relationship with God, just call him up. And if he answers, you're following the right God. If your God can't talk back to you, your God is fake. That's a simple methodology right there. Watch this. All right, watch this, family. Let me get to 2nd Esdras. 2nd Esdras, chapter 13. I'm gonna break down something for y'all that nobody ever broke down before. Because Garfield, I read what they read. So when I read it, I try to understand what way they're coming from. But let's take a look at this. And Keon, I might need your help with this part right here.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna need your help with this scripture right here, real quick.
Yeah, I did want to ask you, what is Ezra?
Esdras is it's a apocrypha. It's really Ezra. So what happened is first and second Ezra in some Bibles is Ezra and Nehemiah. First Esdras in some Bibles, like the Septuagint, is first Esdras. Like you have second Esdras, is first Esdras that was written in the Greek time. But in the Septuagint, you don't see second Esdras. Telling you it wasn't a book. Nobody knew this book until the 2nd century of the Common Era. So this is the problem that they have, because if this book is not written by the real Ezra, it's actually a pseudepigraphia. Somebody's trying to front like they're Ezra. So that's a problem. That's a serious problem. Hold on 1 second. Let me find the scripture real quickly in 2nd Esdras 13. Let me go in my brother Dre's inbox. Let me go in Dre inbox real quickly. I'll be inboxing him. Shout out to Dre from ABT, by the way. Shout out to Trilla and the boys. Yoshi, Mama Steph, all of them. Risa, the whole crew. Here we go. We got my brother Dre right here. Let me scroll all the way up, because I'll be dropping some scriptures and asking them what they feel about this. Hold on, let me find the scripture. Anybody have any comments or questions in the meantime? Let's get it. I'm right here.
Yeah, I'm just sitting back listening to you, man. Because to be honest with you, when it comes to the actual history of like where books is written, I mean, I'm definitely a witness. We don't really talk about that when it comes to in the churches and stuff like that. It's more of outside of that. But yeah.
Okay.
Hey Keon, you don't think that's a problem? I thought it was a problem, and I think that's why I think when I started learning that the Pauline epistles was the first books written of the New Testament.
All right, time out 1 second. Let me bring this on the screen right here. I'm going to bring this on the screen right here. I found the verse. I don't mean to cut you, Savior. My bad. Thank you. This is 2nd Ezra 13, right? I want you to look at this scripture right here, Kian. This right here, 32. I want you to break it down based on what your belief is. And the time shall be when these things shall come to pass, and the sign shall happen, which I shewed thee before. Shewed is a past. And then shall my son be declared, whom thou sawest. This is past participle as a man ascending. When was Jesus as a man ascending? When did that happen? Whom thou sawest. Because remember, this is past tense. As a man ascending. When did Jesus ascend to heaven?
What technical? Well, in the timeline, he ascended technically after he resurrected.
Resurrected, right? So that was around 33 AD, whatever. All right.
Yeah,
so what this is saying, family, for those who don't know, 2nd Ezra is alleged chapters 3 to 14 to be written, the first part of 2nd Ezra that was written first. So it's written between 90 to 100 AD, right? 96 to 100 AD. Now remember, it says, then shall my son be declared, whom thou sawest as a man ascending. If a man is ascending to heaven, and we know who was ascended to heaven, and he's speaking in the past participle, it couldn't be Ezra from the 5th century BC, because whoever is writing this knew about Jesus ascending to heaven. Do you understand what I'm saying, brother?
Well, first, let me ask, what scripture is this?
This is 2nd Ezra chapter 13, verses 32. This is before the whole Arthurist argument, because what happened is, if you want to define when Ezra is written, you got to look at the context, because in chapter 7, it actually mentions the word Jesus in this translation in the King James. There's no mention of a Jesus name, somebody named Jesus in the Old Testament. So that again tells you in the 1st century, this is written about a Jesus at a time when Jesus existed. So this is these are clues within the actual writing itself telling us. So again, and the time shall be when these things shall come to pass, and the sign shall happen which I shewed thee before, and then shall my son be declared, whom thou, who is the whom thou? He's talking to the people in the audience, whom thou sawest as a man ascending. So when this is Jewish literature, it's an apocrypha, and this is why people never accepted this book, because it was never in the Jewish canon, it was never in the Greek canon, it was never in the Roman canon. It became a part of the canon later, like around 1560 or 1540. It became a part of the appendix. The Apocrypha was a part of the Latin Vulgate appendix in 1524 or 1540. And then it became a part of the appendix of the Bible when the Roman Catholic Church at the Council of Trent authorized it, but it still was in the appendix. It was never an actual book in the literal canon. It was put in the appendix. So that's why King James put it in the canon, because he saw the Lutherans who had split from the Catholics. They used it first, and then the Council of Trent, and then the King James Bible had it. Before that, there's nobody saying this is a part of the Bible. 2nd Esdras. So this is a problem, because and by the way, too, in the King James Bible, they have a whole 100 verses from chapter 7 that's missing. They took those out. And then the most important part, let me show y'all this. I got to show y'all this on the screen, man. Yo, this book is so fake. This book is so fake. It's hilarious at this point. I want y'all to look at this right here. Let me show y'all this scripture real quick. Because Garfield ain't playing today. None of them ain't going to come on the stage and deal with Garfield. They can't. I study. Y'all just want to believe. I don't believe. I study and see for myself, so that I could argue and beat y'all up on a daily basis. It's crazy.
So just to be clear, right? So for this 2nd Esdras verse 32, right? So you're saying that this is saying that it's talking about Jesus during Jesus' time?
Yes, sir.
So basically the author of Ezra, you're saying that he was living during Jesus' time, writing
facts. Or after. He was a little bit after, between 96 and 100. For him to talk about the ascending of Jesus, there's no, people say, well, what about Daniel? Daniel talks about, no, but it doesn't mention Jesus' name. And this is a dagger right here. I'm gonna show y'all how I
Wait,
beat
where does it mention Jesus' name here? Where
in 2nd Ezra chapter 7 verses I think 48.
But this in second. This okay.
That's a
Where is
different.
it saying in this?
That's a different. I'm gonna get to that in a second. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
I got you.
Okay.
I got you. On the screen right now, right? I'm gonna show y'all something real quick. Look at this right here. This is 2nd Ezra chapter 1, right? The same 2nd Ezra we're talking about. Why is 2nd is shown with the King James Bible? You could click on that and it answers your question. This is the 2nd book of the prophet Esdras. Look at this. The son of Sarias, the son of Azariah, the son of Helchas, the son of Sadamas, the son of Sadak, the son of Achital. All right. So remember, this is the prophet Esdras that wrote literal Ezra. Now look in chapter 3, what it says. This is what kills their whole argument that Ezra is the Ezra of the prophet Ezra actually wrote it. Now look at chapter 3, what chapter 3 says. In the 30th year after the destruction of the city, I was in Babylon, I, Salathiel, whom also called Ezra. So who wrote it? Was it Salathiel, who's called Ezra, or is it the prophet that's Ezra? You see the confusion? So now, this is what happened now. In the King James Version, they don't have this in the King James Version. You know why? Because it contradicts, they took it out. So the King James Version is 1611. If you go to the 1560 edition, or even go to the edition from the 4th century, it says in the 30. As a matter of fact, I'm sorry. The oldest version we have is in the 7th century, and it says, in the 30th year after destruction, I was in Babylon, I, Salathiel. You can't be Salathiel, and you can't be Ezra the prophet. They are two different people. So this is what kills them, because the first 2 chapters are written in Latin. There's no Latin that exists in the 5th century BC. There's no Koine Greek, which chapters 3 to 14 is written in the 5th century when Ezra is supposedly writing. So it's written in Koine Greek and Latin, not Hebrew. They used to believe it's written in Hebrew. But now you could go to the Sanhedrin 10 verse 3, and you'll see that the same argument about Arzareth is being made. They think that the guy who wrote it was in the Septuagint. Look at this guy. Okay, watch this. Let's go to the Septuagint listings. I'm going to Google it right now for you right now. Let's go to the Septuagint books. And you show me Esdras in the second, Esdras in the Septuagint. Hold on, the Septuagint. Look at this. Book listings. Let's Google it. Let's see what we could find. Septuagint LX online text, biblicalgreek.com. Let me see if I could find what is in the Septuagint. Home the Septuagint 11. Here we go. This is the Septuagint. Let's see the texts that's in here. See? 1st, 2nd Esdras, not 2nd Esdras that you like. Not that Esdras. What they call 1st and 2nd Esdras is what? They call Ezra, and actually the 1st Esdras is the one that's there. It's not the same 2nd Esdras. It's a different, see? They got 10 chapters. It's not the same book. You got 16 chapters. And if you read the first one, you'll see it's not the same 2nd Esdras. They call Ezra, regular Ezra 1, and Nehemiah 2 Esdras. And they'll call Ezra 2 here in the Septuagint. It's not the same Esdras. It's not in 2nd Esdras. It's not in the Greek. 1st Esdras is in the Greek. Let me go to our English so y'all can see it in English, so y'all don't get confused.
Yeah, because I was just about to ask that. Like, Ezra is the Old Testament, so technically it would be Hebrew, right? Like it should be written in Hebrew, right? If I'm not mistaken.
2nd Esdras is confusing because in different Bibles it come up differently. So let me hold on a second. I do actually Google the wrong thing. Listings. Here we go. Let's find an English listing. Read the Septuagint with the Apocrypha free online. Septuagint Old Testament. Home, the Septuagint 11. Let's see if we can find what is the Septuagint, the beginner's guide. Let me go to the next page. Yeah, it's not in the Septuagint, my brother in the chat. It's not. Septuagint index. Let's go here. Here we go. 2nd Esdras here. Right here. Let's go to chapter 1, Second Ezra chapter 1 verses 1. Second Ezra chapter 3 verses. You see, there's no 14 chapters. It's not the same one. They're different Ezras. This is not the Ezras of what people are used to. Or it's in Greek. Yuck. Yeah, but this second Esdras has over 23 chapters. It's not the same second Esdras. So when you see it in the Septuagint, beloved, it's not the same thing. Just for the record. It's not the same thing. Tanya Pierce, I would love for you to come on and join the conversation. But anyway, let's get back to this. I want to get back to this carefully here. I just had to prove a point why we know that second Esdras is not what you call it, a book that was written by Esdras back in the days. So even if you go to the different dictionaries and you go to the authorship, nobody knows, but it's 3 different writings that are combined together. Second Esdras and the second and the New Testament. What people say is second Esdras. What happened is they find different writings and say, oh, they copied. Second Esdras copied. Let's take a look. Oh, you know what I got to show you too? I got to show you second Esdras 7, where it talks about Jesus. Yeah, I got to show you that. Second Ezra 7. Let me go to that right now. Second Ezra 7 talks about Jesus. I think it's verse 38 or 28. Here we go. Let me show it to you before we do anything else, so you know that I'm not lying. Second Ezra 7 in the King James Version from 1611. For my son Jesus shall be revealed with those that be with him, and they that remain shall rejoice within 400 years. Now, within 400 years already passed already when this was written. But the key was, if Ezra wrote it, they're saying he wrote it 400 years before Jesus. So that's how Jesus came into the earth, because Ezra wrote it. That's some of their explanation. And these years shall my son Christ die, and all men that have life. So you see the Christian type of talk. Because Jesus is nowhere in the Old Testament you see that word Jesus. You will not see that word Jesus at all. So that gives you a clue of when it was written and who wrote it.
Crucial.
So that's how we know it's not a book that's written from back then. But of course, if you believe 2 + 2 is 5, who's Garfield to argue with me? I got God on my side. Yeah. All right. So anyway, they said Christian interpolations. What Christian interpolations? So they say this section also contains a vision of the Messiah as the Son of God who ministers to the martyred saints in heaven. Then I said to the angel, who is a young man, So what they do is they said, this is from Encyclopedia Britannica. Date, authors, and purpose. Second Ezra will be sometime after Titus' destruction. The scholarly interpretation of the eagle of Second Ezra 5 being the Roman Empire. And towards the end of the 1st century, perhaps 1996, though some suggest a date as late as 218. That date of late of 218 is for chapters 15 and 16, for the record. All right. Hold on a second. I just saw something right here. Even though the so-called Christian chapters are defended by some commentators as representing a Jewish concept of the Messiah as a supernatural being, as can be seen occasionally in later rabbinical tradition in the Talmud and the Midrash. So these are the quotes that they like to quote from. Oh, Second Esdras is we see it in Matthew. No, it's the other way around. Who told you that? You see, Second Esdras 1:30. Oh, that's a quotation from Matthew 11:37. Our Second Esdras 1:32 is based on Matthew 11:34 or Luke 11:49 or 51. But it's actually the other way. They're trying to say that the author of the New Testament was using that, but it's practically the other way around. Now look at this. As to date, while the definitely Jewish portions are earlier in their present form, these chapters may be approximately assigned to the 2nd century AD. Why? The references to the Gospels would make the very end of the 1st century AD the earliest possible date. But the writer shows some knowledge of the Greek apocalypse of Baruch. Okay, when was that apocalypse of Baruch written? Which would bring the date to the early part of the 2nd century AD. James has, however, shown conclusively that the writer was acquainted with the apocalypse of Zephaniah, which would bring the date to a still later time after the middle of the 2nd century. So that in its present form, this section of our book must be dated after 150 AD, but there's no sufficient reason for dating it long after this date. So again, the book is split into three parts. What are the 3 parts? The 3 parts are 5th Ezra, chapters 1 and 2, written in Latin. 4th Ezra, chapters 3 and 14, We have also written in Latin, although it's showing Greek origins, Koine Greek, and 6 Ezra chapters 15 and 16 about the 3rd century, early 3rd century, written in Koine Greek. So we have the records, we have the scholarship. Pretty much it's like 100% of scholars agree that the book is written in 3 parts. Parts in the 1st century, 2nd century, and the 3rd century. And look at this key right now. The final 2 chapters of 2nd Ezra, 15 and 16, found in the Latin version are not in the Eastern Greek text. These chapters which predict wars led by the Messiah. So in some of the 2nd Ezras that they have, some of them don't even have 15 and 16, which is late. So people got to understand 2nd Ezra as it's given to us is not, it's not fear for people who don't study to actually accept these type of writings, especially when 100% of the scholarship agrees with what Garfield is saying. All right. So let's look at some of the Greek texts. Some of the oldest texts that they have is written in Clement of Alexandria, which is 180 AD. This is the first example, chapter 5 in 2nd Esdras, which is called 4th Esdras in the Greek version. You find it in Clement of Alexandria, and we find him quoting it. In chapter 14, chapter 5, we find in Clement of Alexandria. This is from the Encyclopedia Britannica. Look at this. The central portion of the work, chapters 3 to 14, consisting of 7 visions revealed to the seer Salathiel Ezra, was written in Aramaic by an unknown Jew around AD 100. That idea of written in Aramaic or Hebrew is now thrown away, but this is the consensus that it was written around 100. In the middle of the 2nd century AD, Christian author added an introductory portion, chapters 1 and 2, to the Greek edition of the book, and a century later, another Christian writer appended chapters 15 and 16 to the same edition. Garfield ain't making it up. And look at the last verse. Translation were derived, Aramaic version has been lost, was edited by a Christian author because there are passages in the central Jewish section that reflect Christian doctrines on original sin and Christology. All right, let me deal with 2nd Esdras. Again, this is the part where it talks about for my son Jesus. In all the other versions, it don't say this. It says my Messiah. But let's deal with the KJV because this is what these guys deal with. All right. Okay. All right. So the tribes, we know Simeon didn't go because Simeon is within the confinements. Oh, I wanted to get to this, the Zondervan Bible. The Zondervan Bible says, Apocrypha defined from a Greek word that means hidden. It goes, this collection consists of a variety of books and additions to canonical books that, with the exception of 2nd Ezra, were written during the intertestamental period. So the Zondervan Bible, which they like to talk about black people being Negroes and being Shemites and Hamites, they won't take the word of 2nd Ezra saying it was written around 90 AD, which is the part, chapters 3 to 14. They won't take the Encyclopedia Britannica. They won't take even the issues that people have as far as 2nd Ezra.
Yeah, man, you spit.
Any questions?
Not at all. Yeah, because I was actually looking it up. I got a comment. I was actually looking it up, and it like not even Christians supposedly believe in it. Supposedly the Council of Trent, they came out to the same conclusions. I was actually trying to look up why would they continue it and just put it in there anyway, though. And they're just saying that it just is a appendix for the Vulgate Bible, I guess that was in Syria. So I don't think that's a good explanation, but yeah, these are all facts, man. These are all facts.
There goes my guy DC. Peace and love to you, man. Second Esdras has always been canon. Can you prove that? Provide a source that says 2nd Esdras was always canon.
Yeah, that's false.
Gem City took it personal. The real Jews, Samaritan, and Israelites are in Israel dodging bullets and bombs. Fake DHI in America online telling lies and begging for cash outs. Debunk me. They can't. They in Israel. Facts.
Whoa.
Facts.
Over there and fight that war.
Jews captured in Assyria did not pray to a Jesus. Not until some of them accepted the New Testament. So I don't know. All right. Let me see what I got here. All right. So let's get back to this presentation here. Second Ezra was written after the 1st century, not by Ezra. All right. All you got to do is just do a language test. The language test alone destroys that argument. Take Second Ezra out of the One West doctrine, game over, because now you got to talk about where did Arzareth come from and what does it mean? Arzareth can't be America. But what happened to the 10 tribes? There weren't 10 tribes here because, of course, Simeon wasn't a tribe at the time. I mean, Simeon was in the confinement of Judah, so it didn't go anywhere. Plus, it tells you what tribes went to where. We know Naphtali was taken because Naphtali is in the Assyrian records. The Bible says the Gadites were taken, the Reubenites, the Manasseh tribes. We don't see Asher or anybody, but we do see in 2 Kings 15, Zebulun and Asher was probably taken. But even if those tribes are taken, they're not taken anywhere and gone anywhere. Where are the rest of the tribes at? Where are the other 3 tribes or 4 tribes? Because in 2 Kings 18, it talks about all of them going except Judah. But we know what happened to the people that went to Assyria. It tells us they were military. Some of them were military. Look at what they're doing. They're priests, skilled laborers, merchants, landowners, witnesses. Between the efforts of Tiglath-Pileser, Shalmaneser V, and Sargon, more than 40,000 people were carried off from the northern kingdom of Israel. 13,000 by Tiglath-Pileser and 27,000 by Sargon II. Archaeological surveys indicate that between 222,000 and 350,000 inhabitants were living in the northern kingdom of Israel at the time. Therefore, the population of the northern kingdom of Israel would not have been decimated by the Neo-Assyrians if they only carried off approximately 40,000 people over a period of about 14 years. Surveys and excavations indicate that the population of Jerusalem suddenly increased from about 1,000 to 15,000 inhabitants, while the population of Judah grew from 40,000 to around 120,000 during the last decades of the 8th century BCE. Most archaeologists suggest that this sudden expansion has everything to do with the collapse of the northern kingdom of Israel and the sudden influx of large numbers of refugees into the southern kingdom of Judah. Distribution of Israelites after 720 BC. If the population was 220, 40,000 exiled, 80,000 fled to Judah, 100,000 remained in Samaria. Alternate distribution of Israelites, if it's 350,000, 230,000 remained in Samaria, 40,000 into exile, 80,000 fled to Judah, 11% left. Those who were carried off into exile in Assyria were most likely taken to the few specific locations given in the biblical account, in Hala, on the Habor, the river of Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes. The near Assyrian deportees from Israel. The book of Tobit tells the story of who in the days of King Shalmaneser of the Assyrians was taken into captivity from Sisbi, which is to the south of Kadesh, Naphtali in Upper Galilee, above Asher towards the west and north of Fogar. I, Tobit, walked in the ways of truth and righteousness all the days of my life. I performed many acts of charity for my kindred and my people who had gone with me in exile to Nineveh in the land of Assyrians. Just to let you know, in Tobit, it says Tobit's son Tobias was actually Job. And I don't think anybody who's listed or who's an Israelite believe that. Tobit is written like in the 2nd or 1st century BC. And I don't think anybody should take it literally. Suggested locations. Conclusion, although perhaps as many as 20% of the inhabitants of the northern kingdom of Israel were carried off into exile, the vast majority of the so-called 10 lost tribes went either nowhere or south to Judah. In brief, the 10 lost tribes were never lost. We know exactly where they went. Some were carried off to Assyria, some fled to Judah, and the vast majority simply remained where they had always been lived. Some of those who remained on the land intermarried with the new arrivals and became the Samaritans, known to us from both the Hebrew Bible and from outside elements. So the 10 lost tribes is not lost. Whoever is going around saying that they're lost, they're lying to the people. All right. I'm not even going to get into Sennacherib right now. But if we read the 4th period of invasion and deportation was by King Esarhaddon during the reign of Manasseh, king of Judah. 2 Chronicles 33, 10-13. The army of the king of Assyria captured Manasseh and took him to Babylon. And when he was in distress, he entreated the Lord his God and humbled himself. He was moved by his supplication and brought him again to Jerusalem into his kingdom. Esarhaddon mentions Manasseh among his tributaries and from time to time held his court at Babylon. Just to let you all know, there's records in the Esarhaddon records and his son Ashurnabal records of Manasseh going into Egypt on ships with other Israelites. All right, there's records of that. Deuteronomy 28:68 sounds familiar, right? Let me see. The enemies of Judah been heard that the returning that were building a temple to the Lord who brought us here. All right, they said to Zerubbabel, we have been sacrificing to him since the days of Esarhaddon, who brought us here. So we have different deportations within the Bible that we don't see in history. I don't think the Bible is lying when it talks about Esarhaddon and the doing all of that stuff. All right, I don't need to go into the population numbers because the Bible population numbers is crazy. The issue that I have with the people that's migrating with the Bible, did the Bible exist before the Assyrian captivity? This is a dagger because most of the writings that the prophets have, but we didn't have Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers. We didn't have the Pentateuch at that time period, although we have oral traditions. So that means the law, statutes, and the commandments, the people who are migrating saying that they would follow the laws. Remember, they're writing from a later period in Second Ezra. They didn't have the law, statutes, and commandments to follow. So even if they migrated to America or to Africa or wherever, they didn't have a standard that they live by. And how we prove that is you go to the book called The Origins of Judaism, and you see that most of the laws, statutes, and commandments are followed by the people in the land and people that believed in the religion later down like 2nd century, 1st century. And the proof is the Elephantine papyri, which you had the building of a temple outside of Jerusalem, and they were in contact with the Samaritans in the north, and they were in contact with the people in Jerusalem, and they were breaking the law by having them build a temple in Elephantine, rebuild a temple when you're not supposed to build a temple outside of Jerusalem. There should be no temple or anything. But they were building a temple, and actually on the Sabbath, you were able to work on the Sabbath during the time of Elephantine and later on. So you see that the laws that we have today that we said, oh, they wrote these and Moses wrote this, they weren't there's no history of them practicing these laws before like the 2nd or 3rd century BC. There's no evidence of this. Even catfish. They found catfish bones and date them back to the Iron Age 2 and Iron Age 1 time period when Israel existed as a nation. And they were eating a bunch of catfish. I don't know if African Americans, you want to say, hey, we like catfish, so maybe it's us if you want to go there with that route. All right? But I'm here building. Anybody want to jump on? I'm here, man. I'm here with the information. So you see the 5 books are dated to post-exilic time period. So they didn't have a book. They didn't have a Torah at the time. And that's us facts. According to Elephantine Papyri, according to A.W. Crowley, according to what we may deduce from these writings, Moses may not have been, and there may not have been any slavery in Egypt. No Exodus, no kingdom, and no prophets. There's no mention of any tribes or claim to any ancestors in Judah's territory. Abraham, Jacob, Joseph, Moses, Samuel, David, and other names derived from their past history as recorded in the Pentateuch and early literature never appear among the numerous names of colonists, nor any other name derived from their past history as recorded in the Pentateuch and early literature. It's nearly unbelievable, yet it's the truth. So if you read the Elephantine Papyri, it's like Moses or the Exodus never happened, or that storyline wasn't built or even known at the time, because they're celebrating unleavened bread. They didn't say Passover, but unleavened bread. But we know that the culture of the Canaanites, even under the Ugaritic text, you find the Zuku festival, which is exactly like Passover as far as Nisan and when it's celebrated, the days, the 7-day celebration, and to God and the invocation and all that stuff with Passover, but it was for a different purpose. In Elephantine, they celebrated it as an agricultural festival, which is very key. Very key point. Very key point with the Elephantine Papyri. So, hey, and also, for those men who are in one West, the woman can't do anything. You have 3 examples of woman priesthood teaching in the temple. Let me say that again if you didn't hear me the first time. 3 examples of women who are teaching in the temple. You know, they said a woman can't teach because of the New Testament, right? Well, what are they doing in Elephantine? Very interesting. The fact that the papyri record the presence of a small Jewish temple at Elephantine as late as 411 BCE, complete with altars for incense offerings and animal sacrifices, is also important. A temple like this will be in direct breach of Deuteronomic rule, which states that no Jewish temple should be built outside of Jerusalem. Furthermore, the papyri indicate that the Jews of Elephantine wrote to the high priest in Jerusalem requesting his assistance in reconstructing their temple, implying that the Jewish Jerusalem temple priests were not implementing Deuteronomic law at the time. The Zuku festival, which I just mentioned, and this is from my book, Misconceptions and Misinformation by the Black Hebrew Israelite. The Imar Zuku festival compares with the spring festivals of Passover and unleavened bread and other ritual festivals in the West Semitic religion of the 2nd millennium BCE. There are at least 6 important points of comparison. Why are these comparisons important? All the witnesses I provide before this gives us a more direct connection to the root of Passover. But of course, stories have no borders. Let's take a look. First, both are referred to by the Semitic verbal root zakar, to speak, remember, invoke, as Zukru did at Imar in Hebrew. The Zuku festival is an invocation to the gods with a spoken component no longer preserved. Second, both Zukru and Passover require the roasting of a lamb. Third, in both festivals, twilight is a critical time. Fourth, at Imar, this festival constitutes a 7-day sequence in which the climatic events happen on the powerful 7th day. Fifth, all the gods are brought out of the city for Zuku festival, and the populace will also come out of the Zuku festival. Yeah, they also sprinkled blood on the doorposts, which is very important at that time period. The 6th and final point of comparison, the antiquity of the Zuku festival, the mention of the Zuku at 18th century BC suggests that this ritual was older and more widespread than 13th century BCE Imar. It seems to have involved the chief god of the region where it was practiced. The memorial festivals of Passover, unleavened bread, may thus have West Semitic antecedents. Thus, the Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread have similarities with the Zuku festival at Imar. The similarities in matters of some detail are unlikely to have been coincidental. The Papyrus Amher 63, which shows them writing the book of Psalms 20, it doesn't read the same way in the Papyrus Amher 63. It doesn't mention David, it doesn't mention Zion, and it doesn't read the same way. Dejai, what up? Now, we were talking about the 12 tribes earlier and that they left. But when Benjamin Tudela went there in the 5th century, I'm sorry, in the 12th century. Dejai, what's up? You want to say something real quick?
No, I can after you're done reading.
Okay. Anytime y'all wanna come out and anytime y'all want to come off mic, y'all can interrupt, all right? Exiles everywhere. Through his journey, Benjamin Tudela encountered legacies of all these exiles, a wide variety of places. On the river Euphrates, he finds the synagogue of Ezekiel bearing an inscription of all those who accompanied the Judahites into exile. By the way, to the exiles that went, we have record in 1 Chronicles 5:26 that says that they remained there up until this day, around 300 BC, right? The exiles leaving, according to One West teachings, or anybody that believes that they exiled from that region and went to become the Native Americans or Indians or Latino people. You got to remember, if they left 650 BC, it couldn't include the ones that 1 Chronicles 5 is referring to, because they said we're here up until this day, which is 300 BC. So those people are out the box, but we do have them returning, because if you read Isaiah 11:11 and 12, you see the exiles are coming back from Assyria. That's them returning to Israel. If you look at Ezra 6:17, it also see a sacrifice. You also see a sacrifice for people. You see the word Israel being used in Ezra, that these people are from Israel. These are referring to the northern Israelites during the Babylonian captivity when Cyrus returned them. You see people are called Israel. That's referring to northern Israel. I think the count is about 12,000 that came back, but they were allowed to stay and live freely in the Babylonian territories, which we have evidence of that. But remember, the return literally happened in the exiles, if you want to get into it, because they sacrificed 12 goats for the 12 tribes of Israel as a spiritual thing. So you guys waiting for them to return, they already returned. How do we know they return? You go to the Hasmonean dynasty. I just spoke about female priests, right? 3 that was in Elephantine, right? What about the female queen that ruled Israel for 9 years during the Hasmonean period? Queen Salome. That's a female. I've never heard of One West talk about it because they hate women so much. They don't want to talk about a queen ruling. Look up Queen Salome during the Hasmonean time period, and you will see for yourself that these people, Hasmonean time, Hasmonean dynasty. Hold on a second. You will see that a woman ruled. I'm going to show y'all on the screen right now because I like to show people, and people laugh and say, "Oh, if you don't know what you're talking about, man, let's go to Wikipedia." And it shows you each town and who ruled each area at what time period. From 167 to 80 BC. Take a look at this right here. Let me take this off the screen. I'm talking about Benjamin Tudela and the exiles. But take a look at this right here. Said this nigga a hater. Well, this is the territory of Yehuda, which includes northern Israel. This is showing where they took over back the whole area back of Israel. But they call it Yehuda. So when they say Jews, they're actually referring to the northern and southern kingdom. They won all those areas back. And for 9 years, a woman ruled called Salome. You see that map? Look at it increasing over the time period. This is when they ruled. So you could say this is the return and them ruling. This is it right here. See, a woman rule. Look at Tanya Pearson. So you're fighting about sources. You're fighting to say this is not true that a woman ruled. A woman ruled the entire Israel for 9 years. A woman. A woman shall not lead or teach. Let's go to 2 Timothy.
No,
oh man.
Go ahead. I don't think. I mean, I come from a Hebraic persuasion, but I don't even think this should be a surprise, right? Because even in ancient Israel, the archaeology shows that women were heavily involved in cults and rituals. So I don't think this should come as a surprise to anyone who's actually looking at actual information, you know?
Facts. All right, let me get back to Benjamin Tudela right now, right? Let's get back to the class. Benjamin Tudela, he's in the 12th century. Because remember, First Chronicles 5:26 said that they were there up until that day. So now you have the option to return, but they didn't return. They had a choice because they developed a life in Assyria. They charged changing their names. They started go through what's called the Assyrianization. So you see the records of them having names like Babylonian people, but they were Jews. So now Benjamin Tudela has exiles everywhere. Look at this. He's on the Euphrates. He finds the synagogue of Ezekiel, bearing an inscription of all those who accompanied the Judahites in exile and the sepulchre of Ezekiel himself. At Kufa, he tells us. Now look at this right here. He recalled Judah exile. Then he went to the Gozan and the Medes, and he's referring to 2 Kings 17 and 2 Kings 18 and all these people that were transferred. He found 40,000 Jews and 10 yeshivas, 28 synagogues in some areas, 100,000 Gozan, thousands in the Medes, all places the tribes were sent. But guess what, family? They're still speaking a dialect that's connected to Hebrew. They're speaking Judeo-Aramaic. How is that possible? They're speaking Judeo-Aramaic. So these people continue to live there for thousands of years or hundreds of years. But guess what, family? We know Jews were endogenous. Wherever they went, they would sleep with people within the culture. So they kept their traditions. You can't show that African American. You can't show that Jamaican. You can't show that Brazilian or people from Britain or Africa. You cannot show these communities that's formulating, that are Jewish or even an Israelite culture that's formulated and living in an endogenous culture. You can't show it because you are not the people. And look at this. They developed in rabbinical Judaism the descendant of David, who is the Resh Golata. So what Hebrew Israelites do is they find out this information, they start saying, oh, that's us. I thought Jeremiah 14:2, you didn't remember who you were. So how is it you want to claim that these people are you when you're supposed to forget your identity? This is the hypocrisy with the Hebrew Israelite movement. You can't use that and then come back and say, oh, it's us. It's us. Let me get out of here. Let's go to Genesis 49. Genesis 49 is written not the second and third person, but the first and third person. People don't know that. You read Genesis 49, it's written, it's one of the most oldest books in the Bible. But why was it rewritten? Why is it parts are written, if it's the same author, why is it parts is written in the first person and the parts is written in the third person? Because that's how Judah became the main tribe, because the person who was writing from a Judaic perspective made them the number one tribe. But you got to understand the history. You got to go back to Judges 5. All right. Let me not even, hold on a second. Let me see. Klaus Westerman already noted both the likely reductionary nature of the frame and the unusual character of at least 3 of the first 4 blessings. Following on his argument that Genesis 49 as a whole represents a collection of individual sayings, he suggests the collection had to be inserted into context by means of an appropriate introduction. It has been and into a P context. 1a belongs to P and is continued in verse 28b. He also noted that the blessings of Reuben, Simeon, and Levi diverge markedly from the others in form and content, and elsewhere that the Judah blessing along with the Joseph blessing has probably been expanded. He did not, however, put these observations together. If he had, he likely would have realized that it is precisely the conceit of the frame itself that remarks Reuben, Simeon, and Levi's blessing and Judah's out from the rest. That is, these 4 blessings and only these 4 are producing direct speech, as if plausible spoken by the patriarch. The other blessings are instead third-person descriptions of the tribe. So, for example, in Genesis 49:3, Jacob refers to Reuben directly and emphatically. You are my firstborn. In verse 6, not so much a blessing, Jacob seems to pray that my soul will not be entered into the council of Simeon and Levi. It is likely that it was originally Yahweh rather than Jacob who threatens to disperse them in Jacob and scatter them in Israel. Yet the deployment of this verse in the context of the frame makes more sense than the repurposing of the northern material we will discuss shortly. So again, the average person would not know that Genesis 49 is written in different contexts. Different contexts. All right. Please answer now that you told us what not to follow. Tell us what to follow and lead us, please. Great one. Tell us. Sound like real Coach Mad. All right. Now, Doug Matzar, I don't know what you're talking about. You say I'm confusing the history. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you could elaborate. Moses was a Levite. We don't even know if Moses existed. I don't know what you're talking about. Look at this. There's over 1,000 indigenous languages, but yet still people want to connect them to Hebrew. All right, which is absolutely nuts. Over 1,000 indigenous languages. All right, let's go. Josephus knows the 10 tribes location. Pliny knows Sabbaticon River. Rabbi Akiva and the Sabbaticon River. 10 tribes in Africa. Deuteronomy curses. I don't want to get to all of this. Returning to Egypt in ships. We know that's in the Assyrian records. Leviticus 26. Iron sky, bronze ground. All right, so we don't need all of that. Let's see. Let's move on. The Yoruba, the Taino, the Mayans, the Aztecs.
Do you mind sharing me the information you have right there about the Yorubas? Maybe after, if you don't mind.
The Yorubas. I'm gonna get to that right now. I got you. Okay. Let me address something real quickly, right? The guy Yara made a video that Cyrus the Great is Darius the Mede in the Bible, right? I'm just going through my slides, but I want to address this real quickly and use the Bible just to make a point. This is an error that Christians and Bible believers can't reconcile. So let's look at this carefully right here. I'm going to bring up the scripture, which is what is it? Daniel, what is it? The book of Daniel, verse what again? Daniel 5, verses 30 or 31. Hold on, let me do this. Daniel 5. All right, so let's go to Daniel 5, and I'm going to show this. Let me take this off the screen. That's from livius.org. that I was showing from before, if you want primary sources. So Daniel 5 verses 29. Then commanded Belshazzar, and they clothed Daniel with scarlet and put a chain of gold about his neck and made a proclamation concerning him that he should be the third ruler in the kingdom. That's very interesting. In that night, was Belshazzar, the king of the Chaldeans, slain. That's not even true. And Darius the Median took the kingdom, being about 62 years old. So there's a big controversy about who Darius the Mede is. So my brother Zara, what is his name? Brother Yara, I'm sorry. Zara is from Clubhouse. Brother Yara is saying, and my brother Chosen from Clubhouse, he's just nuts when it comes to this. Nobody knows who Darius the Median is. And I'm going to tell you why. Because the scripture says it, so automatically you believe as a believer, right? You're not going to say the Bible has an error. But if you look at this that I showed earlier, this is the lineage of the Achaemenid kings. So we know Cyrus, Persian king list, is 559 to 530. So at the time when it happened, it was 539 BC approximately. Obviously, Cyrus is ruling, right? So when Cyrus is ruling, there couldn't have been a Darius the Mede that took over because Cyrus is ruling. So one of the arguments Christians come with is that Cyrus is Darius the Mede. All right. So Cyrus, who is Cyrus's father? For anybody that don't know, Cyrus's father is Cambyses the First, right? The first time we see a Darius in the lineage of the Persian or the Achaemenid kings is in 522 BCE, approximately. So that's the first Darius. Darius is what you call a regnal name, a throne name. That's not his real name. Cyrus is not his real name. Cambyses is not his real name. These are throne names. So what happened now, family, is that Cyrus couldn't be Darius the Mede because let me just show you this, just to break it down to everybody. If you go to Daniel chapter 9, verses 1, it tells you who Darius the Mede's father is. All right, let me just put it on the screen. Whoever is writing Daniel is mixed up with history and is writing from afar. He couldn't have been Daniel the person. This is somebody making this up because of several reasons. I won't get into that right now. But if you look at it, it says in the first year of Darius, the son of Assyrius, of the seed of the Medes, which was made king over the realm of the Chaldeans. All right, so look at this now. In the first year of his reign, I, Daniel, understood by the books the numbers of the years whereof the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah the prophet, that he would accomplish 70 years in the desolations of Jerusalem. Now, Darius, the son of Assyrius, they think Assyrius is Xerxes the first. Xerxes the first is actually Darius the first's son. This is how the person who's writing Daniel got it mixed up. But let's just say he's the son of Ahasuerus, right? Let's take a look at who is Cyrus's father, Cyrus the Great. I'm going to Google Cyrus the Great, and we're going to look at his father. Cyrus the Great. I'm just going to look at the Wikipedia article. I'm going to share it on the screen so people could see what I'm saying, so that we're all on the same page. Cyrus the Great. Let's scroll to the side. It would say who's his father. Reign, Nabonidus, successor. Okay, born, consort, Kassadine, issue house. His father was Cambyses the First. So Cambyses the First was his father. It's not Ahasuerus or Xerxes. So we know the person, whoever is writing the Bible chapters, is getting it wrong. Just like how he made what do you call it, Nebuchadnezzar's son Belshazzar, when it actually was Nabonidus' son. So the person who wrote Daniel is actually off. I mean, if you're a Bible believer, you think everything is the word of God, I don't know what to tell you. But I deal with what this is from livius.org, this lineage of the Achaemenid kings. I'm not playing no games. Anybody wants to see it for yourself, Google livius.org, Achaemenid kings or Persian kings, and that's going to come up. You see right here, Darius the Great. His son is Xerxes. Ahasuerus, that name is either Xerxes or Artaxerxes. And you can see Darius the Great, that's his son. And this is the first person with the name Darius, 522 BC. There's no Darius before him. Now, there are other Dariuses after him. See? Darius II. And there's a Darius III who Alexander the Great defeated. So there's 3 Dariuses in the lineage of Daniel. There's 4 Artaxerxes and there's Artaxerxes 1, 2, and 3 in the history. So as you can see, I'm not lying. All right. Who is Belshazzar father, Nebuchadnezzar or Nabonidus? Let's go to chapter 5, verses 2. Belshazzar, while he's tasted the wine, commanded to bring the golden and silver vessels which his father Nebuchadnezzar had taken out of the temple which was in Jerusalem, that the king and his princes, his wives, and his concubines might drink therein. All right, let's go. So Belshazzar Nebuchadnezzar is his father. Then verse 11, there's a man in thy kingdom, like the wisdom of the gods was found in him, whom the king Nebuchadnezzar, thy father, the king, I saw thy father, made master of the magician, Again about Belshazzar. Verse 13, then was Daniel brought in before the king, and the king spake and said unto Daniel, art thou that Daniel which art of the children of the captivity of Judah, whom the king my father brought out of Jewry? O thou king, the most high God gave Nebuchadnezzar thy father a kingdom of majesty and glory and honor. And thou his son, O Belshazzar, has not humbled thine heart, thou knewest all this. According to an inscription found in the city of Ur, the Nabonidus cylinder reads, as for me, Nabonidus, king of Babylon, save me from sinning against your great Godhead and grant me as a present in a lifelong of days. As for Belshazzar, the eldest son, my offspring, instill reverence for your great Godhead in his heart. From the verse account of Nabonidus, when the third year was about to begin, he, Nabonidus, entrusted the army to his oldest son, his firstborn, the troops in the country ordered under his command. He let everything go, entrusted the kingship to him, referring to Belshazzar. So we have on records that he is Belshazzar. All right. I won't get into King Darius right now, Darius the Mede. Darius the Mede does sound like Darius the First, but that would make the Bible offshoot kind of off, but we could get into that. But why did they want Darius to be a Mede? Because Daniel read Jeremiah. You see in Daniel 9:2, he's quoting Jeremiah. He's telling y'all, I read Jeremiah. Make bright the arrows, gather the shields. The Lord has raised up the spirit of the kings of the Medes, for his device is against Babylon to destroy it. He's talking about the Medes because everybody has a root. Babylon is assigned to Tyre, to destroy Egypt. Babylon is supposed to be destroyed because they destroyed Jerusalem's kingdom and destroyed the temple. So he assigned the Medes to do this. This is why Daniel, in my opinion, is talking about Darius the Mede. He had to create that guy to fulfill the prophecy of Jeremiah. And I will render unto Babylon and to all the inhabitants of Chaldea there the evil, And this is not for the end of the world time period, because it's referring to Nebuchadnezzar and Babylon and Medes. And the Medes were destroyed around 550. They merged with the Persian Empire at that time. Isaiah 13:17, behold, I will stir up the Medes against them, which shall not regard silver, and as for gold, they shall not delight in it. And Babylon, the glory of kingdom, the beauty of the Chaldees, excellent shall be as when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. It shall never be inhabited, neither shall it be dwelt in from generation to generation. Neither shall the Arabian pitch tent there, neither shall the shepherds make their fold there. So that was a prophecy by Isaiah. Obviously, that didn't happen. It shall never be inhabited. Babylon is not the end of the world, family. The key is the Medes is mentioned. It's within that time period that the prophet is talking, supposedly talking. All right, so let me Sarah Cylinder translation. All right, I'll move from that. That's about Nebuchadnezzar and his wife, Tiglath-Pileser, the deportees. Anybody have any questions in the meantime? Anybody with any questions?
No, good.
All right, so let me get to... All right, let me get to Judah. All right, so the 12-tribe chart. If you look at the chart on the right, you see Judah, right? And you see Benjamin above it. But look where Simeon is. I don't know if people realize this. There's no way Simeon could have been taken into Assyrian captivity because Simeon is within the confinement of Judah. That's impossible. So they took Reubenites, they took Gadites, and they took Manasseh, right? They took Naphtali, Asher, and Zebulun, because we see it in 2 Kings 15. So these tribes are taken. Asher, Naphtali, Zebulun, confirmed. Half of Manasseh is taken. Gad is taken. And Reuben is taken. I don't know where the records of Dan is taken, or Ephraim. Y'all could point that out to me in the Bible, or Benjamin. But Benjamin is stayed back because they said those are the southern tribes or whatever. Levi, Benjamin, Judah, and Simeon. Okay? Look where Simeon is at the bottom of the page. That's why Simeon record. So when we put Simeon in the 12 tribe chart, it makes no sense. Hold on a second. Let me bring up something. I got to bring up something that I sent to Trilla. Let me send it here. Hold on a second. All right. DC said Darius the Mede was King Cyrus. They had two different fathers, brother. Can be Darius the Mede. Can be Cyrus. Two different fathers. Southern Kingdom, Simeon. Yeah, but they say Simeon is in the 12 tribe chart. How did Simeon get over there when Simeon was never sent? Where is Simeon? Does anybody on the panel know? Keep the branch. And Kenyan, all the Bible believers on here. I don't know if Deja ID with the Bible totally like that. Was Simeon as one of the tribes that left? Do we have records of that?
I'm the wrong person to ask, brother. I'm not sure.
Keep the branch. You the Bible guy, man.
You said, is there a record of Simeon being captured by the Persians? Was that the question?
Yeah. Not by the Persians, but shipped with the Assyrians.
Shipped to this.
Because I have a theory, right? And I'm going to talk about this in detail next week. That it's only 6 tribes participated in the Exodus tradition. And what happened is tribes were moved out or added in. And I'm thinking last night, I'm actually thinking about this deeply, that the 6 tribes that they're talking about weren't a part of the Exodus tradition. Now watch this. And I'm going to prove it simply right now. And y'all going to be amazed. All right. If you look at this map, right? You see Asher, Naphtali, Zebulun, Issachar, Manasseh, and Gad, or Dan. The tribes that you see in the narrative include Ephraim, Judah, Simeon, Reuben, Gad, and one more. I don't remember which one it is. I think Joseph. Well, not Joseph. I think another tribe. But Dan is mentioned later on, but he's definitely not a lot in the narrative. I'm going to prove my point real carefully. I want y'all to pay attention to this. I'm a great researcher, man. I look at the Bible for everything. Now let me put Exodus in, and let me find this article, and I'm gonna prove my point real quickly. Let me see Exodus topic. No Exodus. Let me see if I could find this article real quick. Gary Rensburg. Let me look up Gary Rensburg and find it real quickly and show y'all what I'm talking about. Gary Rensburg. Where is he at? The internal consistency. Here we go. Internal consistency. All right, here we go. Let me Google the book. It's an article. It's going to pop up right away. The internal consistency and historical reliability. Let me see if I find an article real quickly. Why is it I can't find it to bring it up? Hold on there. Let's Gary Rinsberg. Nobody ain't got nothing to say? Or y'all so quiet?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Okay, there we go. I didn't know if I was muted or not. Yeah, I mean the reason. I mean, I'll be honest with you. The reason why I'm so quiet because I feel like you're answering an argument that I have no idea what the argument is. So I'm just more just learning about what's going on. I'm interested in it, but I'm kind of I maybe just confused maybe about maybe what's the opposition's argument so that I can understand what you're going against possibly. But yeah, I'm just listening though.
All right. Here we go. I found it. Beautiful. Apartment, but it's don't tell me they put the article down. Let me see if I find it here. Gary Rinsberg review essays. Don't tell me I lost this article. That would be sad. That would be sad.
You know, Garfield, they have, you know, these charts of the tribes, but do they have any charts of the migrations supposedly that go with these different nations?
Say that again.
Since they have this chart with the tribes and where they're supposed to be as far as now, but do they have the chart, any chart of the migration of where these people, you know, because when you look at like Native Americans were, you know, they're the people who were here already. So where is the migration? There's nothing documented of these people getting from over there in Israel to where they're at now, according to this chart. I mean, I know with the you know, with the Atlantic slave trade, that's one, but Native Americans, people who are aboriginal to the land, uh, to my knowledge, there's not any like documented like, oh, we traveled this way to get here from Israel.
Right. I got you.
Mm-hmm.
They say that the people in Israel are fake. So if they were to look as far as that is concerned, remember, to them, all the people there are fake. So if the people are fake, then why would they need to look for anything? You know,
Which is
those.
asinine to even describe when we're talking about a religion. But you know, I know Jewish people they kind of consider their religion their nationality. But I mean, at the end of the day, we're talking about religion. So
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is.
Well, the religion should have. I mean, it comes out of the, you know, the culture. So I understand if they believe it for themselves, but anyone logically should understand that, you know, it's not actually true. But for people who are, because in the Bible they added, instead of, because the original story is it was for those chosen people, the Israelites, right? But then later, you know, I guess in the Newer Testament, that's where they start talking like the Gentiles, and Gentiles get added into it as well.
Yeah,
So, but those outside nations, they shouldn't, you know, if they want, if they're converts or whatever it is, it shouldn't be that, oh, they're connected to Israel. I think that that's what makes that whole 12 tribes of saying that, oh, these countries, this is where these people specifically went. No one can document all of that. There's so much mixing.
yeah, yeah. That's a fact too. Yeah, when I was talking about, I mean, but to even push back on the Jewish people believing it, um, like for instance, I mean, I know I'm not Jewish, I'm Christian, but from what even from a Christian standpoint, those people weren't chosen because it was some bloodline lineage. They were chosen because they followed the law, statutes, and commandments. It had really nothing to do with, because they had a certain blood or looked a certain way, or I mean, if you follow the laws, statutes, and commandments of God Most High, wherever you want to call him, then you would be considered well, convert or not, you
I
would be a
can't
part
really
of
hear
the
you.
Israelite nation. You know what I mean? So that's why the whole argument is just honestly ridiculous. Like the whole black Hebrew Israelite argument is just it's just ridiculous. Because if you read the Bible, it just goes completely past the actual narrative of what it was trying to. I mean, the father and mother of the Bible, Adam and Eve, was. If you go by the narrative, they'll say it was more people, but supposedly these are the first man and women, and these are supposedly made by God because they followed him. But as soon as they disobeyed God, that's when he kicked them out of the garden. So, it's just about what you obey and what you disobey. It's not really
I
about
just know
who
that
can come.
in the Bible that the lineage, I mean, it talks about, basically like seed. So that coming from the male. And, so from Abraham to Isaac down to Jacob,
Yeah.
um, that was supposed to be a lineage. Now, yeah, the
Well, yeah, it
chosen,
became a lineage for sure because they continued to follow God's word. So, yeah, it became a lineage for sure.
yeah, but in the story,
So
you see that those same people, they disobey and over and over, and but still through and through they're still considered the chosen people. Now, why would people from outside of the nation believe that that is the true word of God? Why would God choose a people to be the chosen people, who, even though it gave them laws and statutes and all these things, and they still chose to disobey those? That's why it lets you know that the story of a chosen people is not a word of God. It's created by those own people for themselves. It's not.
I
It's
mean,
not for. It's not for the rest of the world, the rest of the nations to also follow that. It's for them to create stories for their own nations and their own connection with the higher power, with God. You know what I mean? That's where, that's where it gets like, you know,
so
uh, very murky waters, I guess.
so I have a question for the people that purport that this book is a universal belief, want to be a Christian, or any of that. Could I say that because there's a book written about about Islam, the Quran, that these people are the final chosen people of that religion?
well,
What's the
according to
question?
Islam, yeah, that's what an
It's
Islamic person would say.
yeah, it's for them. It's for the Arab. It's for the Arabic people, the
So
Ishmaelites
hold
or
on,
whatever.
hold on. So if Islam, the Muslims are the final chosen people of this book, what are y'all fighting over? If Islam is
But
the
we don't believe that.
final, oh, y'all don't believe that. So
Yeah,
so
no.
so 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 if y'all were in the 1500s, y'all would be perfect, or in the 1400s during the Crusades, y'all would be perfect
Well, what do you mean by
Wow.
that, though?
Yeah,
because y'all
who
would be
believe
able
first?
to pick up y'all cross and go fight the infidel, the Saracens, those Muslims that
Well,
Christianity was fighting against.
well, okay. But I
I mean,
mean,
yeah, if they
that's
paid me,
when you
hell
talking
yeah.
about like crusades and stuff like that.
That's what that's what this is.
Yeah,
y'all
but that's not. But
understand?
that's not. But that's not. If you read the Bible, that's not actually in the Bible. That's more so. That's more so like
I'm
That's just
just
people who
I'm trying
use
to
it.
get
created it.
I'm the reason I asked it that way is because y'all each have this belief
Yeah.
that God, that Allah or Yahweh gave y'all this book, and y'all are supposed to fight against the infidel.
Okay, I'm not.
Well, I wouldn't say.
I'm not.
I
Yeah.
don't think. I think that's more of an Islamic belief. I don't think that that's really in the Christian faith. Like we fight against sin. That's what we fight against. We fight against sin and
So
sinful people. We don't fight against the infidel. I don't think that.
the history of Christianity. There's not religious wars.
Yeah, but that's not from the Bible.
So these religious wars were against mainly who? That's what the history.
Muslims.
You can trace it.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
what are
but
you saying though? What's your point in saying that?
What I'm trying to say is we are here in 2025 as African Americans, people that this book was given to, their ancestors, and we're fighting over their ideals, their beliefs.
Okay,
I mean, in 2025, I can read, brother, and hopefully you can read too. So with me just being able to read, I read the book and came to a conclusion that I liked it. And it has nothing to do with
So
brainwashing and all that.
so you read it in Greek too?
No, I didn't read it in Greek. I just like the American Standard book. That's what I like. I don't think I have to read it in Greek. Why do I have to read it in Greek?
Let me read something carefully to you
Go
guys.
ahead.
Right? This is from the internal consistency and historical reliability of the biblical genealogies. At this juncture, there's another issue which may be introduced. It should be noted that the various individuals discussed above are all descended from either Reuben, Levi, Judah, or Joseph. In fact, if we look at all the material from the birth of Jacob's sons through the conquest, we note that with two exceptions, the characters who have roles to play in the stories are the same four sons, their brothers Simeon and Benjamin, and descendants of these six tribal fathers. Now, bear in mind, let me say it again. From the birth of Jacob's sons through the conquest of Canaan, we only find six tribes playing a role in the storyline. There is Reuben, Levi, which is not a tribe to some nowadays, but in the story earlier on, they were a tribe. Judah, Joseph, Simeon, and Benjamin. So we would say 5 out of the 12, not including Levi, right? Now look, 5 out of the 12. Let's look who is remaining out of the 5 of the 12. So out of the 5, you don't have Asher. Asher is not in the narrative. Naphtali is not in the narrative. Zebulun is not in the narrative. Issachar is not in the narrative. Manasseh is not in the narrative. Ephraim is not in the narrative. Why? For Ephraim and Manasseh, because they have the sons of Joseph, the twins that were born for the legacy of them, right? But they are not mentioned in the tradition of the wandering stories, all the stories. But if you look at the rest of the hold on a second. The tribe of Gad is also not mentioned. I didn't even realize that. So the tribe of Gad is not even there. So everybody in the northern part, which is Asher, Naphtali, Zebulun, Issachar, Manasseh, Gad, Ephraim, those 7 tribes, and well, Dan, there's an exception to Dan. So you only find Reuben, Judah, Benjamin, Simeon, and Levi, which is 5, but we don't count Levi. And one more. Which one am I missing? Joseph, which would be Manasseh and Ephraim. So at the end of the day, the narrative don't include the northern tribes. Zebulun, Issachar, Asher, and Naphtali definitely not in the mix. If you look at what is being shared on the screen, let me see what's shared on the screen. So look at the storyline now. So the storyline includes Joseph, which would be Manasseh and Ephraim, right? It don't include Dan, although there's some later on where Dan is actually mentioned in 2 examples. God is not mentioned, GAD, but Reuben, Joseph, Judah, Simeon is mentioned. Now watch this. Asher, Naphtali, Zebulun, and Issachar are called Aramean tribes. Why they call that? Because they are closer to the Arameans. And if you look at their history, you see that they are connected to Aramean women. All right. Now look at this now. This is going to blow your mind. This is going to blow your mind. I'm going to talk about this in detail next week. But look at this right here. This is from this website called Complete Bible Genealogy, right? Hold on a second. Let me get this on the screen. All right. We're going to punch in the name of a tribe, and we're going to look if they're mentioned anywhere. All right. So we have Simeon here, right? You see Simeon. We back up a little bit. Hold on. Let's Simeon right there. Let's go to the tribe called, what tribe was I talking about? Not Naphtali, not Zebulun. So we have Joseph here. All right. What do you guys see on the screen?
A complete Bible gallery.
All
Or
right.
genealogy, sorry. Genealogy.
All right. Look at Ephraim, right? Let me see what's on the screen. Is this Ephraim? All right. Look at Ephraim now. And look at the Bible verses where they're mentioned. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus. So they're not mentioned in Leviticus and Exodus. There's no mention of Ephraim or Manasseh in the book of Exodus. All right. But you have Joseph mentioned because what? Joseph was the main guy. But look at what it says at Exodus for Joseph. Let me back up a little bit. Let's go to Exodus 1:5 for Joseph and 1:6. What does it say? 1:5, and all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls, for Joseph was in Egypt already. And Joseph died, and all his brethren and all that generation. What does that mean? All his brethren and all that generation. What does that mean? I'm curious. Anybody want to answer that? It's not a trick question. It's not a trick question. What does it mean? And Joseph died, and all his brethren is brothers, right? And all that generation. So what is all that generation?
Everybody in that generation.
What is all that generation?
I think it would be like his family lineage, right? Or his family name or something like that.
All right. We're gonna dig that. We're gonna dig deep into Chronicles, First Chronicles 7, 14 to 24, 14 to 21, and from 21 to 29. That's Manasseh and Ephraim's genealogy. Why are they not in the book of Exodus? Why are they not in the wandering tradition? Why is Naphtali not in the wandering tradition? To me, it seems like the people, the storyline, right, that they come out of Egypt. But I don't think there was 12 tribes at that time. And what proves that? I'm gonna prove it right now, real quickly. Look how smart Garfield is. This is why everybody gonna love Garfield for being smart. Look at this. If you look at what's the book called? The book of Judges, right? The Song of Deborah. 5 tribes are literally missing, right? Let's look at the book of Judges. So you have the Anchor Yale Bible, and it talks about what time period is Judges written in. It's one of the oldest books in the Bible, right? Judges 5 is a song of Deborah. So if you look at it, you see it's written in biblical Hebrew. So Deborah, at the time, when she says she's having this fight, she named the tribes at the time who helped her. The tribes that answered Deborah's call. Remember, she's calling all the Israelite tribes, and she's naming them out. So she names Ephraim, right? We know Ephraim from the Bible, the 12 tribes of Israel, right? We know, hold on, what's on the screen? Hold on a second. Let me put this back on the screen. If you look at the Song of Deborah, you see the tribes that are mentioned. You probably never knew this, and whoever is watching, this might be something new to you. In the Song of Deborah, she named the tribes that answered her call, but she also named the tribes that didn't answer her call. So that means all the tribes are listed at the time of Deborah, which would be around 1100 BC. So we have Ephraim, we have Benjamin, we have Mashir, but Mashir is Manasseh's son in the tradition later on, right? So Mashir is not a tribe, but we say most likely standing for Manasseh. Why? Why didn't she mention Manasseh? Manasseh wasn't a tribe at the time. Now, Zebulun is a tribe. Issachar is a tribe. Naphtali is a tribe. So she named 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tribes. These are the tribes that didn't answer the call. Reuben, Gilead, which is probably a reference to God, again, a son of God, Dan, and Asher, right? So in all, she mentions 10 tribes. But 2 out of the 10 is kind of, it's not really Manasseh, it's not really God. So look at this now. These are all the tribes. If you notice, she didn't mention Judah. She didn't mention Simeon, and she didn't mention Levi. Now, we can't say because of distance. See, we can't say, hey, why she didn't mention Judah, Simeon, Levi? Because they were so far away or whatever. No. Remember, where Judah is located, where the war was, they're actually closer than Reuben and the other people that's further than Judah. So we can't use that as an excuse. But at that time period, the hill country was sparsely populated. So it's actually writing a poem of what really was going on in the Levant at that time. So those people, so Judah at that time wasn't a tribe, because remember, Judah is a topographic name. Ephraim is a topographic name, meaning it's a name of a location. So that's why the first time you hear Judah is in the Assyrian records, when they talked about Judah as a geographic location ruled by a king, which is Ahaz, who is Hezekiah's father. That's the first time Judah is mentioned. Before you jump in, I am saying the Song of Deborah is written in an archaic form of the Hebrew language, and it's written and it's dated to around 1100 BC. At that time, if you look at the history of that region, there was no Judah at the time. Literally, was no Judah. So that's why Judah is not mentioned. Unless you guys have a solution to it, I'll listen. I yield.
Garfield, you be bringing up things you know we have to do at least 2 or 3 days worth of research, man. You can't, you can't be like, I yield, like we just go about to bring you a whole book of information. Look, I do think it's really interesting, though, man.
Look at this, though. For
Definitely.
those who are watching, freeze the screen. When you talk about early biblical Hebrew, this is why I talked about earlier. Genesis 49 is written in 2 contexts. Because remember, with the Assyrian exile, approximately 80,000 northern Israelites went to Judah. Northern Israelites were extremely smart. They were smart to the point they could read Egyptian hieratic and they could write it. So this is why you're going to see similar stories at times with the Egyptians, because they read their literature. They read the Assyrian literature. They could read. They're very good when it comes to linguistics. So Genesis 49, I talked about it earlier, written in 2 different tenses, written in the first tense and third tense. All right. Exodus 15, which is the song of the sea, is one of the oldest records in the Bible. Deuteronomy 33, Judges 5. Again, you have 12 tribes that's written about the 12 tribes. If you notice, if you look at the Song of Deborah here, you see these are the old things that had the 12 tribes. That's old. So if you look at the Judges 1, 3 tribes are missing. Deuteronomy 33, Simeon is missing. Joshua 14, there is 14 tribes. So with the 12 tribes, it just depends on what context you're looking at it. And then what happened is the Judean, the northern tribes priesthood went to the southern tribe, and that's why they started writing and made Judah the top tribe, because now they're writing from inside Judah from a Judaic perspective. So that's what led to Yahwism, then led to Judaism, because they never used to worship one God. They always had their little voodoo doll, what you call it, the Judean pillar figurine. I call it the Judean voodoo dolls. They found thousands of them all over northern and southern Israel, and especially near the Jerusalem temple. So the people would worship Yahweh and have their dolls with them, their voodoo dolls. I call them the voodoo dolls, but it's Judean pillar figurines, with Asherah and all that stuff. So we saw that. But if we study the depth of the Bible, just screenshot this and do your own research on that, and I'll move on from that. One thing I want to get to with the Native Americans people, it's very as far as slavery, these are the areas where it primarily came from. Some came from Madagascar, some came from Ethiopia, and South Africa also, Zimbabwe, and so forth. So this is where most of the slaves that came to the transatlantic slave trade, the 12 million, this is where most of them came from. In America, they actually have the records to trace where every single person came from and what tribal land. Because remember, they all had to have insurance. My thing is, right, if we say the people in America is Judah, how are they Judah when you have people from the Bight of Benin, from Wida? You have people from Bight of Biafra, the Igbo. You have West and Central Africans. So you're talking about Congo and other areas, Cameroon, Gold Coast, Ghana, Windward Coast, Sierra Leone, Senegambia. How are all these people Judah? How? That don't make no sense. And then these same people went to Jamaica. These same people went to Cuba. These same people went to Brazil, which had over 5 million. How? How are they tribes? How are the tribes? You have Yoruba, Akan, and Igbo all over Haiti, all over Cuba, practicing secret society stuff. You have them in Brazil. Over 5 million people went to Brazil. They had over 5,000 Maroon communities, and these people are practicing orishas from the Yoruba culture. Remember when you escape as a Maroon, you could practice your own religion. They are practicing their own religion, Yoruba. They don't know nothing about no Israelite. The brother asked me earlier about the Yoruba stuff. Here it is right here, the Yoruba diaspora in the Atlantic world. We find Yoruba-isms in African-American speech patterns. Yeah. The oral vowel systems of most African-American speech forms, that is, Saramaccan, Jamaican, Guyanese, and Gullah, are similar. They mostly consist of 7 vowels with a back-front distinction rather than a 3-way distinction. The Yoruba in America, them can't cook. They can cook. They look at the language. I mean, come on. We playing games with these people, man. Yoruba, Akana, Igbo are all in Haiti, Jamaica, North America. How do you differentiate between Ham and Shem? It don't make no sense. Craziness. And this is the Misha stele, which shows in the 9th century that God, G-A-D, was not a tribe of Israel. See? And the men of God dwelt in the land of Ataroth, however, and the king of Israel built Ataroth for himself. I fought against the captain and I killed all the inhabitants.
Well, that's good. Because they say Igbos are Israelites through the tribe of Gad, so that eliminates that.
God is the name of a deity of good luck. If you go to Isaiah 65:11, you see the evidence. If you go to the Canaanite records, you find records of men with the name God at the end, referring to the deity. So remember, if you're Israel, you're actually attached to the god El. That's originally the Israelites were attached to El. That's why they call themselves Israel, because it's a theophoric name. El is you're not called Israel. You're called Israel. Remember that.
And El comes from the Canaanite pantheon.
Facts. Yahweh doesn't come from the Levant. Yahweh is more like an Edomite deity. Could be, more than likely, Edomite. I mean, we do have him being worshipped by the Edomites.
He comes from Saudi Arabia.
It's possible. It's possible. So the Igbo people claim the tribe of God. It's right here. The figure of Eri, they say Eri, who is in the 9th century, is the same Eri from the Bible from Numbers 26:16. Or Genesis.
False.
Crazy.
False. Eri in the Igbo tradition is a sky god, but the liars have connected it to, biblical Eri from Gad. The Eri from the Igbo tradition is just a god that came from the sky. That's the origin. There's no more. There's nothing to it. There's not a real that predates the stories that came from the Middle East. But the liars, when they want to connect themselves to something else, they've made that connection to Hebrew, Israelite, Gad. That because Eri is like, I don't know, is it a grandson in the Bible? Is that a grandson or a son of Gad?
Hey, sister said the Sanga Empire, he won't tell you about that. Please do some research on it. This is where the tribes of Judah were taken from once they ran from their lands due to them overtaking it.
What?
Oh my goodness.
What?
You want to talk about lost? You want to talk about lost? That's a loss right here.
Hey, Tanya, tell your husband to come on the panel because he ain't gonna let you come on. So tell your husband to come on.
That's the problem right there.
Then she go to Revelation 2:9 and 3:9. They're of their father, the Jews. They're not the real Jews. That ain't got nothing to do with you in America. You ain't got no. There's no Jewish culture that you're a part of. You can't show no endogenous culture. You can't show no. You coming from 70 AD. You can't show. You can't come from the 70 AD or the Assyrian exile. That shit is dead, yo. That shit is dead. Dead in the water. Dead like dog. I was saying that Jamaica. Dead. You not from you from where you're from, West and Central Africa. That's why they brought you here. Brought you here for a service because of racism and white supremacy. That's what you're here for. No other reason.
Ain't nobody trying to hear the white man lied to us, all that. We're done. We're tired of that, bro. If they lied to us, then it should be easy for you to prove that they lied, and it's easy for you to take a DNA test to show that you came from these certain areas. It'll be easy for you to be able to prove how people prove certain things and just come up with the evidence. But it's never that. It's always just read the book, just go here. The
Yeah.
prophecy is clearly talking about us. It can't be talking about nobody else, except for when you read the actual book in the context that they're talking about. It's talking about the people that they're actually talking about in the book, not the people 2,000 years ago, or 2,000 years from now. So it's just ridiculous, man. We're tired of it.
People should just try, to the best of their ability, just try to trace your lineage as many generations you can go back. A lot of people, your parents aren't gonna. They're not gonna say that their lineage. They're not gonna trace it to that ancient Israel place. You know what I mean? It doesn't. A lot of folks. Once you just say, it's like you uncovered some information from the Bible and say, oh, I'm just gonna connect myself to this. You know, not knowing, like what you said, that all the writings that they're talking about is for that time period. It's not even, even when it talks about prophecies, those prophecies are for prophecies for that time period.
Facts. Yeah, that's why I hate it. Because I mean, me being a Christian, like I've read through these. I've read through these prophecies, through the Old Testament, New Testament multiple times. So it's just like kind of hearing their interpolation of it, or interpretation, sorry, of it. It baffles me. I'm not gonna lie. I've never been so baffled, but until I came and listened to Captain Tazaryach on Satneta's show in 2021, and ever since then, I was like, man, this universe of people is just. I've never heard of it before, man. I'm baffled.
Yeah,
Shout
like
out
you
to him,
can't,
though.
if you read like Revelations and you read like the style of art that they're writing, you know, that style. If you're waiting for those type of prophecies to come, like waiting for someone to come with like two heads and I forget all the writing, like how they, you know, the
Yeah,
literally,
fiery chariot.
yeah. If you're really thinking that's a prophecy that you're waiting for your lifetime, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You're captivated by writing, and which is, I mean, that's some strong stuff. But you got to understand, how did that get to you? It wasn't for you per se. You know what I'm saying? The African person. You know, it was for, you know, that was for that. I mean, waiting, like, oh, you know, like you said, the chariot of fire and all this stuff. That's those that prophecy didn't happen then, and it's not gonna happen now.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
Tanya Pearson, hold on a second. Why don't you come on the panel, sis?
Uh-oh.
Well, you know, there's some people on the panel who are waiting for the clouds to part, the trumpets to blare, the sky to roll back, and Jesus and his legion to come fight the good fight.
Nah,
People on the panel.
we're not waiting.
Bible quads, what's up?
It's possible.
We're not waiting on that. We're not waiting on no Jesus, bro.
Hold on, branch, keep the branch. Hold on 1 second. Bible quals minds, whatever your name is. What's up?
It's Bible equals mind control. That's the name.
Okay, what's up?
I'm the one that was in the message saying that I could prove the Bible wrong.
Okay, you got to keep the branch here and Keon, get him. I'll let you loose.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
What you gonna prove wrong, brother?
Let you loose. We got 574 tribes in the United States, for over 5 million Native Americans, but they are Israelites. You know what I'm saying? They're the tribes of whatever tribe you want them to be. And by the way, to Ephraim is a topographic name, right? Aim suggests a topographic. There's disagreement over further elaboration of the name's meaning, but the Aim at the end is telling us it's a topographic name. And also the name Judah, Naphtali, Ephraim, and Benjamin are also all topographic names, meaning they don't come from an individual. You come from a place. It's a geographic location. So Naphtali is in the Assyrian records. Ephraim, Judah, of course, you can't show Judah outside the Bible except with the Assyrians. They call the place Judah, and it was known for trade routes or whatever, but it wasn't civilized until like around the 8th or 9th century, the earliest. So the Bible story is really embellishment on these eras to build a tradition. And why it was built? Because those northern Israelites ran to Judah when the Assyrians came. And that's why the storyline is changed for Judah to have the scepter, Genesis 49, and everybody wants to be the tribe of Judah. All these white folks, Chinese, everybody want to claim Judah. Afghanistan, we descend from Osama bin Laden's family, and Osama bin Laden was the Messiah, and he's from Judah. He's actually closer to the argument because he's right here where Babylon is. He's beside Babylon in Afghanistan. So he's closer. He could be Judah. Who knows? But at the end of the day, the name is topographical, and those names have meanings.
You know what, Garfield? Even in the Bible, it tells you that the story of Esau and Jacob is allegorical, and it tells you that it doesn't say what I'm about to say literally, but it's saying that those two nations came from one, but that story was created to unify the two nations together. It was created to say that they came from one. It's allegorical.
Okay. Hey, look at this, brother Yoruba. We talked about the Yoruba earlier. They identify with the tribe of Ephraim, but in the 12 tribe chart, the Ephraimites are classified as Puerto Ricans on the 12 tribe. Yo. Then they say, oh, you don't listen to the Africans when they say they come from here. No, you don't listen.
Can I ask y'all something? Do y'all know the first monotheistic religion?
I don't know. Tell us, brother. Teach us, brother.
The first monotheistic religion was drawn up by a pharaoh named Akhenaten. Right?
No, sir. You're incorrect, sir. You're incorrect. Who would it be? You got to go read that. But let me bring it up. Let me show you who's the first. Since you're talking about the first, because we like to talk about the first.
The first monotheistic religion, meaning belief in one God.
No problem, brother. No problem. I got you. Garfield got you, bro. At the end of the day, I got you. Let's remember that.
And you said it was Egypt, Akhenaten?
No, I said it was started by Akhenaten. It was a religion called the religion of Aten, Aten.
Give me a primary source on that.
Yeah, but what region? That would have been Egypt, right?
No, let him build. We're gonna give it to him.
I'm saying you could even go onto something simple. Go to Chat GPT.
Okay, go to Chat GPT. I'll share your screen.
I can go.
Go to Chat GPT. Now they're going to show you. They're going to talk about Zorism, and they're going to talk about Atomism.
You got it. I want you to look at my screen real quick. All right. I want you to read what's on my screen. Okay. Can you do that for me?
Yes.
Put something on the screen, and I want you to read it for me.
Will do.
Okay, go ahead. What does it say right here?
Let me big this up. Outside the Bible, the oldest records from the Eba in Syria
come from Ebla in Syria, and they reveal a clear monotheism declaring Lord of heaven and earth. The earth was not. You created it. The light of day was not. You created it. The morning light you had not made exist. This lucid statement of monotheism from such early tablets is an evident sign of early monotheism. It alone should later rest the ideas of an evolved and late monotheism. So before you get to your brother, your brethren in Africa. There's a gentleman in Ebla in Syria, 2600, almost 1200 years before, that's speaking about monotheism.
You're saying this 20, you're saying this person, these tablets outdate?
Yes, this is the oldest reference to monotheism in history.
Okay, what date is that? What date is that?
I have it right here, the oldest documented reference, 2600 BC.
All right, hold on. Let's.
Hard to believe, huh? Let me take it off the screen. I can't let y'all got all my sources for Jabari, man. That was for Jabari.
Also, monotheism.
I had to pull up my Egyptomania files a while ago.
You got to understand too. There's different types of monotheism. Monotheism.
Brother, and by the way, too, when you look at Akhenaten and that comment, it's actually not even monotheism when you read it. If you read it, that's why I asked you, show me a primary source, because when you read about Akhenaten and go to the source that they tell you to go to, it's telling you about other deities. But if you want to carry on, you can carry on. It's okay.
Yeah, believe it's not a new concept.
Keon, I don't let nobody off the hook, Keon.
Hey, I see it. I see it. That's why I don't be safe.
Where you come from? You could be my mom's best friend. I don't care who you are. I deal with information and what's true.
Yeah, because I thought it was Zorianic. I forgot. I don't know how to say it, but I never heard of the Eblionites or whatever.
The Ebla tablets. Ebla tablets has actually it has an annual renewal that's very similar to resurrection. That's found in the ancient text. That's older than the Medjugorje text. Older than the older than the oldest many texts I found. Yo, I was ready for Jabari, yo. I was going.
But you know, even when it comes to monotheism, when you talk about Judaism, like that, even like I'm saying, the whole concept of Yahweh and El, they later merged the two. And like I said, El comes from the pantheon of the Canaanite gods, and Yahweh was the god for the Israelites. But later through time, they merged the two. So is it truly monotheistic? If they're gonna make two different gods, so say, the same person later in the scripture, because El, that does come, if you research it, it came from the pantheon of Canaanite gods that were already in the area before the Israelites came over there. So, and then later it's like they adopted it. It's like they adopted that and then but merged the two, because later they start referring to their God, which was Yahweh, also as El, Elohim, all these different names. Even the whole Elohim, like it's, you know, in the singular version it's Eloah, but then Elohim, because they had multiple gods in that area. And that's what I was saying earlier, like how would these people be chosen by, you know, the supreme God, but they're the ones that are always disobeying the orders of the God.
Okay, but that's an easy question. Answer to that question, though. I mean, really, that's not easy.
What makes it easy?
Because that's like saying you got children, right? And you chose all your children. That don't necessarily mean they all gonna go in the right direction. So what's okay. A lot of this stuff is like irrelevant information y'all putting out. It ain't helping. It ain't helping no.
The difference is if Yahweh is the creator, the true creator God, he didn't just create the Israelites. He created everything in existence. So of course he's gonna have disobedient. It's gonna be people not following. They're gonna do what they feel they want to do at that time. Now,
okay, so you confirming my point. So I don't understand why you.
No. I didn't confirm it because you said my kids alone. I wouldn't be the father of every person in the world. I would just be for my children.
I don't think that's the point. When you talking about God, he would be the father of everyone.
Yeah,
right?
He's the father of Islam. He's the father of Buddha. He's the father of everything.
That's not right. That's you getting it distorted.
If you're the creator, is Yahweh the creator? Is Yahweh the creator God?
His name is not Yahweh, but
Hell nah.
for the sake of time, I'm just gonna just let you go with that. But the creator is the creator.
Did the Israelites of that time believe that Yahweh was the one true God, the creator God? Did they believe that?
No.
That's a fact.
The Israelites didn't believe that?
That's a fact.
No.
Yeah, the Israelites acknowledged the one true creator of heaven and earth, yes.
Which was Yahweh to them, right?
We don't call it Yahweh, but some people do.
Okay, I'm not caught up in the name. I'm just talking about the person that Moses received the law from, the being, whatever.
Yeah, no doubt.
Wow.
The Most
People
High
don't
Power.
even know they own belief.
Okay, no doubt. So you trying to say, but you see, you got to understand, the Creator has a right to select who He want to select to be His chosen.
But you see, right there though, that
Is where you contradict
that's a human characteristic though.
If he's just choosing, why would he give you laws and statutes? If he's just choosing.
Why would the Almighty Power God, right, choose? If he's supposed to be all knowing, everything's supposed to be written, right? Everything's supposed to be, he already knows. Why would he choose the people who are going to disobey his commandments over and over? That's what I'm saying. That's a man-made characteristic.
Well, there's free will, brother. There's free will.
It's not a man. That's not a man-made
man, are we really finna go down the free will route?
Is there
This
free
is
will?
insane.
Is there free will, or is it already predestined? What is it?
Okay, let's do the one thing at first.
I'm adamantly argumentation for free will. I all the time. All the time. There's free
Let's
will.
do it one thing at a time, man. Hold on.
If it's
Let's
free
have a
will,
conversation.
it's not written then. If it's free will, it's not predestined. Then there's no point of a prophecy, because one person's free will can throw off the whole plan.
Well, wait a minute. Point of a prophecy. What do you mean? There's no point of a prophecy? Why wouldn't there be no point of a prophecy?
Hold on. It's not about free will anyway. It's not even about that.
It definitely is.
I'm just saying in religion, I don't think you can mix like free will but then say there's prophecies, there's things that are destined to happen.
It's not about that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not about free will with the scriptures. It's not about free will. That's not even the subject matter, main subject matter. It's the Most High choose who He wants to choose, and that's what He chose. He chose the Israelites.
Okay, but then why would He give us again? Why would He give us statute, laws, commandments? Why would He give you ultimatums? Why is there a hell and a heaven? Why is there ultimatums if for some reason there isn't no such thing as free will? Why do you get to choose to actually worship God or to be like Garfield over here, a heathen? Why do you get to choose these things if there's no such thing as free will?
No one's saying that.
Love you, Garfield.
you focusing on free will. That ain't the point of the scriptures.
Man, that's not answering nothing I just said.
Your whole thing is trying to say the reason why we have sin is because God gave us free will. So you can't now talk about that's not the point. What is the point? Free, it's in there.
You wouldn't be able to commit. You wouldn't even be able to commit sin.
Say we sin is because we have free will.
Y'all both didn't talk at the same time, man. Okay, but if y'all just basically got the same ideology, why don't just one of y'all talk at a time?
You can just answer the question, and it doesn't matter.
I thought you, if your homie is talking at the same time.
Why is there sin if there's no such thing as free will? Why is there even a concept of sin?
Okay, first of all, I never said there's no such thing as a choice. I never said that. I said that's not.
Here you go. So it's free choice. It's not free will.
So what is the point of a choice? What is
there you go. Y'all don't know how to. Y'all don't know how to just go. One person go. Okay, so you talking or he talking? Y'all go. Stay on the same subject, so we can deal with that.
It's free choice.
I wasn't the person that brought up free. Someone brought up free will, and I thought that was an argument to support of the Bible saying. But if I got that wrong, fine. But
what's it?
I don't know.
You said something about. You feel like it's a human characteristic that the Most High chooses the people. That's not a human. That's okay.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the person who wrote that That's a human character of the author of the story, of putting it on, God or the Most High. That's what I'm saying. I'm using my logic, my brain to say that the Most High, the person that is the creator, God, they would not have just created the Israelites. They created all the nations, even the enemy nation. That person
but that's
would have
hold on. But
created
do
the
you
enemy nation.
have you ever read the whole book? Because what you're saying, the book tells you that the Creator created all Adam and his wife and everybody came. So all the nations ultimately, the Most High did create. So what's your point? I mean, you saying something?
My point is that I don't believe that, I don't agree that the Most High would select one group of people to be the model nation for the entire world, and these people don't even follow the commandments or the laws that you put through. And I saying that is the reason that they are the chosen people in that story is because they wrote the story for themselves.
Okay, so hold on. You keep talking. Don't keep going. Okay, let's deal with some of that stuff. So that's why you and your people don't have a nation right now, because of the ideology or how you think.
How does your time out. How does you're an Israelite, right? How do you, a nation with no land? No, if there was to be a fight right now, a war, how are you going to form up and defend your nation? No land. The people occupying the land, you say that they're not even the people there. So what nation are you talking about? What nation?
Okay, again, you should ask yourself that question, because you are a people, aka American or African American, who don't have land as a people.
He's gone.
So you're
He's
really
gone. He don't have an answer.
Time out. I am. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I live in America. I'm black, whatever. But my lineage traces back to Igbo. So that's a nation that's in West Africa. So that is
you are landless and you nationless as a people. You are. So whatever you trying to make yourself feel good about being part of some tribe in Africa, you ain't there. You ain't building up that nation. You ain't you're not leading that nation in no type of way. So you in the same situation that the Israelites are in: landless, nationless, languageless, all that list.
Yeah, I'm not claiming it to be a kingdom or a nation either, though.
Even if you do, in reality, brother, you are not. That's the reality. You're an American. You're African American.
Wait, how did that come? I'm talking about.
He can't respond to you because you don't have a response for you.
The Israelites claim that they are a kingdom, a kingdom in a nation.
Talk though. I mean, which one of y'all gonna talk? Y'all sound like y'all on the same vibration. So I mean,
Obi, this is Bible equal mind control talking, right? Kenyan, the other person was talking the whole time, right? I'm listening to you talk. The guy's asking you questions, and you can't answer none of his questions. You keep going around. If you are to answer the guy's question, he's saying this: you are the Israelite who claims to know that God made y'all. For y'all are his chosen people, right? You Israelite.
No. I'm not an Israelite. I'm not an Israelite.
You're not an Israelite, but you claim to agree with God made the Israelites, and those are his chosen people, correct?
No. I'm not agreeing. I'm stating what the Bible text says.
He's talking to me. He's not talking to me.
All I'm stating is what the Bible text says.
Branch, me and you on the same team. Branch, me and you on the same team. I'm rep for you. I kept telling you keep it there. I'm talking to Obi, the one who can't answer you. I'm helping you.
Okay. This is Obi right here, and Obi is not an Israelite. And I'm not. All I'm saying, when I was saying that the God created, I'm saying that from the Bible text, that's what it says.
Oh, that's Obi, you on my team. I met the other guy then. What's the other guy name?
I thought I had it right. You're trying to confuse me, bro. Y'all on the same team.
I'm confused.
All right. Listen, man. Peace and love to y'all. I'm out of here, man. Much love and much respect. Thank you guys for coming on the panel. I am literally tired. And I want to say one love to everybody in the audience. You might not like what you hear, but hey, go back and research. You can always email me, askbrothergarfield@gmail.com, and you get all the sources that you want. Much love, much respect, peace and love. We do this again next week. All right. Hey, Brother Yara, I'm going to respond to you probably in the week. Your video is not worth responding to because you made so many errors, but of course, nobody's going to admit the errors. So it is what it is, bro. All right, peace and love. Shout out to Lord Abba in the building, man. I ain't seen in a minute, brother. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to Tanya Pearson. Love you, sis. Oh, no, I'm not gathering any sheep. I'm knocking down false doctrine. That's what I'm doing. Peace and love. We out. Peace.